What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Thursday, May 23rd, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas baseball goes to and barbecue at the Big 12 tournament in Arlington. What does it mean for the Longhorns going into the NCAA tournament? We will discuss. Plus, the Dallas Mavericks steal Game 1 on the road in the Western Conference Finals last night. The Mavs now become the favorites to win the West in the NBA. We will talk about that. We will also talk about the Stanley Cup playoffs as well. We've got some Rangers and Astros to get into. We've got some win totals, over-under projections from Vegas for the SEC teams going into the 2024 college football season. We'll discuss those. Also, a potential monumental change coming to college athletics. That could completely impact the way that name, image, and likeness is done moving forward, not only for college football, but all across the board in college sports. And, of course, it is a Buck On and Buck Off Thursday, so we'll have our Buck Ons and Buck Offs. We've got a TBT video for the people. We've got some funny pictures to get into. We've got a lot to talk about over the next couple of hours. What's going on this morning, Buck?
The beautiful warm day here in sunny Dripping Springs, Texas, USA, America. It is it's going to be another hot one here with some humidity the next couple of days. I mean, through the weekend, it's going to be hot, and it'll be okay next week a little bit, probably back into low 90s, mid 80s. But as for this weekend, rolling into the holiday weekend, not so much. It's going to be a hot mother around here. Just warm breeze right now. There's no cool air coming through. Get up in the morning, it's humid. You go to bed at night, it's humid. I mean, it's just the same thing over and over. You just kind of wait for the rain maybe to cool things down. But I thought it was going to rain possibly last night, but no rain. And maybe today, just a slight chance of a maybe. It's gray outside, but boy, when that sun peeks out, it's a nasty son of a gun around here. And I guess it's not. For some odd reason, I'm thinking, when does it get back into the 80s? I guess November.
Yeah, those days are done.
Yeah, I keep thinking it's going to be, we're going to have a week where it's going to be 84, 85, 83. I think that's done with. I think from this point on, it's all about the 90s and then into the hundreds. But it ain't bad. It ain't bad. We're still upright, so things are good, and nothing dramatic happening here in the tiny hamlet of Dripping Springs. How about with you? How's everything going there?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, I'm broadcasting live from the Villa Cascada in Costa Rica, and it's gorgeous. Now, it's toasty here. It'll get into the 90s down here today, but we're right by the water, so we get that little ocean breeze coming in, and it's weird. Down here at this time of the year, it rains for like 30 minutes to an hour every day. And that comes in, kind of cools things off a little bit. Does get real humid for a while after that happens, but
it goes away, huh?
It's even though the temperature is pretty similar, it feels a lot cooler down here. And man, lucky to be down here with Tom McKay, part of his 60th birthday celebration. Great crew already here. I got more folks coming in over the holiday weekend, and not the worst backdrop I've ever had doing a show with you, man.
You see some tropicals. You see the flowers I've been asking about.
I've got some pictures. I don't know exactly. I don't
the
think
pictures
I've
of what
seen.
You took.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I've seen what you talked about yesterday. What, the parrot head flower or plant?
Bird of paradise.
That's the name of a bird or the name of a plant?
The bird of paradise, yes.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if I've seen that, but I did take this picture. We'll see if our screen share is working in a different country. I did take this picture from the pool deck of where I'm staying. There's some foliage for you.
Yeah, I see some palm trees, some big agaves. Yeah, I mean, it's green. It's green. It ain't gray. It's green there, isn't it?
It's very green down here. Yeah. I don't think that's what you were talking about with the birds of a feather.
I see no purple or no burnt orange.
Now, there's some color, but it's very green down here, man. it's different for sure.
Awesome.
And then I'll pull up one more picture if I can figure this out. We got all sorts of crazy wildlife down here too. You got monkeys running around. I'm worried every time I have a bag of Doritos that one of those monkeys is going to come up here and steal my food. But you've got these guys too running around. What is that? Is that the Geico guy? What's going on here?
That's some sort of lizard.
Some sort of lizard?
Yeah.
Okay. Alan Lazard,
Alan Lizard. Yeah, check your stuff when you leave. That stuff's not in your clothing.
That'd be the worst.
Oh, don't bring that back. You don't want that coming back here with you.
That's one of those things. If this was in my bag, hopefully TSA would stop me and not let that on the plane.
Oh, those fools they'll say, bring that back.
Yeah, all sorts of random stuff.
Oh, it'll die on a collision with the ground anyway.
You think so?
Oh, once they slam that bag into the ground.
Once the bag apes do their thing, it'll be cooked.
Their thing, yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But no, it's nice down here. I'm fortunate to be down here, and we'll be doing the next few shows from down here. And yeah, life is good, but glad to hear things are going well up there. And yeah, you're about to get to a point in Austin to where we'll be begging for 90 degrees again.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's triple digits. There's a noticeable difference between like 93 and 103.
Yeah, there is.
In about a month, we'll be wishing we had this mid-May weather that we've got.
You're absolutely right. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do to you, your families, and do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. Well said, as always, my friend. All right, to the sports, and we've got plenty of non-sports to get into this morning, but we will start with Texas baseball. And what a disappointing showing it was for the Longhorns up at Globe Life Field in Arlington. The Big 12 baseball tournament, there was some optimism going in. Texas won 13 of its last 16 regular season games. They finished the regular year with a sweep over Kansas. Felt like they were playing their best baseball going into Arlington. And then, 2 games, 2 losses, and the Longhorns are going home. 2 and barbecue, as they say in college baseball. Lost to Texas Tech on Tuesday, and then they followed it up with a loss to Cincinnati yesterday, 8-7, the final score. The Horns were down 8-4 going into the bottom of the 8th inning. They rallied, they put up 3, but they weren't able to get the tying run across the plate, and they come up 1 run short. So a couple of losses to lower-seeded teams in Arlington, and Texas baseball now awaits Selection Monday, coming up next Monday, to figure out where they will be in the NCAA tournament. But Buck, disappointing, man. I mean, I know what happens in Arlington has no bearing on what's going to happen in the actual tournament, but you would have loved the Longhorns to have continued their hot streak, to have gone on a little bit of a run in the Big 12 tourney, to have you feeling good about where this thing was headed going into the NCAA tourney. And now it almost feels like another 1 step forward, 1 step back with Texas baseball. I don't know what team we are going to get in the actual tournament.
Well, we know we got a team that can score runs. I mean, they can score runs. Can they hold on? I mean, can they hold on? Can they get a lead and hold on to a lead, or they're going to just have to outscore people because their pitching is just so suspect? Timely hits are important. Obviously, they didn't get them again yesterday. They lose by a run, but they can score. I mean, there's like I said, there's no doubt about that. But can they win a 3-2 ball game? Can they win a 2-0 ball game? I mean, are they able to do that, or they just don't have enough? If they don't have enough pitching to do that. That's what's going to come down, because all these teams are going to be good from this point on. So,
right,
that's a close one.
That's sort of the double-edged sword here, right? Because I don't think Texas Tech is making the tournament, and Cincinnati is a bubble team, right? We talked about that yesterday. How I looked at it.
Probably just got in yesterday on that.
Yeah, maybe they did. They were a first 4 team out, according to one bracket projection that I looked at yesterday, and they needed that game a lot more than Texas did, because Texas is safely in the tournament right now. So. But still, both of those teams are worse than Texas. So on one hand, it's like, it's embarrassing. You don't want to lose to teams that are worse than you. But on the other hand, it's like Texas has played well against good competition all year long. And they'll be going up against better teams in the actual tournament. So I don't know. I mean, I wanted more from the Longhorns. In game 1, they lost 6-4. It kind of was the hitting that did them in, right? They couldn't come up with that timely hitting. Now, giving up 6 runs is not ideal. You'd like to give up less than that. But
sure,
they left a bunch of guys on base. I think they were 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. I think it was more the offense that did them in against Texas Tech. Yesterday it was pitching and it was defense, They had 2 costly errors that led to 3 unearned Cincinnati runs. Texas actually had a 3-2 lead. To go to your point, Buck, like, can they hold those leads?
Yeah, can they hold that kind of lead?
And they didn't, and it was really defense in the 6th inning that cost them the lead, and then Cincinnati piled on a few more runs in the 8th inning. So it's kind of everything that did Texas in those 2 games in Arlington. So it's frustrating,
they just
man.
play like an okay team. They don't play like anything special. They really haven't. They just kind of cruised through this season, and where they ended up at the end of the season is about the way they play. They haven't done anything spectacular. They get on nice runs, but then they can't. I don't think they can win close ball games. When it goes to that next level now, these 3-2 games, these pitching duels, are they going to have any of those, or are they not?
I don't think they can win too many of those, right? Like, if Texas does go on a run in the tourney, it's not going to be because of their pitching. It's going to be because the bats just carry this team to a super regional, maybe to Omaha. Well, I don't know how good people feel about that at this point after what we've seen the last couple of nights. But, the offense, the strength of this team, if Texas does get hot again here in the postseason, it's going to be because the bats get the job done.
Is this just a basic, pretty average pitching staff? They don't have an outstanding pitcher on any of the days, really. They're just okay.
No, they don't have that bona fide ace, right? They've tried a couple of different guys on Friday nights this season. Sure. They've mixed and matched the rotation. And, guys have been good at times, but there hasn't been that just one starter that you can just throw out there and you're like, oh, this guy's going to win us a game. Like, we know he's going to go.
And somehow Texas has always had that at least one guy.
Yeah, there have been years where they've had 2 or 3 of those guys.
Absolutely.
This year they don't have one where it's like, oh, that guy's going to go out there, give us 7, give up just 2 runs or less,
absolutely,
and put us in a position to win. Yeah. They don't have that this year, and that's not going to change, right? We're going into the tournament, so I don't think there's any realistic hope that all of a sudden somebody emerges as that type of guy for this Texas baseball team. So maybe we should have expected this, Buck, because this team has struggled in midweek games all season long. How many times have we come on here on a Wednesday or Thursday?
You're right.
Disappointing loss for Texas. So that's been their bugaboo. They're as average as Texas Tech and Cincinnati may be. They're a heck of a lot better than teams like UTRGV and the CCs, as you like to call A&M Corpus Christi.
Those teams, yeah.
Right. So it's like, hey, you lose to those bad teams earlier in the year. Maybe it shouldn't surprise you that you're losing midweek games to some half-decent teams at this point in the season. But I guess that's the good news for Texas is once you get to regional play, those games are on the weekends. And the Longhorns have been a much better weekend team than they have been midweek team this year.
Well, David Pierce needs to win a series. He needs to win.
Are you on my side on this now?
Yeah, I kind of am now. You don't get to what you've been doing the way you want to finish on a high no matter what. No matter even if you get to Omaha and you lose. You finished on a little bit of a high, but this is now taking you back down the way this thing is ending up. And now you're going to have people question, is this the right guy to take you into the SEC, into the best baseball league in college? Is it? Is he the guy? That's going to be it. You win 3 or 4 games and they're going to be, you deserve to get that opportunity. You go there and get 2 and barbecued now. That's it.
I'm with you, man.
Is it still double elimination, correct?
It is double elimination. Yep.
Okay.
The 4-team regionals will start next weekend. Once again, Selection Monday is coming up on Monday, so the Longhorns will figure out where they are going to be playing their regional on Monday. They will not be hosting. We knew that before the Big 12 tournament. And even if Texas went out and won the conference tourney, I don't think they would have done enough, or I don't think the resume would have been good enough for them to be a host. So they're going to be a 2 seed. They might be a weaker 2 seed now because of what just happened in Arlington. But, that's the next step for Texas. You just wait and see, and, hopefully you win 3 games in your regional and you move on to the super, and then it's a best 2 out of 3 and see what happens there. But, man, I maintained this stance for a while now, and I still believe it, whether you agree with it or not, whether you think David Pierce should be on the hot seat or not. I feel like he has to win a regional now. I thought he had to win the Big 12 regular season title, the Big 12 conference championship, or a regional.
Sure.
He's 0 for 2 so far. He's got one more chance, I think, to really feel good about things. I don't think he's going to get fired the day after Texas's season ends if they lose in the regional. But
no, they're going to think it over. They're still going to. They're going to think it over because the season ended on a pretty high note. The regular season ended on a pretty high
But all that stuff, like I just
No.
feel like that's gone. Now it's back to a sour taste in the mouths of Texas baseball fans. Like all the good graces that David Pierce kind of built up over the last 4 or 5 weeks of the regular year almost feels like it's out the window now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it seems that way. It seems that way, but he's found ways to flip things around, and for like I said, it just sucks that the guy who took over the pitching staff has no outstanding pitcher. That's just weird. I mean, it's for years and years, as I said, Texas is always there's at least one, or you say 2 or 3 guys. They can't find one.
Right. Thank you, guys. Everyone else is going out to fish, but I work hard, Buck. Don't ever let anybody tell you I don't work hard. Okay.
Let anybody let you know that while they're out fishing and eating papaya, you are here spending time with me.
I know. Yeah, it's torture here at this resort that I'm at right now. I'm dying down here. So we'll see. Once again, more good news for Texas. They don't have to play in Arlington anymore.
That's true.
They don't have to play at a big league ballpark. That's now 11 straight losses for Texas in major league parks, and it's 8 straight losses for Texas at Globe Life Field in Arlington. That place has been a house of horrors.
Get them out of that place.
And, they don't have to deal with that. Texas, as CB said, they have not won a Big 12 conference tournament title since 2015. So, that has not been David Pierce's MO, and that's fine. Once again, he's been to 3 College World Series. He's been able to turn things on when it really matters most, but the conference tournament just has not been friendly to Texas baseball over the last decade. It's been a while since they've won one of those things.
Yeah, he's got it. I don't know how and nobody will care if he scores 12 runs and he wins 12-9. They'll understand that's what this team – I think everybody understands that's what this team is. If they don't score enough runs, they're not going to be any dog fights of 4-2s or, 2-0s. They just don't have the pitching staff to do that. They've got to score runs. And so when you say they don't get timely hitting, well, that's screwed up because they need timely hitting. They got to score runs or they're not going to win games.
I agree. Yeah, Steven says we need to be shipped to a hitter's park for regionals. Yeah, I wouldn't hate that, right? It's a scary thought with this pitching staff being in a hitter's park, but Texas, you want this offense to be in as favorable of a situation as possible. So if they're in a little bit of a bandbox, a smaller ballpark, then that's advantage Texas, I would think. And, as Longhorn Bear says, Buck, CDC was named Athletic Director of the Year by Sports Business Journal yesterday. And he was honored at the 17th Annual Sports Business Awards in New York City.
Awesome.
And there were 4 or 5 finalists there, and he was named the winner as, Texas has had a tremendous athletic season with 15 conference championships, the most in school history for a single year. Of course, a national championship in volleyball, a lot of success in football with the Longhorns making it to the college football playoff, and, of course, winning a Big 12 title there. So
that
CDC –
dude is making his list, huh? On the plane, probably.
Making a list, checking it twice.
Santa Claus on the way back, huh?
Going a little Santa Claus. And look, Gigi, not the only person saying that. You look at Texas baseball Twitter after the game last night, and the Fire David Pierce crowd is back in waves and droves. They were kind of quiet for a few weeks down the stretch, and, of course, these 2 games in Arlington, they're back.
People will be listening now from this point on. They get to the College World Series and they play like they did over the last couple of games. That's gonna bring them out. The Boo Birds and everybody else will be out and saying, "Do something. Look at somebody." And CDC will. He won't sit back. He won't wait. Going into the SEC, he wants all the bullets in the chamber going there. He just does.
I think you're right too. Like for David Pierce, even if this team does make it to the College World Series, like that should be more than enough for him to get at least one season in the SEC. But if this team gets to Omaha and they go 2 and barbecue up there, there's still going to be Texas fans who are like, get rid of them. We need somebody else.
Yeah, you're
That's
right.
not what we're about. We need success up there. We don't need to just get there. We don't dogpile at Texas until we win in Omaha. We don't dogpile when we clinch a ticket to Omaha. Like we need to actually win up there, and this guy's not winning up there. So
I think the fans wanted one of those Big 12 championships on the way out. While everybody else is getting one, they expected the baseball team on a year where there's no outstanding baseball teams in the Big 12. Their expectations was Texas was going to get one of the 2 on the way out. So
Would have been nice. It would have been nice, but it wasn't to be. And Texas was picked to finish second in the Big 12. The team that was picked to win the conference, TCU, actually had a worse year than Texas did. So I think if you would have told Texas baseball fans, like, hey, TCU is going to be this bad, they would have said, all right, this conference is up for grabs.
Yeah,
we got it. But Oklahoma, I think, better than folks expected. And Oklahoma State barely finished ahead of Texas this year. So the Longhorns third in the regular season, and they were one of the first teams out in the conference tourney.
Not good.
Not good at all. We'll know on Monday where the Longhorns fare. And, of course, for our Tuesday show, we'll be able to react to Selection Monday and where Texas will be playing.
Where will they be, a 3 seed, 4 seed?
They'll be a 2. They'll be a 2.
They'll be a 2?
Yeah, they'll still be a 2. They did enough late in the regular year. And they've got enough quadrant 1 wins, too. We talk about all the
That's true.
embarrassing losses that this team has sustained over the season. Like, they have beaten enough good teams to bolster their resume to where, they'll be a 2 seed. I don't think they'll be the top 2 seed. They might have to go to a top 8 national seeds ballpark to win and advance to a super. But I don't think you need to worry about Texas being a 3. Not that there's that much of a difference between a 2 and a 3 anyways. And then 4s are reserved for like those lower conference champions, right? Kind of like how in basketball, the 14 through 16 are reserved for just random conference champ. Like that's how the 4s work in college baseball.
That's for Maine and Holy Cross.
Teams like that, Maine and Holy Cross and Boston College. Oh,
hey, watch it.
Sorry about that.
You're in the ACC now.
Yeah, with SMU and Cal and Stanford coming in.
Wow.
What's that going to be like for your alma mater, having to go to Dallas to play some Atlantic Coast Conference games?
Done that before when we were in the Big East when I was a coach there. Played against SMU, and a guy named Jerry Ball was there. Was the nose guard at SMU.
Jerry Ball played at the old Dallas Stadium, which I thought was a palace at that time. The Cowboys Stadium?
Yeah.
Texas Stadium?
Played there, yes, against SMU.
Love that place, man, with the hole in the ceiling so God could watch his favorite team play.
That was awesome.
Some great memories in that stadium. Not so great memories in the new barn in Arlington. Moving back to Irving, please.
Are we doing anything special with the Cowboys? Anybody going to camp now, or are they all still at home holding out?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody is there besides CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons.
Wow.
The attendance overall is very good for the Cowboys at OTAs, which started on Tuesday. But two of the most important pieces for the boys in 2024 are looking for new contracts, and that means they are not looking to show up to any voluntary team activities.
Showing up for any volunteer anything.
No. They're not even volunteering at the food bank anymore now. They're not doing any sort of service. Yep, they are at home.
Got it.
Playing Xbox. Micah Parsons is recording podcasts, and they are not doing anything that could get them hurt until they get their bags.
They're doing everything they can to shit on Dak Prescott right now. That's what they're doing.
Who? Those two guys or their families?
Their families. No, I don't think
those two guys haven't done anything like that.
No, their families are trying. They're in their ear about, hey, how you got to shit on Dak once you go back to camp? Because he sucks.
He sucks. The runner-up for league MVP, the guy who should have been the MVP, is awful, and you should go play for
who knows?
J.J. McCarthy. Go play with that guy.
Yeah, see how that works out.
Yeah, go have Geno Smith as your quarterback. Good luck. Go somewhere else, and things are going to be so much better for you, guys.
No, those guys won't come to camp. Hopefully they'll be there in the fall, but they're not coming back for this. These little spring workouts. Volunteer to come. Are you kidding me? Those guys are playing golf somewhere.
OTAs, optional team activities, right?
Yeah, really.
They're not really optional. Like, most people go to where it's not like 50% attendance. Like, most people are there, but it's never that big of a story. At least it shouldn't be that big of a story if star player who's looking for a contract doesn't show up.
Yeah,
that's just how it goes. So, yeah, like you said, when we get to the fall, when we get to actual training camp, when guys get fined for not being there, then that becomes like, okay, we got to monitor the situation, because this, all of a sudden, we're getting close to the regular season. And if CeeDee Lamb or Micah Parsons aren't there with the Cowboys in the regular season, each of those guys cost the team a win, maybe 2. So if those guys aren't there, you're talking about Cowboys have won 12 in a row, or 12 3 years in a row. You go from, hey, maybe being in that discussion to, okay.
9.
Yeah. So I don't think the Cowboys, they'll mess around for a while because they want us talking about them. This is exactly what Jerry Jones wants. He wants people talking about the Cowboys.
So that the media can help make the decision for him because he likes that.
He's got a 10-part documentary coming out about him pretty soon.
He needs those players at home looking at him.
Right, exactly. He
Understanding
loves
how hard he's working for them.
Exactly. So Jerry loves this. He loves that we and so many other folks out there are talking about CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons no showing. Because that means people are talking about the Cowboys. And that increases the value of the Cowboys, and it feels like that is his number one goal nowadays.
Well, he's got that, and he's got that in line because nobody's more valuable than that group.
No, nobody is. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube comment line is off and running as well. We got a Cabo Bob's gift card to give away.
Sir.
So make sure, if you want to be entered to win that $50 Cabo Bob's gift card, you hit us up on the Dakota text line or leave a YouTube comment. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter when you say it. I'll just say it between now and 10 o'clock. But whatever you say, you will be entered to win that $50 Cabo Bob's gift card. And, it was tough, Buck, bringing the randomizer through TSA.
Yeah, I bet you they were wondering what all those sounds were. Why are the bags shaking? And what's going on?
I had to double check the bag just to make sure. I had to get an ocular pat down, too.
Did you go down? Did you throw that stuff under there with the bag apes, or did you bring that aboard with you?
No. Remember, I had the bag ape story yesterday.
They can't.
I didn't see what happened on the I didn't see what happened on the tarmac, but I did see the woman at the desk, at the check-in desk, just chunk my bag as hard as she could on that conveyor.
Grandma can't lift that stuff up. They shouldn't have their grandma working behind there. They need to have somebody with some musculature. And they try to pick that thing up, and once they get momentum going backwards and it banks off that backboard there onto the conveyor belt, your stuff is all jacked up by that time. There's stuff spilling on your clothes. Oh,
dude, they are juicing back there. I mean, there's PEDs going on with the gate agents.
You ever see one with the sweatbands on? Like they have a sweatband, wristband on, ready to go?
Well, the old lady that I dealt with yesterday had like the DeMarvion Overshone look. She had like 12 sweatbands on her arm. And I'm like, what do you think this is?
She's about to fling that bad boy.
This is not like major college football here. You're just taking
her grandson said, hey, you either need to tat up a little bit when you're throwing those bags, or you need to get some armbands on there.
Oh,
Grandma.
my God. Yeah, the arm bandit is what they call her at United Airlines. It's just ridiculous. Just gently, just like I did. I showed you how to do your job. I gently picked my bag up.
Did you chuck it on the scale?
No, I just picked it up and gently placed it on the scale. So I need you to just pick it up and gently place it on the conveyor belt behind you. It's so easy. I just showed you what to do. She
treated your stuff like they were golf clubs, like those dudes treated those golf clubs. I played golf yesterday, and I was thinking, you know what? My golf clubs aren't that expensive, but I would have a fit if I saw that.
Yeah.
I would ask to come off the plane so I could yell down to those clowns, hey, put your ape suit back on. Cut it out. Look at that. Your clubs are getting bent, dude, right there.
Ridiculous. Yeah, if that was one of those flights, you know how some flights have that tarmac where you have to walk from the plane to the actual airport?
Oh, yeah.
If that was one of those, I would have gone around the side of the plane and started fighting those dudes.
Like, hey, you think Scotty Scheffler would have driven his car the wrong way around those dudes, throwing his bag like that?
I mean, I would have picked up that guy and thrown him the way he threw my golf clubs.
Wow.
Ridiculous. I mean, that's a painful watch right there. So I don't know if that happened.
All handling your bags.
Yeah, exactly. The good news is I've got one of those.
Ape handling.
The ape handles.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we call them down here.
Unbelievable.
Oh, man. All right, before we get into some of the other funny stuff we have planned, and also we got to talk game one. Mavs stealing one in Minnesota. Before we get to any of that stuff, let's give some love to some of our great sponsors.
Our good friends over at Sue Patrick. Sue Patrick and Jay Willems since 1975. An incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and a whole lot more. Tons of Texas-themed items and gifts right there in the store. And a wide variety of men's and women's clothing, folks. They've got it all there. And I'll tell you, with Father's Day just around the corner, Dad would love to have one of the polos or one of the great caps that they have at Sue Patrick's for sure. Free shopping online for orders over $49 and free curbside pickup as well. Plus, there's plenty of parking there at 5222 Burnett Road. There always is. And if you want to find out more information on everything that they have at Sue Patrick, go to SuePatrick.com. And if you are there, do say hello to Sue. She'll be back there in the back talking to the ladies and the guys back there, being the great greeter that she is. Of course, Jay Willems and the whole staff there over at Sue Patrick. We love those folks.
Yes, we do. Excited to be back out there sometime soon. Speaking of folks we love, how about the folks at SendTexTickets.com? If you're looking to be at any live event coming to Austin, Dallas, Houston, anywhere in the country, you can find tickets at SendTexTickets.com. They've got everything you need: sports, concerts, Broadway shows, festivals, whatever, you name it, they've got it. Online at SendTexTickets.com. Shop local. Shop SendTexTickets.com.
Now, who's going to the Moody Center here? The one of the star. I mean, I don't know if Usher's been here yet, but one of those cutesy guys is coming.
Did you tell me Timberlake's coming?
Yeah, Timberlake's coming. That's going to be a packed house, right?
Oh,
Who did Timberlake
definitely
sing with? He's one of the Backdoor Boys.
He was in sync.
Oh, he wasn't one of the Backdoor Boys. Okay.
No, you were one of the Backdoor Boys at that nude beach in Florida back in college spring break.
Sync, yes. That thing will be a packed house. Yes, I haven't decided on whether I can go there alone to see that or would I look out of place by myself.
He's I'm looking at the Moody Center website right now, and he's got 2 shows.
Wow.
Next Friday and next Saturday, Justin Timberlake will be
sold out.
Oh, I'm sure they will be if they're not already. And then coming up after that, and I will be getting tickets to this on SendTexTickets.com, Monster Jam.
Oh, Monster Jam with the monster trucks?
The monster trucks are coming the following weekend. I think it's June 8th and June 9th.
Have you ever been to one of those things?
No, and I've always wanted to. And I'm going to get blackout drunk and wear jorts and people watch and talk shit, and it's going to be one of the best days of my life.
Oh, you can get puking drunk there. I took AJ when we were in Illinois to one of those. He wanted to see it so bad. Yeah. We got inside of that thing, and BK, this dude was crying from the beginning to the end of it. It was so loud. The sound inside of an arena with the exhaust and stuff, and the smell, dude, you're like almost passed out from the smell inside. But the sound was so loud, he was horrified. I'm like, wait a minute, you wanted to come and see this shit, and now you're crying? There's no crying in Monster Jam. What's wrong with you?
Yes, the classic quote, there's no crying in Monster Jam.
I mean, it was loud. It was loud. It was scary.
Did he have earplugs?
No, dude didn't have. I wasn't expecting it to be that loud. I thought you were far enough away, but it was loud. We lasted probably about an hour in there, and then we were gone.
I was going to ask, yeah.
This dude was just teared up the whole entire because he was afraid. I'm like, dude, they're not going to roll up here in the stands, you big baby.
That's
I'm going to have to remind him of that. I haven't reminded him of that Monster Jam that he begged me. You got to take me. I got to see this. It's right there. Okay, you go. Let's go.
And then that happened.
Have
you been to a NASCAR race before?
Yes.
Is it louder than that?
Oh, it's louder. Yeah. I mean, you're enclosed.
Right.
That makes a difference. And it just bounces all around the place.
Man, that's one you might need earplugs.
Oh,
if you're going to that.
Yeah,
but,
if you take some kid that is 6 years old and he had begged you to go there, you better make sure you plug him up, get a headset on him or wherever, because it will scare the crap out of a kid.
Hold on, P. Diddy. Don't talk about plugging 6-year-olds up, please. I don't want to get us in trouble here. You do what you do on your own time, but don't bring that on the air, all right?
Come on, Diddy. Diddy's a mess. That dude is a mess. I saw the video of him throwing his ex-girl around. What an idiot.
I didn't see that. Did that just come out?
That just came out. TMZ had that one.
Jeez.
Him running down the hallway with a towel on and snatching her by the shoulder and then kicking her twice. I mean, what a fool. I mean, how about taking what you had is a wonderful career and just taking it and pissing it down the tubes over that because you can't control yourself because you have to be in total control of somebody else. I mean, it's such a bad scene.
World famous megastar turns out to be a bad dude. Color me shocked. Never seen that happen before.
Yeah, really.
Oh, man. All right. Shout out to centextickets.com. Also, some love to 7-Eleven as well. Still have not found a 7-Eleven down here.
Maybe a nice spot for a Sheesh to open one up.
I'm telling you, they got to expand to Costa Rica. But 7-Eleven, when I get back home, is where I'll be going. The best convenience store in the world.
Absolutely.
The Buck goes all the time. I go all the time. Everybody goes all the time. They got everything you need, from the pizza and the wings and the rollers to the prepackaged snacks, the Little Debbies that the Buck loves so much. Of course, the Slurpees to cool you down all summer long. They've got it all at 7-Eleven.
Yeah, and our good friends at Big Hat Spirits, I had played a little golf yesterday. I had 2 of those mocktails on the course, ice cold, over ice yesterday. Now people were slamming the all stats. Now they had them out, popping them. Of course, the guys I play with, they pop them like every hole. It's not like like every other hole or 3 in the course of a day. They've got to slam them down. And it was hot and humid yesterday, but boy, that mocktail was delicious. The ginger taste in there. And plus, it's good for me too, BK. And I need some stuff that's good for me. I need either that or Olipop. I can't do soda. I haven't done soda in so long. I am so happy about that. I have stayed off of Coca-Cola and all those weird grape drinks that have all that sugar in it. I'm going on now about 8 months of that, and I'm proud of myself for that deal.
There you go.
I'm really. I wish I wouldn't fall as much as I've fallen, But I'll tell you what. I am off the nasty sugary stuff. Doing a really good job of that. Staying away from a bunch of candy. I'm happy with that. But boy, oh boy, that mocktail, that I'm telling you, it was a margarita mocktail. It was delicious yesterday over ice.
Very nice. Love that. And you had a good round yesterday too. You were telling me.
I shot 87. So that's not a good round. That's okay.
For you, that's a great round.
Get off of it. I took all the skins. I just tore those guys apart.
Yeah. You won a bunch of money. You took some money from your buddies. That's a great round.
I told those dudes, you need to get back in the weight room, you kids.
Oh, I started calling them kids?
Yeah, I called them kids yesterday. I said, you kids haven't been in the weight room lately. The old man is in the weight room.
Yeah.
Got in there this morning, got up this morning at, 5:30, got out to the weight room, got some work done. Still having a hard time bringing that weight back on. I'm trying, but my goodness.
I was about to say, the big man is still the scarecrow at this point.
That's when you have to, I guess, bring in some junk. You got to eat more like
red meat?
Cheesecakes. How about cheesecakes? I need more cheesecake kind of stuff like that.
Okay.
Some donuts, some Krispy Kreme. So I can get over to 7-Eleven, grab me some Donards this morning.
Some Donards?
Oh, yeah. Have me a couple of Donards, yes.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone call a donut a Donard. What is that?
Pop-Tarts. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I grew up on Pop-Tarts. Now you're talking my language right there.
Butter on the Pop-Tarts?
Yeah, I never did that, but I can't imagine that's that bad because it's still a Pop-Tart, so you can put anything on that.
They got tons of those at 7-Eleven. I see all the different.
Tons of them.
I know.
I walk by and look at them.
I know. That's a big staple of 7-Eleven is the different Pop-Tarts. The cinnamon. About the cinnamon Pop-Tarts.
The brown sugar cinnamon?
Brown sugar cinnamon.
Dude, I try to not eat Pop-Tarts anymore because I ate enough in my childhood to last like 5 lifetimes. So I'm like, all right, I don't need these. But every time I walk by the like 4 or 5 different flavors they've got at 7-Eleven, I just stare for like 30 seconds before I just
Can you snap those out of the box? Are you good? Are you able to just pull those out of the box and eat them just like that? Or do they have
I could. No, I prefer them warmed up a little bit, but I can eat them cold, no problem. They're still Pop-Tarts. They still taste great. I usually throw them in the toaster or in the microwave for, 15 to 20 seconds. But
there you go.
I don't put butter on them. I usually put Frank's Red Hot on them.
What?
Nah, I'm kidding. But they probably still taste good because they are Pop-Tarts after all.
Wow.
All right. Love all of our great sponsors here. You were talking about golf. And I want to ask you this, Buck, because I saw a tweet yesterday on twitter.com. Not sure if you're familiar with that website.
No.
And it's a question that's accompanied by a graphic. And the question is, what is your golf supplement that helps you play better? Nobody just goes out to the course and plays golf, right? Like no one just drinks water out there. You said it. You had a Big Hat margarita mocktail. Maybe that's your supplement that helps you play better.
That's going to be my go-to, but other than that, it's generally a
there's this whole list that this guy tweeted, And you've got coffee on here. You've got cigarettes on here. You've got glizzies on here.
Weed in there.
You got weed, Mountain Dew, Zins, which are
Skull, brother. My guys do some
nicotine
Skull,
pouches.
brother.
Yeah, you got your dip. You got your cocaine. You got your alcohol. What's the supplement that helps you play best? I'm still looking for some of these. I haven't tried yet. Maybe that's why I suck so bad at golf. I've tried drinking on the course.
I think you should try the Reese's, the white chocolate Reese's.
Okay, a little candy in me.
Yeah, a little Reese's peanut butter cup. I don't call that candy. People call that candy. I call that a meal for me. The Reese's because of the peanut butter. By the way, I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich the other day, trying to get big. That was tasty. I hadn't had one of those in a while. I did a good job.
Congrats. Wow. Yeah. Master chef over here.
Yeah.
I went to PB&J.
Yeah, I'm going to have one today too. You know, I enjoyed that. That was good. But the Reese's peanut butter cup, which like I said, I used to do Snickers, but I've gotten away from Snickers because I don't count the Reese's peanut butter cup as candy. I count it as like a meal. I think it's
how is that a full meal?
I mean, not a full meal, but it's like a lunch special. No. I get super size. I get the four.
You get the 4-piece? Okay. All right. Yeah. That's a little closer to a meal then. I mean, that might affect the stomach to where you'll feel like you've downed a full meal.
That and some water, and I'm good to go right there. You know, if I don't get breakfast. But my wife has been making sure I get some of these market fresh eggs and some bacon lately. So I've been having a breakfast before I play it. But I can't help that little Reese's. Sometimes they have a 2-pack, but I do the 4-pack with a bunch of water before I play. That's my go-to. But now I got the mocktails. That was tasty.
I don't think I've ever had a white chocolate Reese's before.
Oh, they're good.
Oh, that's good dangerous.
Stuff. Oh, it'd be dangerous for you, yeah.
I just feel like I'd crash. Like I'd get that sugar rush, and then like after 6 holes, I'd be like, I just don't feel well if I just downed a bunch of chocolate out.
Yeah, that's what happens to me with cocaine. I couldn't sustain.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm off cocaine.
That's your tip for kids in the car line. Like you got to keep taking bumps, kids.
No, kids.
Bring out the baggie again, and take another one on the back 9.
In the back 9, you got to keep going. Just
it wears off after a while. You got to keep it up if you're trying to set a course record here.
During this heat, this thing, my heart would just stop. Bam, right there.
Yeah, you don't need any of the Colombian Bam Bam. Speaking of
but
Bam,
I'm doing well with the water intake though too. I just have to, whether I have to pee every other hole, whether I have to, I just got to that water intake. Me at the days of trying to make it through 9 holes with just like a half a bottle of water, that's no good.
No,
you a problem.
I mean, in the spring, in the winter, you got to drink water on the course, but you get to 90 plus, then oh my gosh, you're gonna pass out out there if you don't guzzle.
What I haven't done is some Olipop and see what that's like on the course.
Yeah. I'm gonna try these one by one, which is just an excuse for me to play more golf because I don't play nearly enough golf these days. Why don't you
pick up SIGs first? Why don't you go do the
SIG? The long darts?
Yeah, do those and go Palmel non-filtered.
Oh God, I'm gonna throw up out there.
See what that's like.
How many SIGs do I need, like for a round?
6 SIGs per 9.
I can probably count on 2 hands the amount of cigarettes I've smoked in my life. So I'm.
You would be down and out. You're talking about feeling horrible.
Yeah, but I got to try it. Whatever helps the golf game, dude. If I'm ripping heaters and I'm shooting 87s, which is really good for me, then I'll keep ripping heaters. That's fine. Some people smoke cigs when they drink. I'll smoke cigs when I golf. That'll be my bit.
I have never. I tell you what. One thing is, I have guys that will dip every once in a while. I have some that have been off the dip for years and years and years and never to go back. But I've never had a consistent golf buddies that smoked. I mean, I'm not even around a lot of people. I don't even know anybody that smokes anymore.
People don't smoke nearly as often as they used to.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah, I've got a couple of friends who smoke cigs. But
now, if they go out at night and have a few cocktails out on the town, they probably hell. But can you smoke in any place anymore?
No.
Somebody will slap you if you.
Well, there's a couple of smoking bars that still exist in Austin, but for the most part, you've got to just go outside. You can go to a patio, or you just walk out into the parking lot and smoke and come back in.
Yeah, I always love those places. That's when the person that you're sitting at the bar, you don't smoke, but they stand a sip aside and they said, "Hey, do you mind if I smoke?" And that's when I turned to them and I said, Yes, I do mind. Even
What
though
would
it's
they
a
say?
smoking bar, I say to them, anybody that asks me, do you mind if I smoke? I tell them, yeah, I don't want that smell and I don't want that shit on my clothes. How about you going outside? I know it's a smoking bar now. You can smoke. That's your prerogative. But if you ask me the question, do you mind if I smoke? I
Yeah.
tell them the truth. I say, yeah, I mind if you smoke. I don't want that smoke on me.
Hmm.
So if there's another place you can go, that's fine. But this is your life. If you smoke, I'm sitting here at your bar and you're allowed to smoke, you go ahead. But don't ask me that dumbass question because you're going to get that real answer from me.
Did anyone get mad at you for saying that?
No, I just told them the truth. I said, yeah, I
Did,
mind if you smoke. I don't want it on my clothes. I don't
yeah.
want it up my nose. I don't want it in my lungs. Yeah, I do mind. But
Did anyone just like light up? You're like, no, I do mind if you smoke. And then they're like, oh, I don't care. And they just lit up right next to you.
no, most of the people that I say that to will go away from me and still smoke at the bar somewhere, but they'll move over. But they asked me the question first. They were nice enough to ask me. They didn't have to because it's a smoking bar.
Sure.
That's my fault if I'm in a smoking bar. But if they ask me the question, dude, I give them the real deal answer. No, I don't want that shit on my clothes. I can't get it out. It seems like it stays there forever, and I don't want to smell like smoke. So you got another question you want to ask me? Do I want to hit the lottery? Yeah, I do. I'll tell them that too.
21 questions out here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Next time we golf together, I'll make sure to sit in a separate golf cart so you don't get the cigarette
fire
smell.
that baby up while you fire them up.
I'm just inhaling lung darts out there.
Oh my goodness.
Mountain Dew. I got to try. Yeah, all these things. I'm going to try one by one, and it'll be like a kid's science fair project, but for adults.
Sick. The only thing you're going to like is that hot dog with mustard and relish and onions.
Now, I could down a few dogs on the course for sure. But
I've never done that. I've never. Yeah. Back in the day at Muni, I would do that. Muni courses, I'd say, yeah, I got to have a hot dog ready when I hit the corner. That's it.
I like that thought. All right. Any of these weed? Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not good. I don't function very. I don't do that often in my life. But that golf course is not the place. I try to focus there. I can't be like out in the space. That's for fishing trips.
There you go. Sleep camp. Yeah, I've smoked and golfed a couple of times, and it hasn't gone too well.
It doesn't. It doesn't work. It doesn't work well. For some, it does because
for some it does. Yeah.
Some people they wake up to it and go to sleep to it, and that's a part of their life. I can't. I don't function well that way.
Well, some people can, do work highs, and people write papers and take exams high. I mean, it's just it's crazy to me.
Well, one thing, I'm an alcoholic, so I've functioned very well for a lot of years. With 5 shots of Jack Daniels and then getting on the radio with like 3 or 4 Bud Light chasers, and nobody could tell anything. You couldn't tell any difference. Yeah. Whether I had any drinks, one drink, you couldn't. I did a pretty good job of masquerading that for a lot of years of my life. So
you could smell it, I'm sure, but I don't know. I didn't know you back then, so I can't confirm nor deny your statement.
A lot of folks have seen me down a lot and just continue on my way. Yeah. Not that there's anything great about that. I didn't win any awards for being a drunk,
Thank God those days are behind you.
Yes,
indeed. Up on 24 years, right?
Coming up in August.
That's awesome, my man. That is awesome. All right, NBA playoffs last night, Buck.
Oh,
Speaking of awesome, how about that performance? What a game. By the way, if you're just a neutral party, you didn't care who won last night. You were treated to a hell of a basketball game that was really back and forth for all 48 minutes. I mean, Minnesota led for most of the first 3 quarters, but Dallas stayed within arm's length, right? It never felt like the game was out of control either way. Dallas goes on that big, I think it was a 13-0 run late in the 3rd quarter. They go from down 5 to up 8, and it's like, oh, maybe the Mavs are in control. But then the Wolves respond. They go on a 10-0 run of their own. And then, the last 5 or 6 minutes was just back and forth. Ultimately, the Mavs do enough late, and they win by a final of 108 to 105. The first ever Game 1 victory in the Jason Kidd era. He was 0-5 as the Mavs head coach in series openers. Finally gets that monkey off of his back. And the Mavs have stolen home court, Buck, with an impressive, gritty 3-point victory in Minneapolis.
Yeah, Luke and Kyrie, the tale of 2 halves. Kyrie was unbelievable in the first half. That guy came out and he wanted the ball. I don't know if Edwards said something to him. It sounds like he's listened to all the trash talk. Kyrie says some weird stuff, but he's not much of a real trash talker. But he's listening. You can believe that. If you're talking smack that he's an old man, and he still can't hang the way he used to. I wouldn't do that to that dude because he fired up a bunch of shots last night. He wasn't shooting like that, and for the other series. He wasn't about trying to score a lot of points. He was trying to win games between him and Luka, trying to figure out what's the balance. But boy, he came out in the first half and he wanted the ball. And in the second half, Luka finished it. Kyrie started it and Luka finished it. And it was quite a show by both those guys, by that team last night. It really was.
It's well said, Buck, because Kyrie Irving had 24 of his 30 in the first half. I mean, he kept the Mavs in the game, right? Minnesota had the energy playing in front of their home fans. They were hot from three early on. And if it wasn't for Kyrie doing what he did in those first two quarters, then the Mavs would have been blown out last night. But Kyrie kept him in it. He was great. And going back to the trash talk, I thought it was weird. During the on-court interview after Game 7, right, where Minnesota went into Denver and came back to beat the Nuggets, they interviewed Anthony Edwards on TNT. And he told the world, he's like, I'm going to be guarding Kyrie. And that's weird from like a strategic standpoint. Like, I don't know if the coach is like, don't tell him what our plan is, even though people probably could have figured that out. But still, don't tell the world, like, this is the matchup we're going to employ here. But also, Kyrie probably is like, okay, all right, this guy, like, he thinks he can lock me up. Like, he's calling me out right now. He thinks he could shut me down the way he just shut down Jamal Murray in the second half of this game. I'm going to show him that, no, I'm better than Jamal Murray. I'm pretty damn good myself.
Kyrie you're talking about a guy who finished last night at the rim. That dude was going down the lane. He understood that I think he understood that Minnesota was in a Game 7, and they looked a little weary. And so he said, you know what? He said, you know what? I'll take these guys in the paint. I'm still good enough to finish at the rim, and he did last night. He finished, and I don't think they were expecting it. I think they were expecting him to take a bunch of jump shots, a bunch of three-point shots, but he showed he's still got handles, and he'll go in there, and he's physical enough. If you don't guard him, he'll go in there with the bigs too. And he did that last night. That kind of surprised me too. But I think he noticed that group looked a little tired in Game 1.
Yeah, and that's, if you're a Minnesota fan, like, it's understandable that they would look a little tired in Game 1, right? After that grueling 7-game series against the defending champs that had a million twists and turns like an M. Night Shyamalan movie. But Anthony Edwards, after the game, speaking of stuff Anthony Edwards said after games, he said, we're tired. Yeah. And, like, I don't want my 22-year-old saying that after Game 1. I don't want my 42-year-old saying that after Game 1. But, like, this is a long series. They play every other day. There's no 2 days off in between any set of games in this series. And even though, Minnesota maybe was a little tired. Dallas was quicker to the loose balls last night. There's no doubt about it. That's a bad thing to hear if you're a fan of Minnesota, that the players are tired after one game.
I mean, he's a young player that talks a lot right now, and he's giving away too many secrets by his words. He should go. He's so good that he should just go play. He doesn't have to say a word to anybody on the court except for play his game. And, you're going to have a little bit of jaw in there, but I think he takes it to another level that's just kind of dumb right now. And he's a young guy, and he'll get past all that stuff right there because he's so talented. But as of now, it looks like an inexperienced team that, in Minnesota that hasn't been there. And they're the guys are just talking too much. Just go play. But I'm not giving up. I'm not letting you know that I'm tired. Why let them know? Your team looked a little bit tired, and that, I mean, kind of to be expected. 7 games and playing against the champs and getting leaned on and having to win a big series like that. But don't let the Mavs know that, because Luka was limping around for a series himself. Don't give that guy any energy. Why do you want to give
bleeding last night? Luka was bleeding last night out of that leg sleeve that he wears.
Yeah, don't let that guy know that your group is tired, because he's been playing hurt. And if you give him any energy, then that's asking for a problem. And that's what happened in the second half. He took over the game in the second half, and said, hey, listen, I'll finish this thing. But, boy, he and Kyrie, they have found a way to play together. That is quite a duo right there right now in the NBA.
No doubt. Yeah, Kyrie 24 in the first half. Luka had 33 for the game. 15 of those 33 came in the fourth quarter. He was 5 of 8, hit a couple of threes, had a great defensive play, too. It looked like the Wolves had an easy alley-oop, and Luka Doncic got up there and broke it up to force a turnover.
That wasn't high enough. That wasn't even close to high enough. Plus, you weren't going to get it because, Luke, you couldn't get the ball high enough in that where he was in that position. He did a great job defending that.
keep saying Luka doesn't play defense. Like, no one's going to confuse him for Michael Jordan on that end of the floor, but he is a solid defender when he locks down and when he needs to
he's
be.
got a big old body. He can get in the way.
Sure.
I mean, he gets in the way, and he's not just some scrub. That guy's a pretty good athlete, and
I know he looks like he's not, right. He almost looks like he's moving in slow motion out there. But you don't get 5 first-team All-NBA nominations before you're 20 if you're not any sort of athlete.
Absolutely,
like, the guy is a good athlete, and yeah, he's been one of the highest-graded on-ball defenders in these playoffs this year.
He's got a lot in him. He's got a lot of Oscar Robertson and a big type of Jerry West dude where he can shoot. I mean, he can guard. He can dribble. He's got handles. So he reminds me of a big Jerry West. I mean, and it reminds me of Oscar a lot of Oscar with his fadeaway and stuff. I mean, he's fabulous, and he's a much better defender when he's healthy. He can defend when he really wants to.
Right. I'm with you, man. He was great down the stretch on both ends of the floor. P.J. Washington hit another big 3.
Oh, yeah.
Hit a big one in Game 6 against Oklahoma City to help the Mavs close out the Thunder. Hit a big one to help the Mavs close out Game 1 last night.
They got nice role players, BK. They got really some nice role players.
Yeah, I think the keys, I mean, obviously Luka and Kyrie did their thing, and they both went for 30+, and if they do that, the Mavs are going to be tough to beat. But the big guys, Derek Lively, the rookie, who we talked a lot about during the OKC series, and also Daniel Gafford, one of the trade deadline pieces that the Mavs picked up. Those guys, 9 of 13 combined, 19 points, 20 rebounds. They kept Karl Anthony Towns in check on defense. Like that, those guys were great. You talk about the role players and the depth that Dallas has.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys were the biggest X factors for the Mavs last night. Their efforts should not go unnoticed. They were awesome.
No, they didn't steal that game. They took that game. They took it in the first half, and they took it in the second half. That wasn't a game given away by Minnesota. Minnesota played hard. They're tired. And I wouldn't tell anybody, but they decided that they thought telling people that they were tired was a good thing. I don't think you tell that to a team that really wants it, like Luka and Kyrie want to prove something to people. I think you tell them that, okay, they'll make sure, okay, good. They're telling us they're tired. So let's take advantage of them. Let's take them down in the paint, see if they can handle us in the paint. And they couldn't handle Kyrie. That was I've seen Kyrie finish. I mean, he was one of the great little finishers in basketball of all time. But I didn't know he could. I didn't know he still had that kind of finish in him. And boy, did he finish last night. Wow.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
He's a little man.
Little finisher, huh?
Oh, yeah. He finished.
That's like 8 inches taller than you, man.
He look like Nate Archibald.
Oh, tiny?
Tiny. He looked like Tiny. Tiny was a finisher for a little guy.
Yeah, but Kyrie Irving's taller than Tiny.
Well, I know that. I mean, Tiny's tiny. Tiny's like
tiny.
He's like Iverson tiny.
I think Kyrie's 6'2". I just looked it up, and I got 1.88 M. The hell is that? That's because I'm in a different country, I guess. I don't get normal stuff. What is it, meters?
Probably meters,
We're measuring people in meters down here?
Yeah, well, that's how they do that in the Republic of Costa Rica.
Tiny Archibald's 1.85 M's. I don't know what that means. Why don't they do – what's going on down here, man? I don't get it.
Any ball players there?
I haven't seen any yet.
Just a bunch of beach bums?
Just a bunch of – well, it's all us where we are. So, yeah, a lot of beach bums here. I think the most impressive part of the Mavs' victory last night, Buck, the Mavs were outscored by 36 points from three-point land. The Wolves hit 18 threes. The Mavs hit 6. Dallas was 6 of 25. Usually this league is live and die by the 3 nowadays. And if you make your threes, you're going to win. If you don't make your threes, you're going to lose. That's usually how it works. And the Mavs could not buy one from distance last night. And Minnesota, 18 threes. That's a lot. And then despite being outscored by 36 from deep, the Mavs found a way to, like you said, earn it. It wasn't cheated. They were the better team last night. They took that game over down the stretch. They made the winning plays in clutch time, and they get the win. They were great down low. That was the difference. The Mavs dominated the painted area last night. And a fun one for Dallas. Now they've got home court. We'll see if they can go up 2-0 tomorrow night. But, the goal for a road team, Buck, is always just steal a game on the road. Come back home 1-1, take care of your home floor, then you're in the driver's seat. The Mavs did what they needed to do. And that's a good sign and a good thing for them for
Yeah,
sure.
and Minnesota's okay. I mean, they should feel all right. They should just quit talking and start playing.
Yeah,
Go
it's
get
weird.
some
Like
rest. Go get
it's
some
weird.
rest.
Anthony Edwards, there's a difference between talking on the floor and talking to the media, right? Like Anthony Edwards should keep talking on the court because I think that motivates him to play as good as
Absolutely.
he is. And the guy's a monster. Maybe some things to not say to the media, maybe some things to keep in house. Like we talked, Oklahoma City was so immature.
Yes.
And I think that's kind of what did them in. But Oklahoma City is one of the youngest teams in the league. Like Minnesota, it feels like it's just kind of one guy who's doing this stuff. Like,
right.
Gobert and Towns and Conley, those guys have been around the block. Conley's been around the block 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, they're not going to say anything. They're just
doesn't feel like it's a whole team thing like it was with Oklahoma City. It just kind of feels like it's an Ant-Man thing right now. And I get it. He's a stud. He's the best player on that team. So people are going to put a lot of stock into what he says. But, yeah, maybe that's something he learns, or maybe he keeps doing it and the Wolves win this year. Yeah, I don't know.
Just play. You're good enough to just play. You don't have to say a word.
Yeah, and I think one last thing on this game. I think Luka might have been a little extra motivated last night because there was a ranking of the best players in the NBA under the age of 25 that came out yesterday from The Ringer, which was a pretty highly respected basketball outlet.
Until yesterday.
And Luka Doncic was 4th on that list. They had Victor Wembanyama 1, Ant Edwards 2, SGA 3, and Luka Doncic 4th.
Why wouldn't he be number 2?
Why wouldn't he be number 1? He's been a first-team All-NBA player 5 years in a row before turning 25. That's more than all 3 of the guys in front of him combined.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Like, Wemby's a stud.
Wemby is 1 because they want to make him 1.
Right. Like, Wemby's going to be awesome. He already is awesome. Don't get me wrong. But, like, this is not a who would you want to start your franchise with. This is top players under 25. And even if it was who you want to start your franchise with, Luka might be the answer right now. But to put Wemby and Anthony Edwards and SGA, Luka just knocked SGA out of the playoffs. To put all 3 of those guys ahead of Luka, like, what are we doing here? NBA, The Ringer, what's going on?
The Ringer just lost its credibility.
Yeah, that's a bad bit there. So my guess is Luka saw that and was like, yeah, okay. Number 4, you got that guy, Edwards, better than me. What has that dude done? Mr. Second team All-NBA once. I'm 5-time first team All-League. I'm a little better than that guy. So we'll take it. Take all the bulletin board material you can get because that works out for a lot of these athletes. I think it provided a little extra spark for 77 last night.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know if they run this group out of the gym and get to the finals. I think there's still a long way to go in this series.
Oh, sure.
Well, for Minnesota, they better not lose game 2.
Yeah. It's like must win is an overused phrase.
They better not be tired.
Yeah, but you don't want to go down 0-2 going back to Dallas.
Absolutely not.
You never know. Like last series with what happened against Denver, I don't think this series, any series against Minnesota is over, right? Like they took those first 2 games and it was like, oh, Minnesota's going to win this thing. And then Denver wins the next 3. And it's like, oh, Denver's going to win this thing. And then all of a sudden Minnesota goes back and takes that game 7 in the Mile High City. So I wouldn't count out Minneapolis after 1 game. Hell, Minneapolis. I wouldn't count out Minnesota after 1 game.
No.
I wouldn't count them out even if it did go 2-0. But obviously they would not like their chances if.
No, I would count them out if they go down 2-0. Yeah, because mentally they'll be shot then too because they're so young and so silly. Mentally they won't be. They'll win another game out of that. They may end up losing the rest of them. They may get 1 win out of the whole deal.
I'd be surprised if that happened, but I'm rooting for it as a biased Dallas fan. So game 2 tomorrow night back in the Twin Cities. The Mavs trying to go up 2-0. Of course, Minnesota trying to even things up at a game apiece. All right, Buck, before we we got a big NCAA vote that just went down yesterday.
Yeah, I need my money. I need my money. That's what I need.
Well, we'll get to the details and whether or not you will get your money.
There you go.
The money that you're claiming is your money. I don't know if I agree with you there. But before that, how about a shout out?
Our good friends over at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized patient orthopedic care, folks, contact our friends and, of course, the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Our physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, of course, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and Dr. Christopher Danny and Dr. Christopher Stockton, both dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you back into good health and a great quality of life, folks, that you deserve. Once again, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. You brought up Altstadt beer earlier, saying some of the
man.
Texas cheaters were down at some Altstats on the course yesterday. It's the perfect beer to drink when you're golfing. If you're not golfing, it's still the perfect beer to drink. If you're grilling out, if you're by the pool, if you're by the lake, if you're on vacation like me, or if you're staying at home, avoiding the heat, enjoying the air conditioning, Altstadt beer, perfect for any occasion. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. You got to try them all. I promise you there's going to be one for you. One sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. You can find it at HEB, 34 Wine and Spirits, any grocery store, any liquor store, and, of course, your favorite bars and restaurants all throughout the Lone Star State. More and more of them are carrying Altstadt beer every single day with damn good reason, because it is a damn good beer. It is Altstadt beer, no impurities, no regrets. And don't forget, this Saturday from 11 to 3 out at Goodstock in Round Rock, there will be an Altstadt beer sampling. That's right. So you can get some samples of the greatness that is Altstadt beer.
And some meat.
Also pick up some meat from the best butcher shop in Central Texas out at Goodstock, right by the Dell Diamond off of Highway 79 in Round Rock. This Saturday, 11 to 3, the Altstadt beer tasting / sampling / demo / I'm not sure what the hell I'm supposed to call it, but they'll have some beer and they'll have some great food for you. And what more could you ask for?
Yeah, I got to find out there, Goodstock. You know, during Easter, I got an incredible ham there, and that ham lasted forever. I don't know if the ham is seasonal, but I got to ask Perry, do they carry that ham during the course? Like summertime, you know, this is a big meat eating weekend coming in. The meat eaters will be out this weekend. They'll be on the grill. You don't have to grill a ham, but you can smoke a ham still, correct?
Yeah, you're asking a Jewish guy about ham. I don't know much about it. My rabbi doesn't let me.
He doesn't let you smoke it, but he had never stopped you from eating it. You found ways to get a piece of that pork.
Yeah, well, the pork I eat. I'm not a big ham guy, but bacon's pretty good. I feel like if Moses could have gotten his hands on a bacon cheeseburger from Jack Allen's, he would have been like, "Yeah, to hell with this coach or stuff. I'm out."
Forget it. I'm having this with a little cheese on the side of that. Yeah, I got to find out if Perry's got a ham over there available for, because I love the ham I got.
There you go.
It was not that expensive, and it was delicious, and it lasts a long time because I'm a ham sandwich eating fool. Plus, I love ham and eggs.
Oh, yeah, that's what you get at the Waffle House, right? The bone-in ham with the eggs.
Bone-in ham. No. I go to Waffle House because I want the pancakes.
No, they don't sell those there. You can get your ass kicked if you
I
ask
still
for
haven't
pancakes.
done that bit. I haven't done that bit, but I'm going to do that bit.
You're going to go in there, ask for pancakes, and you're going to say, "Can I bone a ham also?"
And they're going to – somebody's pulling out a piece on me there, you know?
Yeah, it'll be like that Houston Jack in the Box video that we've shown a few times.
No.
Let's see if I have it. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is one of our favorites at the old Jack in the Box drive-through window a couple of years ago.
There she is, Clarice. She's going to reach back underneath her folds, pull out that piece. There she did. Now she's coming back. You think you're funny? Hey, funny guy. I got some right here for you.
Yeah, you think this is funny?
Yeah.
Boom.
You can't shoot at the car. There may be a kid in the back seat there, Clarice.
Now, I don't know all of the rules of Jack in the Box, but my guess is one of the rules is you can't shoot guns at any of the customers.
No matter what they do, right?
I don't think we can accept that here. I could be wrong. I never worked at Jack in the Box, but I don't think you could do that.
Throw fries back at the employees.
Well, you think the guy asked for like a McFlurry or a McDouble? You just used like a McDonald's term and it pissed off the Jack in the Box worker?
She was not happy. She pulled a piece out and actually shot at them.
Oh,
don't worry about the kids in the back seat. Hey, don't worry about the kids they're sitting in the back seat in their car seats, right? Lady. You know what? Don't throw fries at me. I won't shoot your kids.
Yeah, that's a fair trade, right? Someone throws fries at you, you can just pull out a gun and start firing away.
And kill their kids. That seems like a fair trade, huh?
Hey, I slaved over these fries, okay? And now you're throwing them at me?
What about the woman that worked with her? Was she worried about working with her again? That lady did get fired, right? Or did she become manager?
I believe she got fired and also arrested. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's make sure that happened.
Oh, we got a little inflatable pool
Who's that
lounge
old
chairs.
60-year-old man in the background walking around?
It's your guy Javier.
In
That's where he
Costa
is
Rica?
now. Yeah, that's where he is now. You've been looking for him for a while, but
Jeez.
he turned up down here. Oh, man. Shout out to all of our great sponsors, and also some love to Jack Allen's Kitchen. We mentioned fantastic burgers, the chicken fried steak, the chicken fried stickin'. Chicken fried stickin'. I don't know what that is. Chicken fried chicken is something that I do know, and I do know it's very good at Jack Allen's Kitchen. The great salads, of course, the house-made pimento cheese that you'll get every time you take a seat at a table. They've got great food. They've got great beer, great cocktails, great service, just an overall great dining experience every time you walk into one of the 5 Austin area Jack Allen's Kitchen locations. They're going to treat you right. They're going to treat you like family, and you're going to enjoy yourself every time you head over to Jack Allen's Kitchen.
Wonderful folks there.
Buck, you say you want some money.
Yes.
You're going JG Wentworth on this thing. It's my money, and I need it now. Well, I don't think you're going to
877 cash now.
8. Good memory there. I didn't know you knew that one.
Dude, I hear that a million times. I watch Court TV, so I get 877 cash now about 20 times a day.
The opera singers.
Oh, jeez.
Have a structured
between
settlement.
that now and the pets, can we save our pets? I'm like,
Oh, you get what, like the $10 a month donations to keep
I
the
want the
pets alive?
T-shirts. Yeah, man. You know, I do St. Jude's Hospital. I am a
You do
donor
the hospital.
to St. Jude's Hospital. Yes, I give donations to St. Jude's Hospital.
Very good.
You know, where kids go for cancer and don't pay a cent. I'm a donor of that a couple times a year.
Yeah,
for sure. But for the pets, animal APSC, what do they call the APSCR or whatever it's called? ALRCA or something.
The ALS disease. No, the ASPCA, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not. I want the T-shirt, but I just don't want to pay the $19 a month.
You don't like pets? You're an animal cruelty guy?
No, I got pets. I'm taking care of the animals.
I'll tell you what, those commercials make you feel like a real piece of shit, don't they?
It makes me cry when I see the little dog crying. It brings tears to my eyes.
Yeah.
My wife hates them. Joyce hates those. I mean, she goes,
"Oh, they're so sad." And it's like if you don't need to be donating.
Use the voice where the lady's breaking up, almost crying, trying to talk.
Yeah,
does that on purpose. That hits home. That's no good.
You just don't need it. It's like the $20 a month. That's a good amount of money to spend on that. And if you don't do it though, you feel like just a total a-hole because they really pull at the heartstrings with those commercials.
I would just tell the kid, you can keep the adorable blanket. I'm still sending the money, a couple times a year, but you can keep the blankets. Marlo Thomas can keep her T-shirt. I don't know, thanks. I got enough T-shirts.
Marlo Thomas. Oh man,
I remember Danny Thomas back in the day doing those.
There you go. Good memory.
Hospital. Yes, St. Jude's Hospital. I mean, I think St. Jude's Hospital does incredible work. I don't know how that's done, but I don't know how they survive. And I know there's people that have an awful lot of money to give a lot to them. And I'm pretty sure the doctors and nurses and people that are a part of that hospital do a lot of things for free. But I don't know how they survive, but they've been surviving an awful long time. They do some great things for kids with cancer.
They do. And you are a big part of that by donating.
I'm a part.
We'll take it. All right, JG Wentworth. So potential monumental changes coming to college sports.
Speaking of getting my money back right now.
Yeah, we'll see. The NCAA's Board of Governors voted yesterday to agree to settlement terms in the House versus NCAA and related antitrust cases.
Okay.
Joining 3 power conferences and moving forward with a historic change for the way college sports are operated. So the Big 12 and the ACC both voted to accept settlement terms on Tuesday. The Big 10 joined on Wednesday. The SEC and the Pac-12 are the other 2 defendants in the lawsuit. They are expected later this week. And the NCAA board last night voted in favor of this. So here's what's going on here. I'll try to put this in more layman's terms. The settlement terms,
Love that word settlement.
Okay, there we go. Are we back? Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
Love that word settlement.
I think I froze for a second. So the settlement terms state that the NCAA will provide more than $2.7 billion to former athletes.
Yes.
For back damages related to name, image and likeness restrictions.
They say back damages. Back that's BACK. That's right.
To former athletes, and they're going to pay this $2.7 billion out over the next decade. So,
how much do I get? How much will I retain from 73?
That's when you played college football?
Yes.
I don't know if they're going that far back to.
What about my back? The back.
What about your back? You've got that anal bead to help your back problem.
No.
That giant thing.
That big ball, yes.
That big ball that you.
I used it this morning. But they owe me some cash. I've got a bad back because of playing football in 73 to 78. 5 years, that's right.
Yeah.
There's some restitution. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If they've got that kind of money, $2 billion?
2.7.
All I'm asking for is $5,000.
Yeah. Well, okay. I don't think you're getting that, but maybe there's, they have those commercials like if you were
those lawsuits, they go back.
Yeah, if you were an attendee of Camp Lejeune.
Yeah, if you
back
hey,
between
by the way,
1978 and 1983, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
I grew up in Greensboro, North Carolina. I was not far from Camp Lejeune when they had all that bad water. That hits my mind thinking, am I part of that settlement living in Greensboro? I'm not far from Camp Lejeune back in the day. I don't know if you were
close enough for that. Did you ever call that number to find out?
No, but I'm going to now that you said it. Now that I get my NCAA settlement.
I don't know if that lawsuit's still open. You might have missed the boat for Camp Lejeune.
Oh no, it's still hanging. I still see it every once in a while. It's the same one with the pets and
what happened out there at Camp Lejeune? The water was bad and people started growing like third eyes or third leg. Whoa. Or, like 6 fingers. I mean, what was going on?
I don't know. They had some bad water, particles in the water that get down to Greensboro and got to me. So
yeah,
part of my bad back settlement right now.
That explains some things, huh? That explains why you turned out the way that you did. You were drinking Camp Lejeune water back in the day.
Back in the day, yes.
Oh, man. So the good news, by settling, this could have been worse for the NCAA because if they did go to trial, they could have been on the hook for damages in excess of $4 billion if they lost.
Wow.
And the NCAA has not done well in recent court cases. So probably for the best that they found a way to agree to terms on a settlement. You don't have to deal with the litigation. You don't have to deal with legal fees, and the NCAA saves itself some money. But that's part of the story. But the big story moving forward, right, is the conferences, at least 3 of the 5, Power 5 to this point, and the Pac-12 is still a part of this, even though the Pac-12 basically no longer exists. But the conferences also agreed to create a forward-looking system that will allow schools to pay roughly $20 million per year in permissive revenue sharing to athletes, which, I mean, NIL, sort of an unprecedented paradigm shift in college sports. But this is like, oh, no, the schools themselves and the NCAA is actually going to be paying these student athletes. And it's not just boosters. It's not just you create the Texas One Fund or the 12th Man Foundation or things like such as, to quote Miss Teen South Carolina. This is like, no, revenue sharing. The money that the NCAA and the schools bring in will now start to go, some of it will start to go to the college athletes.
Once again, this could have been avoided a long time ago. If they'd have done this first, there probably wouldn't have been any NIL.
Yeah. There was a time, and Chip talks about this all the time. By the way, Chip and Zay from 1 to 3 every weekday. There was a time where the NCAA had the option to just pay its student athletes $5,000. Like everybody gets $5,000, and that's all they had to do. And that's chump change for how much the NC2A and these conferences and these schools were bringing in. But the NCAA trying to keep the facade of amateurism alive and trying to be greedy, keep all that money for themselves. They're like, nope, we're not doing that. We're good. And it backfired. Now, I don't know if they could.
Yeah, BK, they were at a point where they could have just, for student athletes that played sports, if they would have twice a year brought their families in, their parents, to come and watch them play, put them up at a hotel, pay for their weekend, the athletes would have been, this would have, and then you would have gotten away with this for more and more years. I mean, they could have gone another 20 years. They wanted the simple things like, my family can't go. I'm going to school here. I'm in Boston. I'm from California. I went to school here. Can you fly my parents in twice a year so they can see me play? The student athletes would have been, oh yeah, that was great. Can you just do that for us? And they were like, hell no.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that. I mean, just
No, they
some
wouldn't even.
sort of. And look, maybe it would have gotten to a point where what's happening now still would have happened, right? Like the Caleb Williamses of the world, the Quinn Ewerses of the world would have been
Sure.
like, $5,000. Like, I'm not making as much as the worst person on the tennis team. Sorry, like I'm Quinn Ewers. I'm a massive deal.
No, I would
So
have caught up to him eventually. You're right.
eventually it would have caught up, but I don't think it would have gone down this fast, and I don't think the NCAA would have had this much egg on their face if they were just willing to give up $5,000. Once again, that is nothing for what the NC2A was bringing in and still is bringing in, and them not doing that might lead to the downfall of the NCAA. Like we're all
Sure.
talking about, do we need the NCAA anymore? And college football especially is like, should we break off from the NCAA and just do our own thing? All
Let them
sorts
have
of people.
basketball.
Yeah, all sorts of. And then basketball will probably be like, we can do our own. Like, I don't know if we even need the NCAA. You could just do the professional model because these aren't student athletes anymore.
No.
Like with NIL, it's already felt professional, but now we're talking about like they are getting paid by the league and by the universities. They are employees now, and they should be treated that way moving forward. And that's obviously, you've got student athletes across the country suing to try to be considered employees of the university so they can get money and they can get benefits and all of the things that every other university employee who brings in money for the school gets. But yeah, I mean, look at the pro sports. Like there's no governing body that has all of the sports leagues under one. Like football, the NFL's got a commissioner, the NBA's got a commissioner, NHL, MLB, so on and so forth. Hypothetically, college sports could do that too, especially for all of the major ones if they wanted to, and that might be where we're headed if the NCAA just continues to have its head in its you-know-what.
Well, buck on to them for getting their head out of there you-know-what. They didn't have a choice, and they're doing it. Now they've got a bunch of payoffs that they have to do in settlements. So as Texas gets ready to go into one of the most lucrative deals in the world, and one of the most lucrative companies in the world, it's good to see the NCAA say, you know what? All these different groups are now starting to come together. We better pay out while we can pay out, while we have this money. Or when they start telling us we no longer in existence and we won't be going to Colorado to our wonderful meetings and skiing and having fun anymore, that's a problem. So they're going to pay that out. As you said, they're going to pay out a lot of money, but it could be a lot worse.
Yeah, and for you personally, Buck, I mean, sources are saying it'll take at least 6 months for the final details to get worked out here. So I don't think you're
I waited a long time since 73 or 78 because they weren't going to give me anything to start. It's just a wear and tear on my body for 5 years.
Okay, so you can wait 6 more months?
I can.
For your piece of the pie?
I just asked for, what did I say, $5,000?
$5,000.
That's all.
Yeah. You think you were good enough to get $5,000?
Well, shit, yeah, I was.
You think you contributed enough to college athletics to get $5,000 for your services?
Well, if you add on in the coaching part of it too, but I got paid for that, so.
You did get paid for that. Yeah, I don't think you're getting back pay for that.
No.
I'm trying to think like how many student athletes there have been since the 70s in all of the sports.
I mean, but they have to be valuable. They have to be a commodity. I was a commodity.
Yeah. What, a 5'7", 140-pound lead blocker?
Yeah, there weren't a lot of those.
there weren't.
Running in the full house down at the goal line. Not a lot of full house plays any longer either.
No, that is true. So there you go. We'll see what that means for the future of college sports. But this is big for the student athletes who are trying to get treated as employees. Revenue sharing could be coming very, very soon for student athletes in every sport. And with the NCAA, they'll probably keep it pretty even, right? Obviously, NIL is skewed more towards the bigger athletes and the bigger sports. Those guys and gals can make more money.
Right.
With the NCAA, you'd think they'd keep it fair, but hey, this is more money going into the pockets of student athletes, and I'm okay with that. They're the reason we watch. I don't watch for anything else besides the players themselves. So they deserved a piece of the pie for a long time, and it's good that they are getting their fair share.
Yeah, I mean, when the right thing is looking you right in the face, and everybody around you is making money, but the product, it's going to come back to get you eventually.
Yep, that's what's happening.
That's what happens.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328.
And just think, for a long, long time, BK, I just thought a college education is plenty for what athletes did, until I just kept seeing coaches that would go from one place to the next for more money. And I was like, that's not fair.
Right. Yeah, the coaches bringing in as much as they brought in. The universities bringing in as much as they brought in. And it's not to say they don't deserve any of it, but, like, you don't go to the game for the university. You don't go to the game for the coaches. You go to the game for the players. Like, that's why these sports happen. They should be making the money. And, in pro sports, the players make way more money than the coaches do. That's probably what it should be in college.
Hey, there's that famous number 11.
And there is an old school picture of the Buck back from his wide receiver days at Boston College. Did you catch this pass?
Of course. I didn't drop any passes, BK. I had one fumble in my football life. One fumble ever.
Did you lose it?
Yes, and I cried.
When was this?
Against a Villanova.
Oh, they have football at Villanova?
Yeah, I caught a pass. A guy stripped me. I came to the sideline, and my coach just chewed me out. You know what he chewed me out for? Why are you crying?
You were crying by the time you got to the sideline?
Oh, yeah. I never fumbled before. I never lost a ball before in Pop Warner or anything else.
Wow.
I waited till I got to college as a sophomore to get the first fumble ever in my life. And I didn't know how to handle it.
Were you bawling?
Oh, yeah, I was bawling. You could see the tears.
That's pathetic, dude.
I wasn't pathetic. I was upset. I let the team down.
Was it the fourth quarter in the last minute of the game?
No, we beat the shit out of Villanova.
So why are you crying?
I was upset. Very emotional. I was an emotional player at that time.
Dude, you were so lucky social media wasn't around back then.
Oh no, I'd have been dead man walking.
And you were so lucky, like, cameras weren't filming the Boston College Villanova game.
Plus, I was just a sophomore in college. I looked like I was 28 years old there.
You would have been the crying Jordan meme before the crying Jordan meme.
Don't start these people. That's all they need for you to do is say that.
You're the one who said it. You're the one who told the story, and you're the one who cried.
Yeah, but see that building behind right there, that catch right there?
Yeah.
I had one of my roommates hang me out of the fourth floor by my ankles. Big dude from Washington, D.C.
For what?
Just for the hell of it.
I was like, were you in trouble? Was he mad at you? Was he threatening you?
No, he just thought that it would be funny for people to see me hanging out of the window by my ankles.
Well, did you think it was funny?
From the fourth floor looking straight down at the cement? No, not at all.
Yeah, that's I don't even think that's funny. So,
no, I threw a pair of scissors at him that stuck in the door.
There you go. Not in his head?
No. He shut the door in the little
You did Michael Irvin him?
I know that thing. I aimed and it was high. It was going to be high and tight to his throat.
And you got how close?
I got close. He slammed the door real quick, and the scissors stuck into the door.
No way.
Oh yeah,
it's like a movie right there.
Dude was a maniac. I had some maniac roommates from places
Sounds like they did too.
Yeah, the Bronx and Washington D.C. Yeah, I had goofy people as roommates. Nobody died. Everybody was good.
That's good. That is good. That is a great story. I'd never heard the crying story. There's no crying in football.
Yeah, there's no crying. I'm sorry. I never fumble again.
That's good.
And fumbles were a big part of my coaching deal. Dude, do not give that ball away.
For the next week, were you just walking around campus with a football high and tight pressed against your body?
No, this was in North Dallas 40 or whatever the hell that stupid ass movie was. That's when John Magovic, that's when Ricky had a fumble. And John Magovic said to me, he goes, do you think we should have him walk around campus with a football? I said, no. How about if we not have him play? I think that would be the way to go, Coach. I think walking around campus so that your favorite girl can see you walking around fondling a football is dumb. How about not fumbling again and losing the ball and giving it away to somebody? How about sitting on the bench? I said that would be more devastating than walking around campus. That would make more of a statement.
Yeah, I think it's cool if you're the guy walking around campus.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm like –
everybody knows you're the, star running back on the team.
That was not ever one of my things is to make a kid walk around. And I knew coaches that would do stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Here, I want every time I see you, I need to see you with this ball coming down the hall to the coach's office. I'm like, shit. That ain't that important, then how about not letting them play? How about have somebody else who would take care of the ball play?
That's it. And that worked for you over the
Worked
years.
for me because guys didn't fumble or they didn't play.
I like that. All right, so there's the latest with the NC2A.
Love it.
Before we shift gears here, we got our TBT video to get to.
Nice.
We've got some more sports to talk about and another couple of funny screen shares as well. But before that, Buck, how about another sponsor shout-out?
How about our good friends at, speaking of Relax the Back, I got the support that I needed. You saw me with my vibrating ball there yesterday. Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And folks, my back couldn't be happier. They had 35 years of proven expertise in the business. They've got these great zero gravity recliners over there, Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses, of course. And of course, the great human scale office chairs, desk, and all the accessories that you need. Your mom and dad's desk get to it. Chairs, they get there. It's got to be there by now.
It's there and it's set up and they love it.
Yeah, it's a great chair. They have great chairs that Relax the Back. Folks, they got 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and up north at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Absolutely. Love our friends at Relax the Back. And shout out to AV Consultations. And, hey, we'll let you hear from our man, Tom McKay, and AV Consultations on a Throwback Thursday.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Nice. How's Camilla doing? Is she running around in her diaper?
No, she is not in a diaper. She is 20 years old, so she is beyond diaper age. I'm going to ask her that, and I'm going to tell her that you said that, and I'm sure she'll love it. But no diapers. She was also 8 when that commercial was recorded.
Are you sure?
I don't think she was wearing diapers at that age either.
That's right. She's now making cash with the company. Is that what the deal is?
Indeed. Were you wearing diapers at 20? You were crying, so.
Oh, see, that's not. I should have never come out. I know I should have kept that to myself. I thought for a long, long time only my mother knew about that and my siblings. But now I shared that with the world, and that's how upset I was with losing the ball. Only one in a lifetime. That's pretty good if you played football from Pop Warner on, and you never had a fumble of a football.
Yeah, it's great.
Nobody could ever pry a ball away from you, and some clown pokes it from behind. I didn't mean to say it that way either. No, I didn't get poked from behind.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Poked from behind? What are you alluding to?
From behind.
Okay, I'm just curious though what you were referencing a moment ago, and you said you didn't mean to say it. Like I knew you were talking about football. What were you insinuating there?
No. You would take it a different way when I said they poked it out from behind.
I don't know what way you think I would take it. I want to know.
No, the ball was stripped from behind. How's that?
Okay. Football terms, yeah.
Football terms, yes.
I got you. I'm
poking
following
it out
here.
from behind is a football term also.
Poking it out from behind. Okay. Sure, that sounds very football-like. I'm with you on that.
Very similar to the Backdoor Boys, yes. You got it.
Very, very similar. Shout out to AV Consultations. Love them. And shout out to Capital ENT and Sinus Center.
Feeling good down there?
Feeling great down here, man. Feeling great down here. And a big part of that is because of the balloon sinuplasty procedure I had at Capital ENT and Sinus Center about 7 weeks ago. Easy procedure, man. They put me under. The whole procedure lasted about 20 to 25 minutes and pain-free. The recovery time was very minimal. I was back at work doing shows the next day, and it's helped. I sleep better. I breathe better. I am living better. If you have allergy problems, whether you're in Austin, well, their office is in Austin. So anywhere in Central Texas, if you're dealing with the cedar or the oak or any of the annoying allergens that we have in Central Texas, go see Capital ENT and Sinus Center. Dr. Wasmith, a great dude, a TSU listener, and he will take care of you, whether it's the balloon sinuplasty procedure like I had or something completely different. They might just put you on a medicine that's going to help make your allergy problems a thing of the past. they will find the cure to your nose problems, to your ear problems, to your throat problems, whatever's hurting you. They will take care of you at capitalent.com.
You also take care of your BK 34 Wine and Spirits.
Oh,
Southwest Parkway for this weekend, for Memorial Weekend. And if you're having cookouts and you need all the beverages, and they've got them, including water, and of course, Clean Cause is there too. So, folks, believe me, they got everything that you need. Wines, all your spirits, your Jack Daniels, your Allstat beer, they have it at 34 Wine and Spirits. And if you are having a big group gathering, believe me, they are wholesalers, and they can get it to you, those lovely covert vans that they have.
Yes, indeed. Best liquor store in Central Texas. The only place I go to get my booze. And it's clean. They got great prices. They've got a great selection. And the people are also awesome. You got some jabronis working at some liquor stores around the place. 34 Wine and Spirits.
Checks there. There's no check cashing there.
Yeah. No check cashing.
Unless it's ours.
No laundromats.
No.
None of that other stuff going on there. It's awesome, man. Love that store. All right, I've been nice to you this morning, Buck.
Oh, boy.
Because we are 96 minutes into this program, and
Yes.
I have not brought up the fact that you went down 20,000 more units.
Yeah, I was waiting. I was thinking that was awful kind of 20,000 units last night.
Your biggest play of these playoffs was Minnesota, -4.5 against the Mavs in game one.
You told me you wanted to win. You got your win.
Hey, I'm grateful. I am thanking you for that. I really do appreciate your service, and I hope you pick against Dallas teams the rest of the way, because then I might have 2 championships I'll be celebrating here in the next month or so. But that was your biggest play. You had 15,000 units on the Wolves covering the 4.5. Not only did they not cover, they did not win. And you also had 5,000 units on the NHL game last night. You picked the hometown New York Rangers in game one.
They can't beat the Panthers.
They lost 3-0 to Florida on home ice. So you are now down 62,000 units.
That's a lot.
That is a low water mark for these playoffs. I don't think you were ever that low in football.
No, never. 20-something was as low as I got.
You got to 50. You got at least around 50,000 units below. And I remember you ended up like 60 to 70,000. So you turned it around. So maybe there's still hope, but you were running out of time. Like, you had started your turnaround by this point in the football season. You are getting worse here in the NBA and Stanley Cup playoffs. And I don't know if I have any faith that you can get the people anywhere close to the
What about the Celtics? Do they play tonight?
So you got some opportunities tonight, right? You got 2 games, one in the NBA, one in the NHL. Game 2, Boston at home against Indiana. We all remember what happened in game 1. I got a screen share of the final seconds of regulation in that one that I think you'll find funny. We'll do that in a second. But Boston trying to go up 2-0. They are an 8.5-point favorite tonight, Buck.
Jason Tatum is not going to play as bad as he did, because he could have ended up being the GOAT the other night.
In a bad way.
Yeah, his boy helped him out there with that shot in the corner. I'm taking the Celtics.
Ooh. Okay, how big?
I'll take 5,000 units on them. I'm not going to go too overboard, just 5,000 units.
Well, you need to be making some big plays here to try to get
I'll make it at the end
money.
when it counts. Game 6, Game 7.
All right, so 5,000 units on Boston -8.5. By the way, here's a still shot. We talked about this a lot yesterday. Of course, game 1 of that series was 2 nights ago, so we recapped that on yesterday's program. And here is the still shot of Jaylen Brown hitting that corner 3 at the end of regulation to force overtime, where Boston ultimately won. And, Pascal Siakam, you talked about this a lot. You're like, what was that guy doing with his hands down instead of trying to contest
Was he
that
sticking his
shot?
hands up his ass?
He is wrist deep in his ass.
What is wrong with him?
I don't know what he's searching for down there, but instead of contesting the biggest shot of the game,
His hands are in his pants?
he's got one hand grabbing his right cheek and his other hand, 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink.
I mean, he's like, get your hands out of your pants, dude.
What is he doing
He
here?
wants to make sure that they don't call a foul. No, you should run right through him right there.
Was he worried about a Paul Pierce moment? Did he crap himself and he was covering it up for the cameras?
He's saying, I'm going to shat myself if he makes this jumper, and he did. How about lifting your hands up and blocking that shot?
Yeah, at least try. Right? They should have fouled him before he even took the shot,
Absolutely.
right? That's been established. But, I mean, what are you doing? Like, you can't let this be the picture that everybody sees.
I'm looking now that, hell, it wasn't such a great shot after all. It was a clutch shot, but that wasn't like some difficult shot. That dude didn't even put his hands up.
He was deep digging in his ass instead of contesting. I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah, the Celtics are going to win. Well, I'll take Celtics for 5,000.
Oh, man. Celtics minus 8.5. That's your NBA game. That picture is so freaking funny, and I knew you'd get a kick out of that one.
Wow.
Your hockey game tonight, and here's where I'm worried, because you keep picking these home teams, and the Dallas Stars are at home tonight. Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. The Edmonton Oilers in town in Dallas, taking on the Stars. 6:30 here. I think it's 7:30 back home. We're on Mountain Time here. Very confusing. Any pick on the Stars?
We just
Oilers?
got well for $10,000. The Dallas Stars win.
$10,000 or units?
10,000 units. Yes, they win. Yes, they win game. Yes,
you don't
they win
have
at
to,
home.
You don't have to do this to us.
Yes, it's a win. Don't worry about it. Easy win.
I am worried about it because you can't pick a winner to save your life.
4-1.
4 to a blowout win.
Yes, easy win, blowout.
You're
win.
saying you could take Stars minus 1.5 tonight and you'll be okay.
You'll be just fine.
Yeah, well, congrats to the Oilers on a Game 1 victory, as our guy Jake says.
Oilers are no good.
I honestly think, and look, famous last words here, and any team that makes it this far in the playoffs is very good, and any team that makes it this far in the playoffs thinks they have a chance to win the whole damn thing. But I honestly think Edmonton is the worst of the 3 opponents the Dallas Stars have played in these playoffs, right? They had Vegas in round 1. They won it last year. They had Colorado in round 2. They won it 2 years ago. I think both of those teams are better than Edmonton. Edmonton's got some great players. They've got the best player in the league in Connor McDavid. They've got Leon Draisaitl, who's also a top 5 player in the league. But that team is not as deep. I don't think their goaltending is as good as the 2 teams the Stars have played in these playoffs to this point. So you'd like to think if the Stars can handle business against Vegas and Colorado that they can take care of Edmonton. But,
I'll get 15,000 units for you folks back tonight.
All right, so Celtics and Stars. I'm excited about this matchup in Dallas. The Stars, the deeper team, the better team. They've got the goaltending advantage with Jake Ottinger, and Miro Heiskanen has done a great job against Connor McDavid in his career. And you've got Chris Tanev going up probably against the Draisaitl line. I think the Stars match up well with Edmonton, but they don't play these games on paper. So see what happens on the ice. And if you keep picking the Stars, then I think Edmonton's got a real good shot to pull off an upset here, Bucky.
Nope, good job by me tonight.
Oh, yeah? You're patting yourself on the back already?
Oh, yeah. I'm patting myself before the games even start.
You're saying 15,000 units in the bag.
I don't know if I like that Celtic thing, though. Man, oh, man.
You got 17 minutes to change your pick if you want.
The Celtics, that was they should have lost that game.
Don't forget, they lost game 2 to Miami.
Yes, they did. They lose at home.
They lost game 2 to Cleveland after winning game 1.
They've been burying teams. If Indiana if they got their dauber down now, that's a problem for them. Because Jason Tatum is not going to have the kind of game that he had the other night. I mean, I'm sorry. Didn't he have 36?
Yeah, he was great. He had a good game. He was awful in the fourth quarter. And then in overtime, though, he picked it back up. And he was a huge part of why they ultimately won that game after regulation. So, you've got some time to change your mind if you would like. But Boston, the favorite. And if you get both of those picks right, you will only be down 47,000 units.
Wow. Yes. So, comeback time.
Comeback time starts tonight.
What about my Yankees? Are they coming back? Are they doing okay?
Yeah, your Yankees, best team in the American League right now. Not a great night for the Texas baseball teams. We talked about the Longhorns earlier. Not good for them in Arlington. But the 2 major league clubs took L's last night. The Rangers are terrible. They got boat raced by the Phillies again. The Phillies are the best team in baseball. They've got the best record in the majors right now at 36-14. And they just took it to the Rangers 3 days in a row. I saw a stat. The Rangers' offense has fallen apart. They haven't scored more than 4 runs in 11 straight games.
What?
That's the longest streak for the Rangers since 1988. 11 straight games of 4 runs or less. And the Rangers have been ass for most of that stretch. So when you're talking about going back that far and being that bad, that just tells you everything you need to know about these Rangers bats right now. They are struggling. They're 2 games under 500. The Astros, who are playing much better as of late, they lost to the Angels 2-1 yesterday. Good news for both teams, the division sucks. Like Seattle's in first place. They're 27-23. It's by far the worst record for a division leader in baseball.
Man.
So as awful as the Rangers have been, they're only 3 games out of first place. As much of a struggle as this entire year has been for the Astros, they're only 5 games out of first place. So neither team playing all that great, although the Astros have been better in the last 2 or 3 weeks, but both teams still very much alive in the AL West race. They really need to turn it around to start getting into that wild card conversation because it ain't pretty right now.
I saw Ohtani the other day steal third base. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, that guy's –
Boy, you're talking about a guy who can just time it up.
Yeah. He's awesome. He's awesome. And the Dodgers are awesome. By the way, I think I misspoke. The Rangers and Phillies have one more today. The Phillies are going for the sweep today. The Astros have the day off. They will play Oakland this weekend. But, yeah, your Yankees first place in the American League East. 3 games up over Wags' Baltimore Orioles right now. Yeah, so the Yankees' best record in the AL. Okay.
Yeah, Juan Soto's having quite a year.
He's a hell of a player, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
That was a great get, and he's going to cost a pretty penny to keep around. But the good news for your Yankees is you guys have plenty of pretty pennies to throw.
Absolutely.
So I don't ever worry about that. All right, let's see here. We got a TBT video. You want to do that now?
Let's check it out.
Oh, I forgot. I have one more Costa Rica picture to show you. I showed you a couple at the start of today's show.
Yes.
I got one more. It's about the foliage here. You asked a lot about the, what is it, foliage?
Foliage.
Foliage is the word?
Yes.
And that's like greenery?
Green, and there's some colors thrown in there.
Okay, yeah, I showed you a couple of those
earlier. You got to show me some red. There's got to be some red down there.
There's some red. Oh, no, wrong picture. Sorry about that.
I don't want to see your home videos. Come on.
Yeah, I wish that was me. What do you mean home videos?
Come on.
Does that look like me? Does that look like something that's filmed in my home?
Wow. Oh, that's not foliage. That's package.
Well, you asked for red. It looks like there's some ketchup on that hot dog down there. Yeah, sorry.
Boy.
That's the new Rick rolled. Remember the old Rick Astley bit? They played that Never Gonna Give You Up. This is the new Rick roll. You send somebody that picture. Works every single time. All right. It is Thursday. We've given out some buck-ons and buck-offs. Now we've got a TBT video for the people today. We go back to the spelling bee. You watch the Scripps National Spelling Bee when it comes on?
Every once in a while I'll watch it. And then when they start crying, I turn it off.
When the kids start crying?
Yes.
Well, they're kids. It makes more sense for them to cry in the heat of the moment than it does for you as a college athlete.
Okay.
Cry after losing a fumble.
Just because I was passionate.
40-point win. Well, these kids are passionate too. They've been working their whole lives, these nerds. These losers.
They've been spelling all their lives.
Spelling all of their lives for this moment. So, I'm a big fan of the Scripps family. Not the biggest fan of the spelling bee. Not my favorite sporting event to watch. I don't even know why it's a sport. I don't know why it's on ESPN. That's what I can't figure out. Like, I'm cool with the spelling bee being on TV, but why is that on ESPN? Anyone have an answer for that?
The Hallmark Channel along with the dog show.
There you go. Yeah, Westminster Dog Show.
Oh, yeah. Put that on the Hallmark Channel or something.
Yeah, I think the dog show is more sports than the spelling bee because you got those dogs running around doing those obstacle courses.
No, and the owners having to do all those little reach arounds and stuff. I mean, that's weird.
Reach arounds?
Yeah, you've never seen that when they do that?
I don't want to see your home videos.
They do a little reach
arounds.
They do the undercarriage. They have to do something underneath the undercarriage. I don't know. I don't know what that deal is all about.
I think they're just like feeling fur on the belly. I don't think they're like giving a jack reach around. What are you an old fashioned? What are you watching?
I think you're wrong. I think that they do more than that. They're doing old fashioned reach arounds.
We got to get the government at your door right now. I mean, they better be on their way to take you in.
They're not coming to Dripping Springs. No, there's no
They
reason.
just do the obstacle course, and the trainers, like, they snap their fingers and say, no, go this way, go that way, and they point to where the dogs are supposed to go.
No, then they have little treats in their pockets. Hey, put your hand in my pocket. Yeah,
no,
sure.
They're not putting peanut butter anywhere either.
Wow.
So I don't know how we got there, but anyways, we go to the 2007 Scripps National Spelling Bee, the 80th ever Scripps National Spelling Bee. And this whole video was 2.5 minutes long. We're only playing 53 seconds of it.
Okay.
But it's a little white kid who gets thrown a curveball. And this is an uncomfortable word. And we'll just pick it up in the middle. And I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but it's pretty funny.
Could you repeat the definition?
A king. It's used as a title of the sovereign of Ethiopia, Negus.
He's thinking about it.
Has he said the word?
Negus.
Andrew, would you say the word loudly for the judges?
Negus.
One more time.
Negus.
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 Quit making him say it, lady.
Negus. Negus. Negus.
You got that right.
Yeah, he spelled it right, but his face, he looks so uncomfortable.
Well, the lady tell him, say, repeat that, please.
Yeah, say it again. And he's like shying away from the mic. He's like looking to the side. He's like, am I going to get canceled for this? I don't know if cancel culture existed in 2007, but he's like, is my life over? Am I trying to get got right now? Like, why am I getting this word?
I'm going to get jacked up when I leave this building today.
Oh my gosh! All the
I don't remember seeing that. That's
all the black people in the audience are just like staring him down. It's like that South Park deal where Randy Marsh is on.
Oh yes,
he's on. What is it, Jeopardy? And it's oh my God! It's the caption or the category is people who annoy you, and it's naggers is the word that he's supposed to say, but the A is not filled out. Every letter's filled out, and instead of saying naggers, he drops the N bomb.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God! Like that's how this kid must have felt here. Like, why is that a word?
I don't know.
I need you to. I think you had your head down in embarrassment. Watch some of the kids' reactions here this time around. We'll play it once
more. Could you repeat the definition?
A king. It's used as a title of the sovereign of Ethiopia, Negus.
So scary.
Has he said the word?
Negus.
Andrew, would you say the word loudly for the judges?
Negus.
One more time.
Negus.
Negus.
God.
Negus. Negus. Negus.
He's like, I can't believe I got that shit right.
He's like, I mean, he's probably like, I can't even start to spell that. I'm gonna forget like getting the.
I can't put an eye on that at all. He's thinking.
No, yeah, forget.
They wouldn't do that to me, would they?
I don't know. Maybe that's like his look was relief. Like he's like, there's no way this is it. But I'm not going to spell out what I think they're saying here.
Probably said Susie, his girlfriend, said, hey, make him spell that word. See what he does.
Oh, my God. And that is cruel and unusual punishment right there. You're not supposed to torture children like that, but making him say that word like on live TV in front of a hot mic.
Dude, and you think I fumbled and cried? I would have been in tears right there.
I think I would have left. Andrew Lay is this kid, a 12-year-old, and credit to him. He got the word right. I don't think he ended up winning the spelling bee. White people usually don't end up winning the spelling bee, but credit to him for getting that one right. But I can't believe they picked that word, number one, and number two, that they made him repeat the word multiple times.
It's just a word. Come on. Good job by that kid.
Great job by that kid. That's well done. Marshall Mathers looking ass. Good job, kid.
What a big old pee stain in his pants.
He took it like a champ. He said, "Negus, please," I believe is what he said.
Really, lady?
I'm even scared. I hate that I said that. I'm worried I'm going to get canceled for
really,
reading that word.
I'm thinking, you want me to repeat this again, lady?
God,
he said, repeat that loudly. And I'd be looking at her like, really? Is that what you want?
As our guy Brad from Jack Allen's Kitchen says, that is the Randy on Wheel of Fortune episode.
Come on, man. Don't do that to the kids, such as.
I may have said Jeopardy. If I did, I apologize. But that is, I love it. I don't have too many great spelling bee moments, but that is probably my favorite spelling bee moment of all time.
That poor kid.
That poor kid. But there is your TBT video.
They got him on film forever and a day.
Oh, yeah. But he once again, he crushed it. Like he did a great job there. There was a perfect handling of the situation. Nobody's bothered by that. The only people to be mad at here are the people who picked the word and then the lady who made him repeat it 5 times. The kid's fine. The kid's off the hook here. He did nothing wrong. But
the lady was enjoying it.
Yeah. She's just like, oh, I like that word. I use that word at home. Now I want you to say it, kid.
Hey, say it loudly, kid.
We're trying to breed the next generation of racists here. So keep saying that word, would you?
Oh my goodness.
All right. Couple more sponsor shout outs here before we hand things off to Chaos Theory with Wags and Double R. Quick shout out to Woods Comfort Systems.
Absolutely, baby. That air conditioning is cranking now.
You need it. 512-842-5066. If something is wrong with your air conditioner or you're moving to a place that needs a new AC unit, you got to call Woods Comfort Systems. They've been the best in Central Texas for almost 70 years. That's right. Coming up on 7 decades of providing the best HVAC now and plumbing services that you could find in all of Central Texas, Georgetown, San Marcos, everywhere in between. They've got you. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website. Once again, the phone number 512-842-5066. And a quick shout out to Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're looking for the best car buying experience that you could find in Central Texas, you got to go to the Coverts. Hell, the Buck told his story yesterday. He just bought a car from the Coverts, and that thing's still driving smooth.
That thing is wonderful. Took it out there to out past almost the Horseshoe Bay yesterday. Smooth as silk, man. Have not had a car like that with that least amount of miles like that. But you're talking about looking good and running good. I love it. And I got it pretty easily. There wasn't a lot of, I didn't have to do an awful lot of work. Just go in and sign a couple papers, and it gets done immediately out at Covert.
Absolutely. Yep. Newer pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. They've got them all. The biggest selection, great service, unbeatable prices. And, we're Covert customers. You should be, too. They've been around since 1909. Check out their newest location out at Covert Bee Cave. All right, one more screen share for you, Buck.
You're on fire today.
Yeah, the internet was good to me this morning. I woke up extra early down here, and I was like, we need some content today.
They just bring that to you. You don't go to them. They just come to you, huh?
It finds me. I don't do the search. It finds me. So Thank you to the internet for this. But, yeah, we talk Texas baseball. Disappointing. We don't like talking about losers. Texas baseball was a loser. They're always losers when they go play at big league parks. But they'll be fine when they go play in college ballparks again.
There you go, hopefully.
Disappointing there. We talked about the Mavs. We talked some hockey. We talked some baseball. Got into a little NCAA football. We'll have plenty more Texas football to get into tomorrow. But
absolutely.
To have some fun on a Buck Off Thursday. And, I saw these at Target. I'll go ahead and say the name. I don't know why I was hesitant to say the name of where I saw these last week, but I took this picture.
As long as it wasn't Walmart for you.
And I think, I don't know how often you're using condoms these days, Buck. I feel like those days are probably behind you.
Those days are gone.
Because you've had the vast madness.
Yes, a long time ago.
So you got nothing to worry about. So you can raw dog it, as the kids say.
Or you can also get disease still, so let's be careful out there.
Oh, shoot.
there's still some other stuff that's running rampant out there that you have
Yeah.
to be careful of. It's not about getting somebody pregnant.
You're a married man, so you don't worry about those
Don't
things.
worry about that kind of stuff. No,
You're with one lover, and you guys are having some good, clean fun, which is great.
absolutely.
But this is something that I saw at the store the other day. It's a package of Trojan brand latex condoms. You know, they've got all kinds of different condom types, right? The original, the bearskin, the lubed up ones, the her pleasure, for him, for her. And now they've got a flaming hot version of condom.
I'm not sticking that on my stuff.
You're not doing this?
No.
Come on,
Anything that says flaming hot, I'm not putting it there.
Spice things up in the bedroom a little bit. You know, things might be getting stale, boring,
I'll bring a blowtorch into the bedroom if I have to. I'm not sticking that on my body part.
you're gonna bring a blowtorch in. What are you gonna do with that?
If I have to.
When would you have to?
I mean, if I had to get the curtains all lit up and stuff or burn up the sheets, but I'm not putting that on my body. I'm not putting that thing on.
You're gonna set the room on fire to?
Yeah, man. I set the room on fire. I don't generally need a blowtorch by setting it on fire.
Okay.
But I can't put that on my body part. No.
Well, the question now becomes, and Rodney asks it for us: which side is hot? Is it the side that goes around you, or is the side that goes to her,
or whatever?
Both ways.
I don't.
Is this like flaming hot Cheetos, where you're gonna have like that dust on your stuff after it's over?
It seems like that should be on another product.
You don't think they should have these flaming hot condoms?
No. The burnt orange packaging is okay, but the little redhead dude there on fire, that should be like on some kind of candy or something, you know?
Let's bring in the fellas here. I'm losing track of time. I want to get Wags and Double R's thoughts.
It doesn't go right. It should be on red hot candies, but not on Trojans.
I feel like Trojans or another brand had something similar to this. I don't know if it was Flamin' Hot, but I believe it was like Sensation or something like that. Sultry Sensation or some shit like that. I don't know. It's been a while since I've used a condom. I would
use protection, boys.
I'm married. I've been with the same woman for over 20 years.
All right, you can still practice safe sex,
I guess, but that's wasting money.
There you go. Those things are expensive.
Yeah, I'm saving up for Reed's college fund. So I would assume
buy him some of those. Buy him some of those for his college fund.
I would assume that it's on the outside and it's a sensation for the woman. I would think that it would be very hard to stay full. I mean, I don't know. I don't have any other words to stay full when you got a burning sensation down there. I don't know.
You're gonna throw up the dinner you ate. What do you mean, stay full?
Well, I mean, I've had burning sensations.
Stay full mass, BK. You know what I'm talking about. Keep one fully hard.
Stay at attention.
BK,
attention, man.
BK, it's not like I've never had a burning sensation there before.
Hey-o.
Well,
that was the nude beach in college with all those gay guys, huh?
Well, that burning sensation.
So that would, I mean, it could be for the partner, for whoever it's going to be the partner there. If you have that thing on, they get a hot tamale. They get that hot tamale taste. So there's that too. So I don't know.
It's got to be on the outer shell, right? Or it's got to be on the outer surface. It has to be. I don't think that there's no way it could be on the inside because I mean, if it's burning that bad, how the hell are you going to focus? Like, what's the hot to hot ratio here?
I'm not putting that on and running around the room going, "Mommy, it's burning, why is it so hot?" No, I'm not going to do that.
And then she'll say, "Would you like for me to kiss it?" And then
that's
what that fire out.
You're blowing it, buddy.
Sheesh.
Double R, you're out on this.
I don't know about this, guys. I don't think I want to put that thing on there because that's going to be. I mean. Maybe tingle right underneath where that thing is supposed to be on. I mean, maybe that tingling effect there, but I don't know. About
I don't even like the sight of the little hothead guy. That doesn't even look right.
He don't even look like he's having a good time, does he, Buck?
No, he looks like he's on fire.
Well, I guess that's the point. That's what you look like when you put that on, Buck. It's like, Man,
Flaming hot.
Didn't they just stop doing that? That looks like the Cleveland Indian mascot that they got rid of, didn't it?
No, it doesn't look like Chief Wahoo.
Are you sure?
Wahoo McDaniel.
God.
I mean, that's what it looks like. They're not even allowed to do that anymore, are they?
Oh, yeah, he's smiling.
They're going to have to change their name from Trojan to Guardian or something.
Yeah,
there you go. There you go. They won't be able
Guardians,
to the TM.
How about the words to the little black arrow thing with the white lettering? Scalding lubricant.
Oh, no, that's not ever going on me.
I don't know if I want the word scalding in the bedroom.
No.
I don't want anything scalding in there. I'm good on that.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
That's some sadness.
BK, when you were doing that, when you were doing that high school football stuff, did you ever have to chuckle when you would say, "And here come the Anderson Trojans"? It's like,
here come, huh? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
well, it's working. Glad to know it's working. These guys are protected. I'm sure I made a couple of jokes like that. Oh, the offensive line is very protective of that Trojan quarterback.
Very nice.
I also used to one quick high school football story. I probably told you all this, so sorry for telling it again. But I used to. This is how professional I was with some buddies, some guys that y'all know, some guys that you don't. We would kind of create our own lines for these games.
Yeah.
And we would sort of wager on them. And then, if the line was like 21.5 and some team scored a late touchdown to cover, I'd be that score might matter to some. And I'm sure all the parents are like, what in the hell is this guy talking about? It was just it's like Lake Travis. Oh, they score a late touchdown to go up 28 over Austin High. That's a score that could be important to some out there.
Wow, what a degenerate! What is that degenerate?
It was like me and like 5 friends, or like we just bet on all these games, and that was everyone else is probably like, "What in the shit is this guy saying?"
This guy's got lines going on high school games, huh? Texas high school football lines here.
Yeah.
Hey, where can I get the book at?
Yeah. I got a guy, but I can't say it.
Let me ask you a question, my dude. I see the scenery behind you.
Yes, sir.
Is that where we're staying, or are you somewhere in a shared common area location?
He's at the Trojan house. He's at the Trojan house right now.
It's hard. That's the ocean out there.
All right, boys. I got to go. I love that
Later,
stuff, but I got a phone call coming in.
Later, Buck. Be good, brother.
Oh, there goes the crotch shot.
So I'm seeing a pool.
Got a pool.
Hot tub. Is there a basketball court?
No basketball court, but you've got shuffleboard. You've got some weights. You've got some bag toss. You've got a couple of different hot tubs. And
I love
rooms
the
are
first thing you said there for the the amenities or amenities rather is weights. Like we're gonna be lifting anything. Maybe a golf bag.
12-ounce curls, man.
God, dude, are you serious?
Most important thing, the bar. They've got great bartenders. They've got like 3 different bars too here. It's incredible. It's paradise, dude.
They got bartenders at the house?
Yep. Oh, yeah. Excited to have you join me this weekend, my man.
Oh my God.
It'll be a good time. Rodney, you will be missed, but you're going to Padre. You're going to have a pretty good Memorial Day weekend too.
Yeah. I'm going to do it, turning it into it's a work trip, turning into just getting away. Indy 500. I'm going to watch the Indy 500 on the beach, guys. So I'm totally excited about that. Hey, do we have Cabo Bob's?
Oh my God. The randomizer. Thank you.
Yeah.
It was tough getting it through security.
I'm on the Coda text line. That's why I'm like, oh shit. Okay.
It was tough. It was tough getting through security. Bringing that randomizer through TSA across country. Customs was tough on that thing.
Was it vibrating like Bucky's ball that he sits on, like a hen?
Yeah. There's no anal beads. What is that randomizer?
What's the thing that? What does it do? What's the purpose of that ball?
You got to ask the Buck. Yeah, relaxes something. All right, the randomizer is out. The winner of the first of 2 $50 Cowboy Bob's gift cards this week is someone on the Coda text line. Be nasty. Hashtag be nasty.
Oh, nice.
It's going to win. So we'll reach out to Be Nasty and get that gift card to you. And thanks to everyone for listening. And we'll give another one away tomorrow morning. And that is it. I will bid you all adieu.
You go have fun, bro. Be good.
Have a great show. You guys too. I'll be listening.
Take care, man.
There he goes. Can't wait. I had no idea it was going to be like that, dude. There's going to be a wait service too. Shit. I don't think I've ever been in a situation like that before. where
Yeah,
I've had like people waiting on like a staff.
I've been to several like all-inclusive things to where, but of course you're paying for that.
Where you've had a wait staff, like
yeah. They just kind of come rolling up there, and it's like you're just hanging out, and they're like, "Hey, what would you like?" And it's like, yeah, it's like I want to go get a beer, and I jump up, and honestly, all I have to get up for is go take a piss, and that's so
it's like constantly being on a cruise, but not being at sea.
That's the best part. I've never been on a cruise.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I've never. Have you been on a cruise? Well,
I have. I've been on a cruise, but I've never been in a location where I've had a wait staff. Attend. The venue where I'm at.
Yeah. Well, take care of them. I think that's the main thing.
100, absolutely, for sure. Tip out the hell out of them.
That looks like one hell of a. When I heard about the whole thing that with this, and I talked to Tom. I mean, I thought it was just like a house. I mean, I thought it was just like a, go hang out thing. But when he jumped on, I thought BK had gone to a remote location. But it's like, damn, that's the place. Yeah. Damn, it's
gonna be a fun time. But we also got you were talking about Indy 500. You'd be remiss if you didn't talk about the race in Monaco too, my guy.
Oh man, you've got. I'll tell you what the story's really going to be going into the weekend, and I'll probably be dropping some stuff throughout the weekend. Is it really looks like, because you're going to start with Monaco, then you go to Indianapolis, and then you go to Charlotte. And Kyle Larson, the NASCAR point leader and past champion and just all around, badass, is supposed to run Indy and Charlotte, the double. Well, it looks like Indy's going to get a lot of rain on Sunday morning. So it's going to become a question what happens with that, because NASCAR rules state that if you want to race for a championship, you have to attempt to qualify for every race. So what's going to happen there? And it just so happens that it's only going to get harder for Larson to get to Charlotte whenever he chooses to get to Charlotte, because a former president has chosen to go to the race. So that's only going to intensify flights and security and everything for him to try to get there. So that's going to be a really crazy story to talk about during the week. But
who's the president?
Is it Trump? Trump,
yeah. Say it's man, we really got to drop the whole. I hate this side. I hate that side.
I don't want to get in. I don't want to get into the whole. I don't.
I got you. I got you. But you know what? It's not our sensitivity we need to worry about. It's other people's sensitivity. If they're worried about politics, man.
I know, because you and I don't give a shit about any of it.
No, because we got to figure it out. It's not a left-right thing. It's a top-down thing. So everybody else is just playing fiddle. So
and that's the whole thing, Wags. Because there are certain things that I'll respond to or post on social media, and it's like, well, you're for Biden, and I'm like, well, scroll further, and you'll see that no, I'm really not for former President Lincoln.
I tell everybody, like, if you know me, you know I'm on my side. I'm not on left or the right. I'm on my side, man.
I'm writing in Adam Wagner, this year. So,
that's a waste. The ship's going down if you write me in. I'm telling you right now.
I don't give a damn.
I don't give a damn.
Yeah. No, it's what it's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. Go Stars. We had Florida, man. Rangers last night, dude. Rangers last night. Shutout. I mean, Bob was on a tear. Bob looked like Bobrovsky back when he was up on his peak days in Columbus, man. Yeah, when Bobrovsky's lights out like that, it's going to be tough for the Rangers to get anything. Of course, the Rangers have been so good with speed and being able to not turn the puck over and being able to just play clean hockey and get on the damn power play, get on special teams. Not a lot going for the Rangers last night, Rodney.
Yeah. Hey, Wags, right quick.
Score indicates that too.
We don't have a breaking news sounder, so we'll just use the bell.
Bing, 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 bing. What you got?
Cavaliers have just fired head coach JB Bickerstaff.
Bickerstaff out. We're seeing all these. Well, I don't want to say all these fires, but we're seeing fires here over the past couple of weeks. Where's the succession plan? Like, you just had Vogel go out. Is this a job that's opening up for Frank Vogel? Like, are we just going to do a coaching tree shift here, just musical chairs with the coaches? Like what vacancies are open now for fired coaches? Is where's Bickerstaff going to go after this?
Man, I'm
with Jake. This is absolutely he was fantastic to have the Cavaliers in a spot where they were. I don't think that the roster was solidified to get them as high as they were. Now, of course, they were in the East, right? But again, I think Bickerstaff's a damn fine coach. So there's it seems to be a lot of knee-jerk reactions throughout the association with head coaches, when I would argue that it's also the players kind of getting the head coaches fired too. Like if the players can't produce and execute, sure, like the coaches got to have the philosophy and acumen to have to call plays in set pieces and stuff like that. But hell, dude, like we got to put a little bit of the blame or a little bit of the accountability on some of the players.
No
I would
doubt.
think, right? You can't just say, "Hey, that head coach, gone." And also, the Cavs. It's not like the Cavs didn't were a mediocre team or whatever. Hell, they made a push to go to the Eastern Conference Finals.
It's another case where you get a knee-jerk response like that, and a move like this,
You lost to Boston too, by the way. You lost to Boston.
I don't think.
No, excuse me, you didn't lose. You didn't lose. Yeah, you lost the ball.
Yeah, this is a move. This is a move that takes you back. I mean, this is not anything that's moving you forward. You got a good coach in place. You've got a centerpiece to build your team around, and this is where we talk about all the time. Who's the first to go? You start seeing assistants and all that, but you're letting a good coach get away. And what are you doing here? Because I think we talked about when the Cavaliers got eliminated, it's like, okay, they got this far, but how are they going to build around their centerpiece? And I mean, honestly, now you got to you're delaying the whole process, because now you got to go find a coach. And this is like you're talking about right there. I heard something this morning where they're talking about LeBron doesn't care to be a part of the coaching search. Bullshit. I mean,
I would think that LeBron.
This is where
wherever LeBron goes, he's going to have a say with everything that's going down, right? Like, didn't he have GM permissions, or wasn't he on the circle for making decisions of which personnel comes into LA?
Yeah.
Wasn't he?
Yeah.
Like, you don't think that he's going to be orchestrating and pulling strings, puppeteering for any organization that he goes to? Come on, Rodney. We know, you and I both know this.
Yeah. But, well, Cleveland, I don't think that's a move they needed to make, but apparently they thought they did. Hey, right quick, Wags, Hoop Dog checking in on the Coda text line. He's in Belton. He's kind of talking about the home there, Ramonce Taylor, and kind of going into detail there about what Ramonce could have been. That's a bad son of a gun. But to our friends in Belton, I did see, I don't know if meteorologist Bucky Godbolt talked about it this morning, but man, Belton and that Temple area, man, there was like tornadoes and shit over there last night. So hopefully everyone checking in there, Hoop Dog, you can tell us what it may look like over there. But hopefully everybody there good, and they're looking awful dark outside right now. So just kind of be weather aware, your PSA. But back to hockey. Yeah, that dominating last night, dude. Dominating. And here we go tonight. Let's get the Stars going here. Taking on the Oilers. Let's see what happens in the Western Conference side. Your thoughts here on this series, Wags?
Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. I just wanted to give a little bit more props. I mean, Chucky got the Florida Gators Florida Gators. Okay. Chucky got the Panthers started off. But hell, it was Bobrovsky all night. Now look, he only saw 23 shots. I think he only saw 23 shots, right? Which you could argue, hey, where's the offense for the Rangers there? A lot of block shots for the Panthers last night too. Verhaeghe was fantastic. He was, points on. I think he had points on all three goals. Might have just had the first two or the two. But anyways, when I thought of just a dominating performance by the Panthers, outskated the Rangers, and Rangers just wasn't getting the appropriate puck bounces that they used to, or the friendly puck bounces that they've been getting, in the first two series of this Stanley Cup playoff.
Yeah.
But tonight, my guy, tonight.
Yeah, this is I don't know so what do you think? I mean, I like to call the Oilers scrappy, I guess, but I don't know, man.
Oilers are one of the best offensive teams. I would say they got some concerns between the net, between Skinner and Picard. Picard's the young dude. I thought Picard looked pretty decent in his spell of Skinner in the series against Vancouver. I still think it's Skinner's net, though. But Skinner, Perviel's might be off a little bit. He hadn't looked like he's been on the top of his game. Breitsaitl's arguably one of the best two-way forwards or two-way centers in the game. Yeah, they're tough, man. But see, Dallas is so damn deep. I don't know if Dallas has 5 forwards out or they got like 4 or 5 forwards out. Dallas does, and they're still running 4 lines instead of reducing it down to 3 lines or whatever. So that just goes to show you how deep Dallas is. Draisaitl had one hell of a series last series against Vancouver, but you could argue that the defense is going to be a lot more crisp with Dallas. Also, he's going to be going up against Jamie Benn, a tougher center as well. That's going to be able to help out and by the crease. And Ottinger is fantastic. Ottinger, I think, is Bob's up there. Bob's on top of his game, but I would say that Ottinger is probably the best goalie all throughout in all right now of the 4 teams remaining between the Rangers, Panthers, Oilers, and Stars.
And he's really good when it counts. And I think that's
clutch. He can clutch it.
Yeah. He's just so clutch. And I think that's what it's going to come down to right here. Like you talked about, the Oilers, one of the better offensive, juggernauts that you're going to find in the NHL, and Ottinger there with when he's clutch. So I think that's going to play in right there to this as well. But I think this is kind of sitting there for Dallas, Wags. And I'll lean on you, is more in tune than I am. Where this kind of plays in nicely for Dallas to punch his ticket and get to the NHL finals right here, man.
Yeah, I mean, regular season doesn't really – I don't think regular season really matters, but Dallas got the best of Edmonton in the regular season. I'd like to see Dallas, at full strength, of course. But when you break it down, you got the best player – he just is. He's absolutely the best player in the league. Connor McDavid's the best player in the league. You'd like to think that Robertson can neutralize. I mean, you got some good speed on Dallas to kind of get with McGregor's speed, but it's unmatchable, right? And then also, you can't leave out Evander Kane, and he's been performing very well on the top line too, and being your enforcer basically. If anybody that's watched the Capitals play or Boston play, you've seen like Wilson, you've seen Marchand. That's kind of what you're getting with Evander Kane. Now, I would say that Wilson and Marchand ended up on another level in terms of skill play, in terms of Edward Kane or Evander Kane, but still, I was getting ready to say Edwin McCain, the damn singer. I'll be your crying shoulder. Yeah. Evander Kane, though, I think he's another exceptional player. Edmonton's a good team, but you could also argue that this is probably one of the weaker, or no, it is. And I think it's because of the lack of their defense, right? Like they can score, like they can be a buzzsaw and score for sure. But I would say that this is probably one of the weaker teams that Dallas has played in the playoffs.
That's kind of what I was thinking. And that's why,
Vegas was so good. Rodney Vegas was fantastic.
Yeah. I think, honestly, getting through the West, I think that was going to be the big test. Was going to be Vegas, and you see what happened right there. I mean, this thing goes down to the wire, goes all the way the duration of the series right here. So that's kind of why I think for Dallas, as it's kind of gone forward at that point to where it's like, yeah, I mean, this is going to be, it's going to be a good series, but I think that they've seen the best that they're going to see until they get to the finals.
You could even argue that Vegas was probably better than Colorado, honestly.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Just Vegas has I thought Vegas has everything put together. And look, if you were kind of watching a little bit of the regular season, Vegas, it felt like Vegas was kind of tanking a little bit towards the end of the season. So I don't know why you would want to play Dallas first. But I mean, to each his own, right? To each his own. What do you got going on over there, man? Let's talk a little bit about the race coming up, or the races coming up this week, and then we'll get back into some basketball.
Yeah, man. Like I was talking about, you got the 3. With starting.
Who's the favorite for Monaco? Verstappen.
I mean, it's hard to bet against that dude, right? I mean, that's going to be the guy. I mean, every now and then you get. I mean, you had
he had a lot. He's had a loss with, and it wasn't due to equipment. So. Yeah, like he's been outright beaten this season. So look, man, there's a chance.
He got
this is Monaco, my guy. This is Monaco.
Yeah, I mean, I think if anything, maybe his teammate Checo Perez is going to be the guy that maybe is going to have something for him. I mean, Lando Norris gets that win that you're talking about. I mean, I would love if somehow you could get. I mean, honestly, on this Memorial Day weekend, with everything that the Monaco with the 3 races and all that. with the slump that Lewis Hamilton's been in with Mercedes, especially now that he's going to Ferrari in 2025.
So I was going to ask you that too, man. This isn't planned failure, right? This obviously it would just be it would be bad for Lewis Hamilton's brand, right? There's no way that he's throwing.
No.
Okay.
It's Mercedes has been on the decline for so long, and and the funny thing about this, Wags, is with the move for him, I think this is Lewis Hamilton just bookending his career. When he had Sebastian Vettel that was so good and won all those championships for Red Bull, and then Mercedes got better than them, and Sebastian Vettel's goal was to get to race for Ferrari. And I think this is very much a case to where Lewis Hamilton, Ferrari, third best team, I would say. Maybe
is racing for the Reds still the goal? If you're like, is that like, are they still the Yankees? Is Ferrari still the Yankees?
They are. Okay. They really are. It's that big a deal. And I think that Hamilton here is just trying to finish out. At some point he's going to step away and he's going to do other things. He's like LeBron, Wags. He's got so many different things that he dabbles in. And it's like he's going to step away, and then Hamilton is going to step away and be done with racing. He's going
You don't think he's going to be in the booth or be a broadcaster or anything like that?
I don't think we see him do that.
You think he invests and owns his own team?
No, I don't. They won't let him. That's the whole thing. We're watching Andretti trying to come in and be the team into Formula One, and they can't. It's a very small club. It's like the NFL owners, and they don't want anybody else in there. And you would think that
just a good old boys private club.
Just a good old boys. And that's the whole thing, to where IndyCar is so nice now that you've got the parity. You look at the Formula or the Indy 500 coming up this year. Yeah, it's Penske on the front row, but there are so many. The Aero McLarens are good, with Alexander Rossi, with Larson, with all these guys that are so good. You got the Chase for 5 with Elio Castroneves. There are so many storylines in the Indy 500 this year. You've got a great lady in there. She's on the final row. Catherine Legg, 4 years in a row, has gotten herself in subpar equipment into the 500. Damn. And you just look throughout the field. There are so many stories in that race.
Why is her equipment so bad? Just a shitty team?
It's a lower funded team.
Okay.
It's a lower funded team. But in there in between, AJ Foyt Racing, AJ Foyt, 4-time winner of the first one. His team is sitting, they're in a very good position, Wags, to win this race. And they have not been good. But he's got his dude in the 14 car sitting in a position to be a factor in this race. So Indy's going to steal the headlines. The Charlotte race is going to be good. You had everything. By the way, Ricky Stenhouse fined $75,000 for the fisticuffs that we saw. I think we talked about that on Monday.
What about Bush fined anything?
No, he didn't get fined anything. He didn't attempt to retaliate. So everything good there. But it's going to be, I highly recommend to folks to tune in Sunday to the whole thing. It's going to be a Verstappen win. Indy, I can't even begin to call. I think the 600 is going to be pretty fun to watch because his car is doing some really cool stuff on 1.5 miles. So check that stuff out. And here's the really cool thing. And this is why I hope, Wags, that this goes off in the timely manner that it's supposed to, because Kyle Larson is the first guy doing the double that legitimately, and Tony Stewart was good, but Kyle Larson legitimately has a chance to win both of these fucking races. It's if that happens.
I didn't realize he was so good at Indy too. Like, I knew he was a good NASCAR or stock car, but I didn't realize he was that good at Indy.
He's been there. He's only been there for a month and a half.
That's crazy.
And the dude is in the top 6. But
is this what he was doing when he was in that simulation? Is there a difference in terms of simulator race with Indy than there is with NASCAR? I would assume.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Okay. Absolutely. Totally different style of stuff. But Kyle Larson, this dude, like tonight. Well, no, I'm probably not tonight with this that's going on. This dude is racing sprint cars on dirt tracks all around the country. The dude races every day. This really is a talent.
Oh, man, when you grew up doing it, it's just what you love.
He's
ain't even a job, dude.
He's one of the best. He's one of the best that's ever done it. And there was some back and forth to where Kyle Larson has entered Max Verstappen territory as generational best talent. Max Verstappen could not hold this dude's jock. Could not hold this dude's jock. I want to see Larson.
But hold on, you put Kyle Larson or Kyle Larson rather in an Indy car. You think it's still the same race? You think advantage still Kyle Larson?
I want to see Kyle Larson go to Formula One and race something equal to Max Verstappen. He will beat him. Okay. He will beat him. I guarantee you he'll beat him.
Well, you're the aficionado on this because I've only seen a few races and I only have a couple of beverages when I'm watching a race. So usually that's kind of the reason why I'm watching the race, man.
That's right. That's right. Good stuff right there. We'll break that
man.
down.
All right. So you like Verstappen in F1, Kyle Larson in NASCAR, and in Indy, if that can actually be
no. I'm saying that he can do it. I don't think he's going to win Indianapolis.
If you were to lay some scratch down on this,
go number 4. Go to the number 4 pick with Alexander Rossi. He won this race back in 2016 when he was I think he was a rookie back then, racing for Andretti. He's in the Arrow McLaren. This dude is full of confidence. I mean, he's in a really good spot right now. He hadn't won in a while or anything of value in a while. He's in some good shit, and the dude is laser focused. Go Rossi. Put your money on Alexander Rossi.
I wonder what the payoff would be. There's got to be a line on Larson this weekend, right? And in terms of him being able to get both races done, the double, and there has to be.
If you can find something that makes economic sense for whatever your budget is, and I'm talking to you, Wags, and everybody else, if you can find something that has him winning both, but you got to remember, here's the other caveat.
All right, say like you throw 100 down. Say you throw 100 down on it, and you get 600 in return. Would that be?
If you can get that, I would do it. But here's the other thing. Here's the other thing you got to think about. Don't do it until Sunday morning, because don't.
Well, you probably won't be able. You probably won't be able to do that. You probably won't be able to get good juice on that because you're going to want to have the You're going to want to have the race, or you're going to want to lay the line down before he races for NASCAR, and then because that's the whole bet. Like that's going to be can he even get to the Indy race? You know what I mean? Like that's the key. That's the entire bet.
That's the key, and that's where it gets even more intriguing now, because we don't know. We don't know. I mean, I look at. I mean, when it comes to race weekend, especially for Indianapolis, I monitor all these different weather things, and I've got some buddies where they're like, "Okay, here's the forecast." I'm like, "Yeah, but your buddy just sent me something the total opposite." So I don't know what's going to happen there with him if he's able to do it. And honestly, and here's the cool part about it. Is Rick Hendrick, who owns his NASCAR team, the Hendrick Motorsports number 5 Chevrolet, is actually a part of the Arrow McLaren group that's gotten him into the 500. There's got to be a way, if at all possible, keep him in Indianapolis. Let somebody else drive the 5 car. Let somebody else race the Coke 600. Dude's in the playoffs. But that's the thing with NASCAR. You have to attempt to qualify for every race. Give him a freaking waiver. Everybody else gets a waiver. You sprain your ankle, you can't race for a week, then you get a waiver. You're still eligible for the championship. Dude's in the championship. He's going to be in the fucking championship no matter what. So keep him in Indianapolis.
That's kind of a shit show right there. I would like to think that Larson gets the bid and he's able to actually qualify. I'm pretty sure, regardless of rain or not, how hard can it be for him to get the waiver? It can't be that bad. It can't be that hard.
It's up to NASCAR. I mean, it's all at NASCAR's discretion.
Sure.
You would think, looking at this big picture, it would behoove NASCAR to have
to have the top competitor in the race.
Absolutely. So hopefully that's what's going to happen right there. So
unless they want some hype and some unwanted media, but hell, these days unwanted media is still good media. So
that's the whole thing. I mean, this fight thing that we're talking about from Sunday night, that race was a shit show. That was horrible. Joey Logano led every lap but one. And we're sitting here talking about how great it was because you had two guys, having chicken fights at the end of the race. Zidek, man, if Zeke Elliott got into racing, let me tell you something. That dude could win all 3 races. Zeke Elliott would win Monaco, get to Indianapolis, and then race it at Charlotte. He'd win all 3 races this week.
That's Zidek about getting smoked by yours truly with 2 bum knees.
Oh.
Boom. Actually, that's a lie. I was drunk and I fell down. Zidek actually took that race.
Oh no!
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Old dudes trying to be young again. There we go. Yeah, you know how it is, man. You sit around, get around a campfire, you get around a party or whatnot, and you start telling the stories about how good you were and shit like that. And oh man, we would have went to state if it wasn't for your ass or whatnot. Oh yeah, all right, well, yeah, I bet my ass is faster than your ass still. And sure enough,
have a couple of pops,
have a couple of soda pops, and you fall down in the road, make an ass of yourself. So
it happens.
And also, I think my pants fell down too. Man, I was a mess that race. So, didn't have everything going for me, especially gravity. Gravity was not going my way.
That's crazy. Wags, I've been wanting to ask you. I don't think we've been able to touch on this. What do you think? So this lawsuit thing, this NIL, Napier, man, we're about to set a brand. Not we, a brand new trend.
Hold on. You're floating around. What's going on?
Oh, you didn't see that? The play.
So, hey, full discretion. I was I didn't get off work till 11:53 last night. So,
no. This was a couple of days ago. So, Jaden Rashada, Florida was supposed to play. So, going to play football for Florida. And he had a car dealership that was going to, that made this offer all the money that he's going to be paid. And apparently there's an agreement in place. This is one of those NIL, deals that we're seeing now in the brand new college football landscape. Well, he didn't get paid. He has now gone to Georgia. But he has filed a lawsuit against Napier, against the boosters. And he's attempting to sue them off of a NIL deal. It's just a matter of time before this was going to happen.
Pandora's box has been opened, ladies and gentlemen.
It's just a matter of time.
It was bound to happen sooner or later, right?
Yeah.
Let's see how this goes. I would like to think that I don't even know how this is going to be ruled, but I would like to think that it's probably going to go in favor of the student. Just with all the trends that are happening these days, usually it's going the student's way. If you're corporate or if you're an organization, you're going to take a hit, and it feels like the individual or the challenger is going to win. So
yeah.
I'm sure this is probably just going to be one of the first of many, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's going to see, and then it's going to go down where, this person won, in this court hearing, in this court battle. I don't feel like I've been upheld to my contractual agreements either.
Yep.
Maybe I'm going to dip out, go another place, and hold these people, liable for something, or accountable, being whatever the situation dictates. But still, Pandora's box has been opened, Rodney.
It really has. It was one of those things to where it's just...
Yeah, that's another thing, too. Did he sign? Did he actually sign it? Because if he signed a contract, he's in breach. Is he not?
That's the other part. Where it's like, I mean, you sit there and you go back and forth to where it's like,
What's up, Rob?
The dude's owed. But I'm like, well, I mean, if you left... but he apparently he never got paid at all. And this is where you get... Then
whoever the organization was in breach of contract, too.
Yeah, and Sam, what it was, you had a booster, and from the way the story goes, it was some type of car dealership or something, kind of like that old Nebraska thing,
like a private dealership, like a private auto ship.
Yeah. So there's that as well, and that's where this is where this whole thing sucks to me, because it's one of those things to where, you know how it is. You get all these people that talk a lot of shit, and it's like, well, I'll give you this and all this, that, and the other. But when it's like you and all your
handshake agreements instead of contractual agreements.
That's it. It's like you and all your buddies, you're trying to set up a fantasy football league, and everybody's all gung-ho, and it's like, okay, it's a $200 entry thing, $200 fee. I'm just throwing numbers out to start this thing off. And here you are before the draft, you send out that text, and it's like, okay, everybody, drop me my PayPal. There's 10 dudes and 2 of them pay. I mean, this is kind of what's happening right here. But this is where, Wags, they need a commissioner. Get a commissioner in college football. The NCAA is not going to handle this. The NCAA doesn't want to handle this. The NCAA is sitting back there smiling because they knew this was going to happen. They knew this was going to happen. Get Saban in there to run this shit.
Y'all know how much I love Granddaddy Saban. Y'all know how much I love Grandpapa Saban, man. He's been telling us all about this. Bring Saban. Shit, Saban ain't leaving the mantle, right? He's on the podium now, man. He's got the spot of all spots. He ain't leaving.
Yeah, that dude's sitting back there.
He's going to be sitting next to McAfee, having fun, talking about
that dude's sitting back there
drinking stuff.
He's laughing his ass off.
Yeah,
I mean, that dude's sitting back there, and probably Dabo Sweeney sitting back there. That's why I don't get involved. Whatever. You said it. Pandora's box.
Pandora's box has been
here. They
opened,
come. Boom,
dude.
boom, boom. Yep.
Hey, whether you're watching a little bit of the shit show going around with NIL, or whether you're watching basketball or watching some NHL Stanley Cup playoff hockey, you do it with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. For the past 35 years, setting the standard in audiovisual automation in the Austin Central Texas area. Hey, give them a call. If you don't know what you want in your house, go to the website that they have and look at the gallery of projects on that website, and maybe you'll get an idea then. Whether it's a Dude's Den or a Princess Palace, it's all deadly, man. You want 2 TVs, you want 4 TVs to complete that video wall? Yeah, give them a call, man. 512-255-8678, or go to the website. Like I said, hey, golf simulators. If we talked about inclement weather, with the race and everything coming up, maybe Kyle Larson can't make it to Indianapolis. Don't put yourself in a position where you can't make it to the golf course, or you can't get your swings, or you can't get your stroke going down. Call Tom up. See if they got a golf simulator. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. And I saw our man Perry checking in right there, talking racing. I caught his attention right there. That's Perry's deal right there. I know that he, of course, from Good Stock is going to be checked in on Sunday for the trifecta that is Monaco, Indianapolis, and Charlotte. Well, let me tell you something, guys. All-stat beer tasting happening there Saturday after, or late Saturday morning into the afternoon out there at Good Stock, conveniently located right next door to the Dell Diamond. Go on out there, check out some of that good all-stat beer. If you haven't gotten your lips and tongue on that beer, go check it out there at that beer tasting event happening over there. And also, while you're there, be sure and grab one of those Memorial Day grill packs: 6 burgers, 6 beer brats, 6 Smoky Denmark hot dogs, 6-pack of hot dog buns, and burger buns for $39.99. Top quality stuff right there at Good Stock. Nolan Ryan's Good Stock, by the way. Also, if you're looking for that prime brisket, $5.99 a pound this weekend, usually $6.99. You're getting a break there. And then on those Wagyus, $6.99, usually $7.99. Hey, man, it's more than a butcher shop. It's a lifestyle store. Go check them out. They've got brand new gear, all kinds of cool stuff. And don't forget, if you're a first responder, not only those great deals that you have this weekend out there at Good Stock, but anytime, military, first responder, retired military, 15% off of your purchase each and every day. Go see the good folks at Nolan Ryan's Good Stock. You'll be glad you got together.
Did you mention the alt-stat too?
Mm-hmm. Beer tasting. Good tasting.
Yummy.
Yummy.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good time. Hey, it's good weekend coming up here. Good weekend. I'll be traveling now. So we leave on Saturday.
Yeah, when do you leave? So I need to write down your. I sound like your wife over here. So
she's going with me.
What's your schedule, honey?
She's going with me, dear darling, honeydew. She's actually going with me here. The whole family, the Wagner tribe, is going. Huh? How about that?
Oh my God!
We're going to be flying. We're going international waters here.
They're going to be throwing it.
So we leave Saturday, and then I hope I have Memorial Day off, because I request, for my leave and days off, I put in for the Tuesday and the Wednesday, assuming that we had Monday off, you know what I mean, to try and, steal a day of the week or whatnot. Yeah. So, well, hopefully, and I didn't even check the schedule, like the holiday schedule, but I would assume it's a federal holiday, right? It's Memorial Day. You should have it off.
Yeah. Well,
trying to cut corners, and hopefully I don't get cut.
Well, this show, I think all shows on TSU are
honestly
off.
I honestly shouldn't even be taking days off with what's coming up. Like,
you need a break,
I should wait a month. I honestly should wait a month.
That's all right. That's all right.
So, anyways,
good little break right there. Yeah, Sam. Yeah. So somebody needs to do paperwork. I've lived the last 20 years. I worked, in real estate doing contracts. You need somebody to do a contract for you. No handshake agreements. Don't write shit down. Don't count on people to do something on their word. I don't mean that in a bad way, but especially when you start dealing with financial. It's one thing if I tell you, hey, I'll meet you Sunday at 10 a.m. to have a beer. I'm probably going to show up. But if I tell you, hey, Sunday, I'll meet you and have a beer, and I'm going to give you $25,000, I'm probably not going to give you $25,000 because I don't have it unless it's in a contract.
You know what else I tested out last night?
What's that?
F-124. F1 Racing 24 dropped. Yeah, and I did it. Oh shit! I just knocked my control. I did it.
Man, Wags, I got to get my shit together and get some kind of console over here.
I did it with this thing too.
Nice.
It's a VR headset.
Yeah.
So basically, you put this on, and this is your windshield. It's Rodney. You want to stay? You want to sleep over? You can sleep over.
I would say, can I go stay at your house while you're gone? You need me to pet sit?
You and Katie switch spots. Katie can go hang out with Tracy. The girls can watch, TV and do girl stuff and
watch TV.
We'll play video. Actually, my wife doesn't watch that much TV at all anymore. She's one of them damn do-it-yourselfers. I came back from Arizona and we got you know how we've been messing with the master bathroom, right?
Yeah.
She's got the sink stripped out. She's got the damn shower pan almost busted up completely and broken out. The only thing that's in there is the drain. The only thing that's holding everything in place is like the rubber drain and the actual drain work itself. So I'm gonna have to finish up busting this pan. But she's incredible. She's done everything, man. Fantastic. I mean, you want something done and you wait on your ass, a week or two longer than you should. My wife's gonna go ahead and upstage you and do it herself. She's got no patience with that stuff.
I've got a neighbor across the street, and this lady, let me tell you.
Let's go, Roots. Come on, bro. I didn't check your message. I sent you a message. Shit.
Oh, by the way,
sorry, Roo. That's on me. I completely forgot, dude.
Speaking of message, Grant, code of text line 222-9328 says, thanks
Grant.
for the response yesterday. So I don't know.
Oh yeah. Hey, Grant actually sent in a candidate for athlete of the week. It's a fighter. We'll give you a little bit of a tease. It's a fighter. We'll have to put it up against the rankings here to see if she makes the candidacy. So yeah, thanks, Grant. Appreciate your contributions to the show.
But what you're saying there about Katie, I've got a neighbor across the street, and this girl gets out there. She built like a playscape. She's out there sanding on stuff, and like I hear nail guns, pop, 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 pop. I'm like ducking. I'm like, what's going on over here? I'm like a shooter's coming through here, and she's out there building shit. I'm like, damn.
My wife gets most of her instructional stuff from
YouTube?
TikTok.
Oh,
No, I mean, it used to be YouTube, but now she just sits there on TikTok and, check this out. I can, finish the trim up right here. We need new trim on her back door. I'll take care of that this weekend. Well, traditionally, isn't that supposed to be my job? Yeah. Well, you're waiting. You're sitting on your ass too much playing video games, Wagner. So
well,
she takes care of it. So anyway,
you're all about equal rights. That's the whole thing. These days is I know.
Yes,
on
I
Mondays
am. Yes, I am.
we have misogynistic Monday, but other days it's all about being fair and equal. And so I gladly live.
Misogynistic Monday isn't we're supposed the whole point of that was to piss people off to generate traffic, and it's not pissed anybody off. So
no, I think I think we need to get
that is what we found.
aggressive.
Like if you do the bad things, you get negative comments, and negative comments generates traffic. So that's what you want.
That's right. Yeah, you want the shock factor.
Yep.
You want the shock. So with the neighbor across the street, me being a good neighbor, I always go out there to help her out or to ask her, well, hey, what are you doing?
I thought that was just a Texas thing. Like you're doing.
Good
like
neighbor?
I see my neighbor Israel out in his driveway all the time. As soon as I hear the damn buzzsaw going or a wrench cranking or anything or a power draw, hey, what you working on, man? Isn't that just kind of like what or maybe that's just an older age thing? You enter the middle aged or the older age type of area or I guess zone in your life, and you're like, okay, now we need to go around fixing stuff. We need to figure out how the neighborhood's kept up right. You kind of want to be Mr. Fix It, or you're always out there working on cars or some shit.
I don't work on shit, dude. I'm always up here. I mean, and I've got neighbors. I got dude neighbors all around me that are out there working on things all the time, and I don't go check on them. But when she's out there, I go ask.
Well, right. Well, you absolutely would. That's going to get your attention. How about your attention last night? Was it being kept by the Dallas Mavericks and the Minnesota Timberwolves?
Dallas Mavericks, man, and then Minnesota's tired. Man, don't be saying that shit. Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, that's a bad look, isn't it? Now look, I've been flirting with it. I have been flirting with it the past couple of days. I'm going to ask you guys again. Is Anthony Edwards starting to become the villain of the NBA?
You know,
it feels like people are trying to make him the villain of the NBA.
When he said,
if you watched Ernie, if you watched Shaq, if you watched Kenny, if you watched Charles, if you watched Dre, Kyrie was on the set too. Definitely felt like they were trying to make Anthony Edwards a little bit of the villain.
Yeah, the whole "I got Kyrie" thing is really.
I got Kai.
You got Kai. That whole thing right there is getting a lot of run, and that's exactly what you're doing. You're putting that black hat on that dude.
So, and I love Anthony Edwards' game. I'm a fan of people that talk to, especially if you can back it up. I love hype. I love a good story, man. I love good narrative in sports. I think it's a fantastic rivalry that's brewing. That not even with Dallas and Minnesota. I'm still on Denver and Minnesota. Like Denver and Minnesota, like him waving at the crowd, saying bye to the crowd. Like that's bro is asking. He is asking for it, man, and he's welcoming it. That's the thing. Like he's yes, I am talking at you. My game is that good. But at what point does that level of confidence turn into, all right, now I'm the villain. Now I'm what the NBA needs to be their nasty dude, right? Because it kind of feels like John Morant was starting to reach that level. And then, of course, things start to fizzle out. And then you look for that next dude that's going to be that sensation, right? And it looks like Anthony Edwards is that guy. Or at least for me, I'm not trying to paint him as the villain, but it feels like to me he's starting to become the NBA's villain. Or a few pundits in the NBA, around the NBA, are trying to make him as the villain.
And I think he's doing a really good job to help add to that when you come out and say, yeah, we're tired after that series. I mean,
that wasn't just him either. Like, I think that was the whole mantra or the message of that thing. Kat said it. I didn't see Rudy up at the damn. McDaniel said it though. I know McDaniel said it. They all said that they were tired.
Yeah, and I totally get that. But, I kind of go back to remember after the Cowboys lost in the playoffs, where you had there after a couple of weeks, who was it that was on a podcast? Oh, well, we were fatigued. And it's like, you're beating this dude up pretty bad. And we haven't quite gotten that here. But I definitely think with Anthony Edwards, it's like he really is going down a path right now to where it's he's going to wear the black hat. He's going to wear the black hat. And I mean, the performance last night from Dallas, I mean, with Kyrie and Luka, Wags, we talked about it to where this 1-2 punch right here. What'd you think of Stan Van Gundy last night when he says this is one of the best backcourts I've ever seen?
I agree with that. I don't see ever seen though. That's approachable. I would think that's a conversational piece, right? I mean, you're talking about two Hall of Famers right now.
Sure.
Again, I don't know where Kai finished in stats this. I'm sure he's got to be around top 10 in terms of scoring and hell, if not, he can. You want to be honest, Kyrie Irving he's a bucket. He can get a basket anytime he wants, but he understands that the fluidity and the catalyst is Luka Doncic. But when Luka needs a break, he said it best. When Luka needs a break, he's there for Luka. You know what I mean? And God, what a piece to have in your back pocket. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm not feeling at 100% right now. Let me dish it off and let Kai go get it. You know what I mean? Like, what's that got to do for your confidence bag if you're Luka Doncic? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, now I can turn and I can actually hand it off to a piece that's, and of course, Brunson was there too, but Brunson wasn't the player that Brunson was at the Knicks now. Like, Brunson still had some he had some spurts where he was fantastic. He had a few sprints, right? But still, like, Brunson wasn't on the level of going down every sequence and being the guy, right? Like, Kyrie can be that guy, okay?
Yeah.
Now, also, we got to talk about Washington last night, too. I mean, Washington was fantastic. Jones was good. Green made contributions. They all played well, right? And when Doncic is playing so damn hot and Kyrie's doing what he's doing, and then you get the key contributions from the Cogs, you're going to win. Now, what's what was surprising to me was how much Dallas dominated inside the paint, especially with the three towers that they have. But you're not going to be towers if you're not inside, guarding the rim. If you're out, and look, I know that's a part of Cat's game to where he can, you step out on the perimeter and knock down some decent threes. But hell, if you're putting up 4 or 5, if you got a volume of 4 or 5 a night, how much are you leaving wide open in the paint?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Look,
and go ahead. 62 points in the paint for Dallas last night versus 38. That's absolute domination.
And look at this.
Where was that defense? Where's that defense?
Was minus 15. Gafford was minus 15, right? And he still it still felt like he was dominating in the paint. They ran the two-man fantastic, the pick and roll fantastic. Now look, Minnesota's probably going to adjust on this. They're probably going to hedge pretty heavy and take or at least try and make them go away from the two-man game here. But if that's going to be the way, then have Kyrie either break down the defense and then dribble in to get penetration and then kick out, drive and kick out, or have Luka do it too. You can't guard them all. PJ Washington's going to be there. Jones can knock down shots too, man. This is a deadly Dallas team.
It is.
It's not even maxed. No pun intended. It's not even maxed out to how deep that they can go. When Maxi Kleber gets back, if Maxi Kleber gets back, it gives them. I think it might give them. It might give them 11. It might give them 10 or 11 in the rotation, but they can definitely play. They can play big and small, as good as anybody. And right now, the only thing that Minnesota does very well, you are the biggest team in the league. Utilize your size. Why are you not beating down Gafford in Lively? Hell, Lively was plus 19 last night. Now, like plus minus isn't the tell of all the tape, but it still has, it still has a great line or a great storyline to your stats, right? Now, Luka was actually minus 9 in plus minus minutes, but still his outlet that he's putting on offense is going to supersede that. He was getting Gafford in the game, or Gafford probably could have been, plus minus, minus 20 last night, but it's still, Luka's play was able to get Gafford involved. And then when Lively's in there running the two-man game too, he's aggressive as shit for a rookie. Like this is a really strong Dallas team, man.
I'm telling you, dude. I was talking about it yesterday. The way this team is built, this is a team. And here's the other part. Here's the other part, Wags, that I was noticing last night. Dallas threw something totally different at Anthony Edwards. That dude got in the paint. We're talking about the lack of paint production for Minnesota. Every time that dude got in the paint, you had 2 dudes on him. And that's going to be, talk about your adjustments. How do they adjust to that? And it's like, okay, Minnesota, the best defensive team in the West, in the league, didn't look like it last night. Dallas is the best defensive team.
I think when you have tremendous guard play, like you're getting from Dallas, right? Like Kyrie's got a ton of experience. And look, Luka, he hasn't been in the NBA that long, but he's been playing professional basketball for at least a decade.
And so he's only 25. He's only 25. Right?
They have reps. They have experience. Yeah. They know how to break down. They can recognize defenses. They know how to pick apart defenses. They know when a blitz is coming. They know or what strong hedge. When you're getting a strong hedge, they know how to break that up and counter a two-man defense. So this is the best backcourt in the NBA.
It is.
And I struggle saying it because I don't want to sound like I'm placating to the Dallas crowd, because I know we have a lot of Dallas viewership here. And also, I can't help it. If you watch Dallas and you cover Dallas enough, you're going to fall in love with Dallas. It's that type of team to where they steal your heart. They win your heart over.
I'm telling you, Wags, this is a blue collar team. That not only do they wear blue,
I can't. I don't know if I can say blue collar because they got 2 Hall of Famers. You know I get that. They do the gritty shit and the little shit really good, though.
That's right. And with Lively, we talked about it yesterday. With Lively in Washington, since they have become a bigger part of this rotation, never bigger than last night, is Washington that hit the dagger at the end. That's that third guy we were talking about.
How much flack did the Mavs catch for that trade with Washington? People were saying that the Mavs got fleeced. Getting PJ over from Charlotte. Now I can't remember the details of that trade, but I know Curry was gone. I can't remember the other player involved, but I think they gave away 2 protected picks too. So
yeah. Well, then you get Gafford in there.
A lot of people were concerned about the Washington move. Now, if this could shut a lot of people up, man, especially if I don't even think Dallas has to win the championship. I think PJ Washington has made his contributions very clear.
Yeah. And Gafford, when he comes over,
that was a big trade too. That was a big piece.
Dallas got a chip on their shoulder, and I don't mean Chip Brown. Dallas has a chip on
Grant
their
Williams,
shoulder.
Thank you very much, Jake. Grant Williams.
Hey, Wags, before we go, how about a word from our friends at Covert BK?
Nice.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Thank you, Dan and Hayden. Wags, one other thing. Dallas last night in the win. 6 of 25 from 3-point land. Wait till they get that going.
There you go. Yeah, again, they didn't need to get it going because they were dominating in the paint. If you're gonna have if you're gonna have the biggest team and neutralize your size, like what are you trying to win? You know what I mean? Are you trying to beat them down, be dominant? Hell, you're the dominant team for a reason. Be dominant. You just took out, the reigning champions with that stalwart of a dude in Jokic, man. Go ahead and take him down, or hell, just utilize. It's not even utilizing the speed too, right? Because I saw Reed able to step out and hit a few threes himself. There's some tremendous talent on Minnesota. They're not putting it together, man. So we'll see what Finch is able to cook up here in roster. But and also, like, we need to bring a situation up too. There was a time, I can't remember how long or how much time was remaining in the game. But we kind of had a talk. We went down breaking down last night, or breaking down yesterday, in terms of backcourt play, who had the advantage. Front court play, who had the advantage, coaching, who had the advantage. And I said that Jason Kidd, I thought Jason Kidd kind of had a little bit of an advantage over Finch. Maybe I was proven wrong last night. Again, there's a chance that I thought Dallas could have advanced the ball. And instead they chose to not use their final timeout and advance the ball to half court, and it worked out well for him. Hindsight 2020, of course, didn't have to play into this, but was it Washington? I think Washington. No, it was Jones. No, it was Washington. Washington barely got the ball from inbounding underneath the basket to half court to hit Jones. Jones comes down with it, and honestly, like, Jones isn't even that good of a free throw shooter. I don't think. I think he was around 80% or 70%, something like that. But still, the ball went to Jones. They could have fouled right there. Minnesota could have fouled right there. But why not take the timeout, advance to half court, and then try and scheme up a play to where maybe you can run off a couple of seconds or draw up a damn good shot. So we talk about advantages. I know that people said Finch might have the advantage over Jason Kidd yesterday. That point was kind of proven last night, or at least some of that point was proven last night in some of the situations with Game 1.
Yeah.
But before we get going and before we get out of here real quick, let me tell you about Pick Sports Gear. All you pickleballers, gear up and listen up here. Ready to get the gear that's designed right here in Austin? Well, you look no further, because the gear is here. Their equipment is crafted with precision and passion right here in the heart of their city, known for love of sports and innovation. I'm talking about Pick Sports Gear. From the top of the line paddles to premium accessories, they have everything you need to dominate the court in style. Plus, you keep an eye out for those demo days that have been happening the past month, and they're going out all throughout the summer. Check it out on the website, picksportsgear.com. That's PIXsportsgear.com.
Absolutely. It's only an hour coming up. Jeff Howe diving in. Jeff, 2 in barbecue for Texas.
Jeff, before we get into Texas baseball, you came on here yesterday talking about the stats of Matt Butler. Dude, were you not bullshitting or what, man? Look at the plus minus on Gafford last night and look at the plus minus on Lively.
I didn't even see what was it.
It's plus minus on Lively is plus 19, minus 15 for Gafford.
I'm just saying, man. Hey, Wags, you watch more NBA than I do.
Okay.
Why? And I asked my brother. My brother's like, dude, I don't know. He just thinks he's a better shooter than he is. Why in the last 4 minutes did I watch Karl Anthony Towns waste like 3 possessions jacking up threes?
I don't know. When you can dominate, when you've been owning the paint too. I don't get it.
Yeah. And they weren't even, it's not like they were really, I wouldn't call those contested shots either.
Yeah. I blame Steph Curry. Steph Curry.
All right, dog, you want to shoot out there? Go right ahead.
It's Steph Curry. Everybody shooting from the perimeter is now Steph Curry's fault. That's all.
Well,
that's tongue in cheek. I have no. I mean,
no. My brother is a hardcore NBA watcher, and he was rattling off some hot sports opinions on Karl Anthony Towns last night. Said the Timberwolves have the 2 most overrated bigs in the league. I'm like,
softer than Sharman, dude.
And
it's cats. It's a cat.
I mean, that's why I texted my brother. I'm like, dude, this can't be right. Like, seriously, am I wrong, Wags? Like, there were like 3 or 4 possessions in the last 4 minutes where it's like 10 seconds left in the shot clock, and it's like Cat just taking a 3. I'm like, okay. I mean, yeah. I'm cool with it as a Mavericks fan, but if I'm a Timberwolves fan, I'm just losing it right
Jake's
there.
Not bullshitting. Like that's not a misquote. Like, he's actually said that. He said he's the best shooting big of all time.
Dude, that's disrespectful to Dirk. That's like, dude, that's wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And now it makes sense. Okay. Now
it absolutely does. Anyways, what you guys got cooking up?
We're just gonna kind of go all over the place a little bit, as we usually do. Probably less video game talk. We got to talk a little Longhorn baseball at the top.
Yeah.
Get us some Longhorn football because this is the time of year where I got a call the other day or text from Brad Crawford, my coworker at 24/7 Sports, who does a really good job on the national side, asking about freshmen that are going to make an impact for Texas this year. And it's harder to pick those guys because they don't really, you're at a point with your depth where you don't need freshmen. So if you got a freshman playing, it's going to be like Ant Hill last year where, dude, you're just too good. We got to put you on the field. It's kind of where Texas is right now. And, man, I just look at Colin Simmons and Ryan Wingo and think, man, those guys are good enough to force their way onto the field. At least they should be.
Is the plan now to not roll Simmons out right away? Because I'm with you. I thought that Simmons would be a freshman starter.
No, they are. I just don't know how they're going to distribute snaps when you've got really your top 4. I mean, Justice Finkley's still there, but I think Finkley kind of is what he is at this point. Not that that's a bad thing. It's just, like I said, he is what he is. But between Burke, Sorrell, Trey Moore, and Simmons,
what a rotation! Oh my god!
Well, and I think we saw at the end of the spring too. Like, we all forgot what a healthy Colton Vasek looks like.
Yep, that's right. Yep.
Dude, the edge position at Texas has seen a massive upgrade in the last year and a half or so.
Yeah, talk about a restructure, remodel, uphaul. My God.
I mean, that's why I thought about it, man, because there was some real talk that Baron Sorrell was really looking at entering the draft. And I thought about it, and I'm like, is he ready to go to the NFL? No, but he might be thinking, dude, I might have a better chance of playing and be happier with my playing time in the league where I'm making money than scrapping for snaps at Texas. Not to say that's what he did, but I'm like, that if he used that logic, I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't have blamed him if he went pro.
Well, I mean, iron sharpens iron,
Yeah. It's a good. You're talking about first world problems.
Wow. Yeah, exactly. First world problems. It's been a while since we've talked about first world problems.
It's a nice change of pace for sure.
Yep. Hey, Jeff, first world problems. I want to ask you this before I go. How about again? I spent a limited time trying to continue my education at Southwest Texas back in the day. But how about UFCU Stadium in San Marcos?
I saw some of my Texas State people getting up in arms on Facebook about this yesterday, which, by the way, I've said this, Wags, like Instagram is becoming, I think Instagram is going to be my go-to social media app.
Jeff, it's a trap. Don't go.
Twitter's just such a cesspool. Like, see, if you want to go on the political spectrum, I figure Twitter is where the left the far left thinks they're very, very right, and Facebook is where the far right thinks they're very, very right.
Yeah,
and Instagram, look, all I want to watch, I told Jordan this, like, all I want to watch are like sports card breaks, maybe some inspirational, motivational videos, and like like your random Chris Farley clip. Like, that's all I need, right? I don't need much else.
I watch fishing and how to do it yourself videos these days. In baking. I don't drag me for this, but I've been watching baking.
My favorite thing to use social media apps for is when I need to fix something on my car. Yeah. Because back in the day, oh man, what were the name of those manuals? Y'all remember those manuals that like
Chilton's manual.
Was
Chilton's
I thought there was another.
Cliff Notes.
Anytime when I started driving, Rodney, and I had some clunkers early on. Yeah. And something was going wrong with it. I remember, like, I had an '89 Ford Thunderbird that the fuel line got a leak in it, and I was like, "Dad, I need to fix this fuel line." He doesn't say anything. We just like get in the truck and we go to the auto parts store. He gets me my manual and figures out what parts we need. He's like, "All right, boy, get after it." I'm like, "What do you mean get after it?" He's like, "It's your car. You're gonna fix it." He's like, "I'm just gonna sit here and watch, make sure you don't hurt yourself." I'm like, "Well, okay." Haynes, yes, thank you.
Haynes, okay.
The Haynes manuals, yes. So I had my '89 Ford Thunderbird. I'm underneath it, taking the gas tank off and changing the fuel line with my Haynes manual to make sure I'm not breaking anything.
What's up, Jordan?
I totally forgot what we were talking about because I got way off tangent.
Your Haynes manual.
Yeah, you got to fix your
some fuel line. Fix some fuel line.
Yeah. Oh, Rodney, we were talking about Texas State. That's where.
The stadium.
But I told Jordan this. I'm like, look, my alma mater doesn't have enough prowess on the football field to be bitching about, change. It'll always be Bobcat Stadium. Well, UFCU's giving you enough money that I guarantee you GJ Kinney and President Dampus and whoever are going to call it UFCU. And plus, at this point, considering the tradition and the clout that Texas baseball has, if I can say UFCU Disch-Falk Field without batting an eye, we can sure as hell call it UFCU Stadium in San Marcos.
You're damn right. You're damn right. I totally get the Bobcat Stadium thing, but you know what? Jim Wacker's gone too. So time to move on.
With the naming rights deal, it's like in San Antonio, what is it? It's the Frost Bank Center now.
Yeah,
dude. Some people still call it. I know some people that forever. It's going to be the AT&T Center.
Yeah.
I know. I've heard a Spurs fan or two call it the SBC Center. I'm like, all right, y'all need to at least go AT&T if you're going to refuse to say the new name of the place.
And then just a matter of time, and we'll have Hemisphere Arena back again. So
what's funny is, like, how a lot of, like, Rice does this, and there's several schools that do this. They like endow their coaching positions. So it's like the Bill and Mary Smith head coach for football. Like, that's how the coach is referred to, like, in a press release. I'm like, I ain't saying all that crap because the Smith family didn't give me any money. You're just,
that's right,
so-and-so head coach John Doe or whatever.
You got that shit right. Good stuff.
I remember when the Cotton Bowl was sponsored by Mobile.
Dude, I remember that.
Mobile Cotton Bowl Classic.
Yeah. Hell, I remember when the Cotton Bowl didn't have a sponsor.
Yeah.
You gentlemen have a great day. I'm going to get out of here, man.
All right, Wags.
See y'all.
When Miami stomped a mud hole in Texas and walked it dry.
46-3. Shocked the nation, brothers.
Dude, I've talked to Johnny Walker about that game because Johnny and I have done a little radio.
I'm hanging around for this. All right.
And he finally admitted. Johnny finally admitted. And he's like, look, we were a good team. He's like, we weren't great. He's like, we were a good team. Just, it really had the team concept and everybody came together. He's like, that Miami game. He's like, we lost that game when Miami came out of the tunnel.
That's what I've heard. Yeah.
He's like, that's not a joke. He's like, and then Chris Samuels gets laid out of the kickoff. He's like, we were done. He's like, there were some guys that fought. He's like, but it was over.
That was a hell of a band of thugs back then at the U. So
as you know, some people's like, oh man, guys beat up their old lady, for like to describe domestic violence situations. Like, no, that Miami team, they were beating up old ladies like in the grocery store parking lots. And
it's 3.5 hours of domestic violence right there on
dude.
That
it was, and it kind of, I don't know, man. It rubbed me the wrong way. Like when I watched the U and I hear people like Dan Le Batard talk about how the ass kicking was administered. I'm like, yeah, but you basically and I think Jim Nantz said it on the broadcast, like Miami took everything they had worked for to change their reputation that we're not this. And basically in 4 quarters of football, they just took that and set it on fire. F it, dude.
Yeah, they did.
Like Sam Jankovic was the AD talking about like he didn't want to let Randall Hill back on the plane after doing the 6-shooter celebration. Jeez, man.
Whatever.
Rough.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good show, man. I'll be checking in.
Double R, appreciate you. Thank you. It's only now. It's Jeff. It's Jordan. Jordan, you like hearing those old stories about those old Miami teams, the Renegades, the Outlaws that were the late 80s, early 90s Canes?
No. I actually not that I don't enjoy it, because I do, but I don't know a ton of what y'all are talking about. Like, and being completely honest, I never sat down and watched the full part 1 and full part 2 of the
You need to watch the full part 1. CB, that was
I need to go through, because I'm almost my dad has ESPN Plus, and I'm almost positive I got his login up here in Dallas. So I need to go through and look at the 30 for 30s I haven't seen yet. And that's one of them on the top of the list. Also, sorry for getting on like 10 minutes late. I was helping out our Michigan State site. Michigan State offered DJ Dugar out of Weiss, formerly Leander Glenn. And he's not the easiest kid to get a hold of. Also, like, because I'm the only guy from Austin in the recruiting industry, or I guess only guy that does anything with kids in Austin or anything or knows them. No one had changed his profile from Glenn to Weiss. And so our Michigan State guys were like, yeah, what high school is this kid at? Because ours says Weiss, and On 3 and Rivals still had him at Glenn. And all of his huddle and stuff still says Glenn. So I kind of had to explain all that. Give him a little rundown on his recruitment. But no, I don't know much about whenever y'all talk about Miami. I obviously do know, they got into a ton of trouble and all that down there. But, like, you talking about them actually beating up older ladies. Like, I know nothing about that.
I jest.
Okay.
But no, what CB's talking about, when did Miami get off the plane with fatigues? That was the 86 Fiesta Bowl. They go to play Penn State, Jordan, and people thought, Miami, they're like, oh, they're thugs, they're renegades, and they're like, well, if they're gonna call us that, like, we're gonna show up and get ready for battle, like we're going to war. So the Miami players all got off the plane in Phoenix wearing military fatigues, like the green shirts and army pants and combat boots and hats. They and everybody, like Jerome Brown was doing it, Vinny Testaverde, Alonzo Highsmith, everybody got off the plane wearing fatigues.
Damn. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like something that could be similar to that in our world, but
in the social media world, man, no team today would do that. Like, I know we live in a 24-hour news cycle, but dude, it would be like the Scream at People shows would be talking about that for their entire shows. If a team like got off a plane wearing fatigues.
Okay. We're gonna riff here for a sec.
Okay.
I know Dion would never put them in fatigues.
No.
But Dion is, I think, at some point is going to do something like similar, because like we literally have had stories come out this spring of players on scholarship at Colorado, like, coming to practice, and instead of their last name being on the jersey, it's the 24/7 Sports portal Twitter account on the back of their jersey. And yeah, you didn't see that?
No.
What? You didn't? Oh my god.
No.
Yes, bro.
I try to avoid Colorado content at all costs.
Oh, I feel you, but sometimes you can't avoid it. So I forgot the guy's name, but it was a guy who Dion and them had. So I don't get this. That with me, and when I hear it from Texas or I hear from other schools, I hear the way they push kids out is like, hey, you got to leave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dion, there's instances where he was straight up like, hey, you got to get your ass in the portal. You're not going to be on a roster next year. There are other instances where he suggested it, like, hey, we think you should do this. The guy who had the portal shit on his jersey apparently was told, like, hey, we think it'd be best interest if you look in the portal, but was not told directly to go in the portal like other players at Colorado. Mm-hmm. He wanted to stay, was a DB or whatever. And You know how they have like their social media handles on their back of their jersey?
Yeah.
Because it's Colorado. Or the back of their practice jerseys. After he tells them he wants to keep fighting for like playing time and wants to come back, the next day the back of his jersey had the @247 Sports transfer portal on the back of his jersey. He had Dion had someone go put that on his jersey.
Brutal.
I get so it's like
CB said that happened last season. I get so tunnel vision sometimes during football season. I don't see the forest through the trees. So
yeah. So it's like, man, if Dion's willing to do that, like, I don't know. I can totally because you know how people are calling Colorado thugs or whatever. It's going to happen eventually. Like, I could totally see him. I don't think he's going to put him in fatigues. But, like, I think there's a way that he could get all of his players to match or show up to game matching or something like that. If any coach is going to do it, it's Dion.
Yeah. What's funny is in the first 30 for 30, because Dion's from Fort Lauderdale, right? And then went to Florida State.
What high school did he go to?
You know what?
I'm about to look that up.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Dion's from Fort Lauderdale. But anyway, he was the Miami guys are talking about. You know, Dion brought a little bit of that swagger, that South Florida swagger that Miami had, brought it to Tallahassee. But they knew playing FSU was tough, but it was almost like for the Miami guys, the way they portrayed it was like, oh, that's cute. Y'all are trying to be like us. That's nice. And then Dion's last year at Florida State, Miami went out and just beat the hell out of Florida State. It was like 31-0 whenever they played. So that was and Lamar Thomas was talking about Dion's Jerry curl juice getting all over the place. And it was good stuff. It was good stuff. What high school did Dion go to?
North Fort Myers.
Fort Myers,
Florida.
Okay. I thought it was from Fort Lauderdale. I was right with the Fort part. So Jake and CB, by the way, Jake, you CB, I love what you do, and there's several others, Ike, and I could go on and on, but Jake, you're becoming my favorite person in the chat. But CB brings up an interesting point. So the 2001 Texas team, Jordan, this is the for a lot of Texas fans that are younger than me, the 08 team was the team that broke their heart, that should have played for a national championship and didn't, because a lot of people to this day still blame Blake Gideon for that. But the 01 team was the team that broke my heart. And quick history lesson, if you haven't heard this, sit down for story time. And if you have heard it, we're talking Texas football, so just take this ride with me.
Yeah.
So the 2001 season, Texas loses to OU, and then they kind of go under the radar after that. And they end up they win the rest of their games in the regular season. They beat A&M in the last game of the regular season. As a matter of fact, I want to say Rod Babers blocked a punt that Tony Jeffrey scooped up and ran back for a touchdown in that game.
Nice.
And the thought is, okay, Texas is going to a BCS game. Well, later that night, Oklahoma State ends up beating Oklahoma. Oklahoma's got 2 conference losses, and it's like, oh, Texas is going to the Big 12 championship game. They got a chance to win a conference championship. Playing Colorado, who they had beaten like a redheaded stepchild earlier in the year. I mean, they obliterated Colorado. So because of 9/11, remember, the Tennessee-Florida game used to be like early September. It was like, all right, the SEC schedule's here, Tennessee-Florida, a marquee game. This is probably going to decide a national championship. That game got moved to the night of the Big 12 championship game. So the championship games that year got staggered because of 9/11, and the schedules got all mixed up. So Tennessee, Florida.
I'm sorry to cut you off. How many games did they move from that weekend of 9/11? I don't know if you can remember it, but like in actual September 11, 2001, like was that a Thursday, Friday? Like what day was it? It was a weekday.
September 11th was a Tuesday. It was a Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah. So for
again, I wasn't alive. So
no, there was, and I remember because I was a senior in high school that year, and we had a game that Friday. Everybody got let out of school on Tuesday. It was kind of like, hey, go home, be with your families. Wednesday, I remember doing like just a regular practice, kind of some game plan stuff, because at that point, nobody knew, are we going to play a game? We didn't find out until like I want to say, if I remember right, it was like Wednesday afternoon, like late Wednesday afternoon. It's like, okay, we're playing a game. The college games gotten canceled though, and like I said, they had to shift all kinds of stuff around. And the college games and the NFL games was understandable because airplane travel and all that stuff. Nobody really kind of knew what was going on. But anyway, so the games are getting moved around. The schedules are all staggered. Go ahead.
Did they push all of them from the 9/11 weekend to championship weekend, or like the majority of games got moved, but not all of them?
Yeah, the games got moved. It was just trying to figure out. The SEC ended up having to move their games back, the championship game back, because it just ended up where it kind of matched up on who's got bye weeks where and where can you squeeze games in, and for whatever reason, the SEC championship game ended up being a week after the other championship games.
Yeah, but resume. Tennessee and Florida played the same weekend.
Tennessee and Florida play that afternoon.
Whoever.
Yeah, Texas and Colorado play that night. Basically, Florida wins. They're in the SEC championship game. They're in the driver's seat to go play Miami and Pasadena. Well, Tennessee ends up beating Florida in the swamp. It was Steve Spurrier's last game in the swamp. So literally, they're in old Texas Stadium, since demolished Texas Stadium, home of the Cowboys. By the way, the Cowboys haven't won squat since they left Texas Stadium, but I digress. Literally, Texas is getting ready to walk on the field, and Mac Brown tells his team, they find out Tennessee just beat Florida. We win this game. We're going to Pasadena to play Miami for the national championship. And, Chris Sims, Rod's talked about this. I've heard other guys that play with Chris Sims talk about it. He just pumped himself up for big games so much that he just put just an inordinate amount of pressure on himself that he played pretty much the absolute worst half he'd ever played in his life in the biggest game of his career. I think they turned the ball over 5 times. The icing on the cake was he had thrown an interception, and on the interception, Mike Williams, their first-round All-American left tackle, and Cedric Benson, their freshman All-American running back, are trying to make the tackle on the interception. They collide with each other trying to make a tackle, and they're both out for the rest of the game. Like, it was like insult to injury, and it's like Texas down 29-10.
Man, that is some like Charlie Strong era, Tom Herman era shit if I've ever heard it. Like 2 players running into each other and injuring themselves trying to tackle someone on a pick that David Ash or whomever probably threw.
Yeah,
Swoops,
and it was like, oh my gosh, it felt like a nightmare. Like you're thinking, oh my God, Texas can go play for the national championship, and then it's like, dude, this is a nightmare. They're down 29-10 to Colorado, which Colorado had back when beating Nebraska meant something. They didn't just beat Nebraska. It was like clubbing defenseless baby seals, what they did to Nebraska the week before. Seriously, man, they ran for like 400 yards against Nebraska. Like, I think somewhere in Boulder, like Chris Brown and Bobby Purify are still running all these years later. And CB mentions it. Rod talked about this on one of our podcasts because we kind of did a deep dive into that game. Carl Reese basically, for whatever reason, the night before the game, Carl Reese was the Texas defensive coordinator. He decided to change the game plan. Like, they were going to do exactly what they did against Colorado, but he figured, hey, Colorado, with the way they've been running the football, we need to change some things. And the changes didn't work. And Colorado basically ran it right at Texas. Texas came back though. Major Applewhite comes in the game, throws a touchdown pass to BJ Johnson on his first drive. Actually, Colorado had called a fake punt, and Rod actually gets the interception on a fake punt, runs it back for a touchdown. Texas, they climb all the way back, but they end up losing 39-37. And I just remember feeling like completely deflated because as a Texas fan, it was this roller coaster of, oh, hey, they might win a conference championship to, oh my God, they might play for a national championship to now you're not even going to a BCS bowl. Like, you're going to the freaking Holiday Bowl. Like, it's the ultimate kick in the nuts. So yeah, the 2001 Texas team that coulda, shoulda played Miami for the national championship didn't. So to show you how weird that season was, Tennessee all of a sudden
ended up
no, this was in Miami, Nebraska, because Tennessee ends up in the driver's seat. They go to the SEC championship game and lose to Nick Saban and LSU. That was Nick Saban's first SEC championship. And Colorado had 2 losses because Colorado earlier in the year had played Fresno State, quarterbacked by David Carr, and lost to Fresno State. So Colorado had 2 losses, Texas and Fresno State. Nebraska had the loss to Colorado, but the way the BCS worked, Nebraska ends up number 2. Nebraska goes to Pasadena, and Miami won that game. I think it was 37-10. But dude, it could have been 97-10 if Miami wanted it to be.
Yeah.
Larry Coker showed mercy that night, and Miami took their foot off the gas.
Yeah, the good thing about, I mean, I don't know how our listeners or subscribers and whatnot feel about the playoff expanding from 4 to 12 teams, but like, man, a 12-team playoff almost like completely outrules a potential blowout in the Natty. And like the main one I think of when I think of blowout in the Natty, because obviously I wasn't alive for Miami and whoever the hell.
Nebraska,
right? TCU, Georgia. Like both of those semifinal games were phenomenal and amazing, but everyone knew. Like, yeah, like you said, the Texas players said, that shit was not over in warmups. That shit was over after they beat Michigan.
Yeah.
Like, that was it. Everyone knew TCU wasn't going to have a shot versus Georgia. I mean, come on. Like, now with the 12-team playoff, it's like, man, there is no way. There is no way. Hey, and if it happens, y'all can say whatever y'all want about me. But there is no way a G5 program that makes the playoff is going to sniff the national championship. There's no way. There's just no way. And with 12 teams, it's like, I love that because it means we're only going to get the best of the best product. And we won't be seeing a stinker in the Natty like Georgia and TCU.
The only way a G5 could do it is but again, with the portal, I don't know if you're going to have a G5 roster that's in the position. If you get a team like, let's say, like one of those Chris Peterson Boise teams that's got like legit NFL talent on it, or even like
2 5-stars,
or even like that Brian Kelly Cincinnati team that got boat raced by Florida in the Sugar Bowl, Tim Tebow's last game. Like Jason Kelsey was on that team. So that Cincinnati team had some NFL guys on it. You can have a team like that, and you're playing a team like, let's say, like last year's Florida State team that loses Jordan Travis, and you're up the creek without a paddle at quarterback. You've got a puncher's chance at that point. I think that's a scenario where it would happen.
Yeah, you do. Like, that is a great point. Like, you look at Tulane last year, they went to Dallas and whooped up on USC or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do I think that Tulane team could have been competitive in a 12-team format? Yes. But it's like, okay, they beat USC. Who would they then play the next week? You know what I mean? Like, they're not winning the next. I struggle to believe they would win the next game.
It comes down to depth too, Jordan. Like you look at Texas, Ohio State, Georgia. It's weird to put Texas in this conversation, but you can because you look at the depth. Georgia, Bama's been like this. But you look at those type teams. Penn State's even at some positions got this. They've got the depth to play 14, 15 games and still by the end put a top quality product on the field. Dude, if you're a G5, you're one injury. Like take that Cincinnati team that made the playoff, right, a couple years ago. And say Desmond Ridder got hurt. Dude, you have zero chance. You have no chance.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Not that you had that great of a chance to begin with, but like seriously,
you take Sauce Gardner away from their defense, and it's like Alabama doesn't score 50, they score 80.
You're one injury away from just being completely non-competitive. Jake makes a good point. TCU, when they were in the Mountain West, that TCU team that ended up beating Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl with Andy Dalton at quarterback, that team had, I'm trying to think, Jeremy Curley, Josh Boyce, like that TCU team had several guys that ended up playing in the league. So one of those type teams could have done it.
My thing is just like those teams are not going to exist anymore in college football. They just aren't. And that's something everyone is going to have to accept. Like I saw a tweet yesterday. Miami of Ohio had 19 starters from last year's team that won their conference or whatever the hell. They had a really good team that did well last year. 19 starters. 6 of them went to the pros, whether that's NFL or CFL.
Mm-hmm.
6 of them went to the Big Ten. And then 4 to the ACC, and then the rest were in Power 5 conferences spread across, or Power 4. And their coach has to replace 19 starters when only 6 of them left for NFL or CFL pro leagues. Do you know how impossible it's going to be to get a team like the Cincinnati playoff team or the Tulane playoff team, where those guys had – the Tulane team had 3 or 4 guys get drafted the year after they beat – or the months after they beat USC. They'll probably – I think they had 1 or 2 guys picked this April as well. So, like, man, I just don't see that happening. I think the G5s are getting rated too much from the portal. Also, like, I'm very interested how the portal window is going to work with the playoffs also, starting around the same time. But yeah. And yeah, CB, I would like you to go a little more in depth on that if you could about Chris Sims and his phone number, because I was wondering about that as well. I saw Saul Vittori's thing, because this is my thing. Like, I've seen multiple times when someone's phone number gets leaked, like 2 years in a row when Westlake and Lake Travis played each other. Westlake leaked Garrett Wilson's phone number like back-to-back years, and Lake Travis did it for like Sam Ellinger or whatever. But it's like, who gives a shit? Like, just create the setting on an iPhone. There is a setting where you can only receive calls from contacts. Like, I know that probably wasn't a thing for Chris Sims back then.
It was,
but like, I don't know. You can't throw your phone in another room, and Texas couldn't have got him another one.
Like, I mean, I've heard, and I think Texas fans, between Chris Sims and Garrett Gilbert, and I honestly, I think too, Blake Gideon too. I hope Texas fans have learned a lesson. And I heard this quote from Will Muschamp and it's weird because Will Muschamp was talking about DJ Durkin, who's trying to defend DJ Durkin, which if I've ever faulted Will Muschamp for anything, it's that. But Will Muschamp said he had a quote.
I have a funny DJ Durkin story as well.
Oh, file that away. We'll get to that. But I heard Will Muschamp say in that the one thing that really stood, I don't remember what he said about DJ Durkin, but I remember he said, Will Muschamp's way of thinking, that what he told his staff at South Carolina was criticize the performance, don't criticize the player. That's anybody that's at Horns 24/7. That's how I handle it because I usually end up, I don't even draw the short straw. I volunteer as tribute to monitor the game threads because I don't want anybody really to have to worry about it. But that's why in those, if you want to say, man, like I'll take basketball. I'll take baseball, for instance. Like just one of the relief pitchers has a bad outing. Like, oh man, David Shaw had a terrible performance tonight. That was bad. To me, you can say that because the eye test tells you, yeah, that wasn't very good. But if you come out and say David Shaw is trash, he is garbage, like, no, don't just because the dude didn't pitch well doesn't make him a bad dude. So you want to say whatever you want to say about the performance, go right ahead. I won't say the coach, but I had a coach, Jordan, at Texas. He's no longer coaching at Texas, but told me one time I didn't get called to the carpet. It was just kind of an off-season, how you doing type meeting. And I had a meeting in his office, and he told me, he said, if you want to criticize, he said, if you want to criticize one of my players for what they do on the court, and you want to criticize the performance and say a guy didn't play well or say I didn't coach well, he said, I got no problem with that. He said, that's fair game because everybody can see that. He said, what I have a problem with in general is if somebody reports something that's either number one, inaccurate, or two, just completely disparaging one of my players with no proof. It's just an opinion, trying to judge someone's character based on a performance. So that's kind of the route I've taken, which leads me to Chris Sims. And man, I know there was the old Austin 360 message board. I think Horns fans had the message board at that point in time. I assume Orange Bloods had a message board, but the message board community was not anywhere near what it is now.
Yeah.
But somebody this was the like one of the many things. Somebody had gotten a hold of Chris Sims's phone number, posted it on a message board, and just got all kinds of calls. I heard stories about Chris Sims with him getting his tires punctured on his car. I know Rod, and I'm not speaking out of turn because Rod told the story on a podcast. It was Rod, Nathan Vasher, Chris Sims. It was on a Dorian McCullough's recruiting visit that they were leaving a frat party and somebody chunked a glass beer bottle at Sims's head. Like stuff like that was happening. And Chris has been back to Austin a few times, like for weddings and stuff like that. As far as Rod and everybody else I've talked to knows, Chris Sims has not been back for a Texas game. The one Texas game that I know he attended was the Rose Bowl against USC. He was on the sideline for that. He went to that. But as far as coming back to DKR for a game, he hasn't. And I hope at some point, especially now, he's got a national profile with what he's doing for NBC. I hope at some point, and his best friends, Kyle Shanahan, Shano and Sark are pretty tight at this point. I hope at some point the olive branch gets extended to where, at least for Chris, I don't, maybe he's moved on and just doesn't care at this point. Mm-hmm. But I hope he gets a chance to come back and his career for what he accomplished, which at the time his name was, it's pre-Vince, it's pre-Colt, it's pre-Sam. So Sims's name was high up on pretty much every school record possible. I hope he gets a chance to come back and just understand that, yeah, all this, the stadium and that run to the national championship and everything else, that he had a hand in building that, and he can feel like all is forgiven. And I don't know if he needs it at this point in his life, but if there is that part of him that just needs a little closure, needs to feel some peace about it. And I think for the Texas fans, maybe, the actions of a few have tainted the perception of many. Maybe the fan base can just give him some adulation and give him his flowers one time, and everything can be forgiven, and that hatchet can be buried once and for all.
Yeah. He should be able to feel comfortable coming back to DKR and
like
whatnot.
I don't know if you know this, like, has Garrett Gilbert been back for anything?
Shit, fuck if I know. I have no idea what Garrett Gilbert's up to, I'll be honest.
Because he I
have no idea.
It was surreal, man. I was at the BYU game in 11, his last game, and to think about how celebrated he was. I remember the day he committed. It was one of those days, like, there's some recruits when they commit to Texas, Jordan, you just don't forget. Mm-hmm. Some of it since I've been working in the industry, granted, but Garrett Gilbert committing to Texas is one of those days I can't forget. And it's
you remember the date? You remember the date?
I don't remember the specific date, no, but I know
February
it was
7th, 2008.
I knew it was
the
early
day
February.
After he received the offer in the mail.
Yep,
according to Wikipedia.
I got a FedEx with his offer. But to be celebrated and to do what he did at Lake Travis and kind of be the local hero and go to Texas, and for him to get booed off the field the way he did in that BYU game, it still doesn't sit right with me. Like I would hope for, and look, I know everybody that plays for whatever college team people follow, not everybody that goes there is going to have a positive experience, but I never heard, and Jordan, I don't know if you heard any stories, but I never heard anything about Garrett Gilbert being a bad dude.
No, I don't think so. And I don't know if Texas fans ever knew this, because he never ended. I don't think he ever really ended up getting on the field at TCU. But Garrett Gilbert had a brother named Griffin Gilbert, who's one of the best receivers in Lake Travis history. And I'm not sure who owns all the records. I don't think Garrett Wilson ever got a record at Lake Travis. Like, I don't think he owns any of the receiver stat records. I'm almost positive Gilbert still owns some to this day.
Yeah.
And again, he ended up at TCU, didn't do much. I think, if I remember correctly, I think I just don't think he was that talented of a college prospect, to be honest with you. And yeah, but he was damn good. And on this Wikipedia, the last thing I can find that he was up to, Garrett, was he got his practice squad contract with the Patriots. It was his third time with the team, expired after the season, January 8th, 2023. And that's the last thing. And then, yeah, that's a well-known fact about his pops, Gail Gilbert, CB. But
Garrett Gilbert, I think Garrett proved this when he was in the Alliance of American Football, the AAF or whatever it was, when he was with that Orlando team with Steve.
Yeah, his ass was balling.
Yeah.
And yes, he did get a ring, because I remember the Lake Travis football account posted it, and I was like, are we really we're really doing this. And it's because he was on the P squad when the Patriots came back down 28-3 to the Falcons. He was on the Patriots P squad, and he got a ring, and all Travis did was blast that out like our very own. And I was like, all right, guys, like all right.
But Garrett Gilbert, if Garrett Gilbert was a baseball player, I heard when I was covering minor league baseball, I heard baseball scouts use this term. He's what you call a 4A player, which they use that for baseball players. Like, he's better than the majority of AAA guys, but not quite consistent enough, or just missing something that's preventing him from being your average major league player. I think you can say that about Garrett Gilbert. Garrett Gilbert was a 4A football player. He was better than a lot of the guys that have tried to play quarterback in the NFL, but was just lacking that one thing where somebody would give him a chance to like open the season as a starter. But he's a guy, he's valuable enough that teams keep bringing him back and using him. So I don't know how Garrett. I know, and CB mentioned it. I know he did an interview with Trey and BK, and it didn't sound a couple years ago, and it didn't sound like the feeling I got from that interview is for Garrett Gilbert, Texas was kind of out of sight, out of mind. Like, he didn't hate Texas, but it's not like he was the biggest Longhorn fan in the world either. So I don't know, man. It's just the Gilbert thing rubbed me the wrong way. The Chris Sims thing, I hope gets rectified at some point. There really aren't too many other bad Texas quarterback stories that I can think of. So you got something or what?
Yeah, I'm sorry if I butcher this, but do any of y'all happen to know who the hell Brenton Burson is?
Brenton Burson?
Yeah, because whoever the hell he is, he's a guy who's on the Panthers at some point. But I just found Garrett Gilbert's Instagram. He now does a podcast with this dude named Brenton Burson, and like they've had, it looks like Luke Kuechly, Baker Mayfield, a couple other guys. It looks like he's podcasting now. And this was also pretty cool in the Lake Travis community. He was on the Browns roster for like half a season. Him and Baker were on the same team, which is cool because Baker used to look up to him and whatnot. But yeah.
You know what the name of his podcast is?
Never Has Beens.
The Never Beens.
Or Never Beens, yeah.
I kind of dig that, man. I like I can appreciate some self-deprecating humor. That's good stuff, man. I'm glad I could bring you up to speed on some Texas history, Jordan. Like I said, I put out the call to CDC, not personally, but just my various platforms that, hey, let's at some point, just put Chris Sims in the Hall of Honor and let him come back and let his family be here and just let him have a weekend where he can feel appreciated. And, everybody can just bury that hatchet, man. It just doesn't, dude. The Sims Applewhite debate, man. Bucky Godbolt and Aaron Hogan, like they basically made a show, made a career doing a show together for 20 years off of Sims Applewhite. Like I'm telling you, man, that's another thing that if Twitter had been around then, dude, it would have been unbearable. Like, do you remember? Okay, like take the Quinn Arch conversation, Jordan, that is asinine and stupid, but some people want to have it. Take that and crank it up to like 2013 Johnny Manziel levels of insanity. That's what Sims Applewhite was.
And then just dump more gasoline on it.
Mm-hmm. And like I've heard Sims talk about it. I've heard Major talk about it too. Like Mac Brown dumped more gasoline on the fire than anybody, like making them room together on the road. Like they've admitted over the years that they just did not like each other. And, Mac made them like room together on the road. It was just awkward as hell.
Where is Major nowadays? Because he used to be a dog shit offensive coordinator. Is he still coaching? I'm telling you, his ass was trash, bro. Major, I was in elementary school like, yo, Jesus Christ. Like, can we?
Major.
This is the best Texas. He's a head coach at South Alabama. Are you shitting me? This guy's a head coaching job?
Yeah, he got promoted.
What?
Yeah, Sal. There was, you know who else wasn't a big fan? And look, personally,
he was the Bama OC.
Nick Saban's first year. Yeah. Well, okay. He was
for
the
1 year.
OC,
For 1
he
year.
was the OC in name. Joe Pendry was really overseeing the offense. But you know, I like Major personally.
Hey, he was at Bama the year before the COVID year with Sark.
Yeah, he was an analyst. Yeah. He was at Bama in 2020, wasn't he?
It's just 2019 to 2020, yeah.
Yeah, he was there Sark's 2 years. Major was there.
I can't believe Houston ever gave him the head coaching job too.
He
was the head coach and they got belt to ass by Army 70-14.
Yeah, I just don't think Major was ready to be a head coach. I think that was part of it. I think the other part of it was
wait.
I wonder, I need to find somebody that was on that staff and talk to him. But I think there was part of that too, that it just seemed like there was a lot of distrust from the Herman players that were left over, that like, dude, this dude was just full of it, and like the whole regime was full of it. And the Major trying to take over, there was just some weirdness there. But like I said, I like Major personally, but Chris Sims isn't too fond of Major. Sal just mentioned Adam Dunn. By the way, Jordan, did you know Adam Dunn, former major leaguer, hit almost 500 home runs? Adam Dunn was a Texas quarterback at one time.
No, I didn't. But I'm on the Major Applewhite's Wikipedia right now.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard about this 2013 Fiesta Bowl stuff or 2009 Fiesta Bowl.
The 08 Fiesta Bowl that came out in 2013. Yeah,
I did not know about that. So yeah, Major Applewhite can kick rocks. I mean, geez.
But Adam Dunn didn't like him. And you know who else isn't a big fan, or what? I don't know about now, but I know he hasn't been a big fan of Major in the past. One Ricky Williams, I know at one time, not a big Major Applewhite fan.
Do you know why he pissed him off? What happened there?
I believe there was it involved a young lady.
Ah, nice.
Both men were quite fond of.
Yeah, that's just always the best. That's always the best.
But dude, I'm telling you, man, I as long as I'm covering this program, I hope I never have to cover a quarterback debate like Sims Applewhite. Because like I've heard some fans talk about stuff over the years, like especially like Sam and Shane Buechele. Like, oh man, it's like Sims Applewhite. I'm like, dude, this ain't even close. Ain't even in the ballpark.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though. We won't have to deal with it for a long time, and I've said it on this show multiple times, and I'll say it again. Arch Manning is going to start for Texas for 2 years. He's going to start in 25 and in 2026. After he leaves, after he's been at Texas for 4 years, Trey Owens, maybe KJ Lacey, maybe whoever the 26 take is, fighting for it in 27. I'm not looking forward to that. That'll be the first real QB competition since however long. I don't know. Maybe guys go in the portal, so it's pretty cut and dry. But
I'll take a quarterback competition over one where fans are just openly picking sides. I think so. Like when it was a battle like Tyrone Swoops and Shane Buechele.
Mid-off. Yeah.
Some people took sides on that, but dude, being out at practice, like some of the practice stuff we got to see, I'm like, it's not even remotely close which one of these guys should be starting. Like, it's not a debate. It shouldn't be anyway. It
should have been Swoops.
Like, if it's a debate, like Sterling Gilbert needs to be fired like before the first game. Like, it shouldn't be a debate. And then there's like Swoops and Gerard Hurd, and I don't want to slander my man Juice, but it's like, dude, all right, one of these guys has to start. What are you gonna do? And it ended up being Swoops, and it was Gerard. Then Gerard got hurt, and it was back to Tyrone. So the Charlie Strong era. If I die at an early age, like if I die at like, I don't know, I'm 40 now. If I die before I'm 60, I want my wife to get in touch with someone close to Charlie Strong and just blame them for me passing away and be like, that 3-year run took years off my life, dude.
Yeah. Hey, I was about to bring this up. Say what you want about Gerard Hurd, but you couldn't fuck with him versus Cal that night.
That was
hell nah. One of the best quarterback performances I've seen till this day.
Cool.
In the quietest walk from DKR to my family friend's house down by the stadium I've ever experienced in my life after Nick Rose.
Record. You want to win the bar bet with Texas fans? Ask the question: who has the school record for single game total offense? It ain't VY. It ain't Colt. It ain't Sam Ellinger. It's Gerard freaking Hurd.
Yeah,
the record for total.
By way of the Denton Guyer Wildcats, baby, back-to-back state rings.
Man, Gerard, people can say what they want about Gerard Hurd. Gerard Hurd was a dog in high school, man.
He was the truth. Wasn't he the Gatorade player in Texas? Right?
No, actually, I want to say, would that have lined up? I think that would have lined up because Kyler won it 2 years in a row.
Oh,
I think.
All right. Yeah.
I don't know if that lines up or not. Jonathan Gray won it one of those years too. So I don't. Let me see if I can look that up. But yeah, I don't know if he did or not.
Yeah. No, man, I'll never forget that game. It's funny because he outperformed who ended up being the number 1 pick in the draft that year, Jared Goff. He outperformed him, and then the next year he was a receiver. like what? But
yeah, let's see.
Or no, so they do the Gatorade National Player of the Year, and then they do it for like Player of the State or Player of the Year for the state as well. And then the finalists for the National Player of the Year are made up by the players from each state. I remember Jackson Arnold at a Denton Guyer for the 2023 class. He actually won. I know he won it in Texas. I believe he won it nationally as well. But
Texas had a couple of like the Gatorade Male Athlete of the Year. Garrett Gilbert won it.
I know Klubnik won it for Texas in 2022.
No, I just saw somebody else won it in 2020. Jackson Arnold won it. Or I guess Cade Klubnik's would have been the 2021 season. I guess
yeah. And then Jarnold was 22.
So Gatorade National Player of the Year. So Kyler was the National Player of the Year in 15. Jay Gray in 12. Jackson Arnold was the National Player of the Year for 2023. I'm trying to find it. Remember Jake Smith? Jake Smith was the Gatorade National Player of the Year for 2019.
Y'all want to hear actually, no, y'all, I don't know. Jake Smith is still playing football, though. He's at Arizona State.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Troy O'Meara is also on that roster.
Man, Brian Carrington just bringing all the Texas dudes that got recruited under his watch. But yeah, come on, we got a spot for you in Tempe.
Yeah, there's a couple, like the Arizona State receiver room is like the most random shit of all time. I'll pull it up for y'all.
I guess going to Arizona State, you just hope you leave with more touchdowns than STDs by the time you're done there. But
yeah, I was wondering what sex joke you're gonna make.
We can't be winners.
Yeah, no, I won't pull up their receiver room. But if y'all remember Jalen Tyson, former Texas basketball player, his little brother is one of their receivers, and he was at Colorado's freshman year. He went to Allen, was actually really damn good. And Texas looked at him in the 2022 class. But y'all are going to laugh at me. He struggled catching the ball sometimes as a receiver. In the game Texas went out to go evaluate him, he literally had like 5 drops. And they were just like, yeah, no. But he made the Pac-12 like all freshman team at Colorado, Deion's first year. I think he had 400, 500 yards, something like that. And then as a true freshman, and then transferred and was now at Arizona State. Colorado also, they actually had a sneaky good receiver class out of high school in Texas that year. They also had Chase Souls out of Atascocita in Houston, who was a damn good baseball player as well. And Chase Souls had like 300 freshman receiving yards, and then Deion's dumbass pushed him out in the portal. Like, I don't know. That just pissed me. Like, he actually could have used Chase Souls. And now Chase Souls is at East Carolina, or at least he played there last season, I believe. So, yeah, and go to Arizona State.
Man, I'm looking at the history of the Gatorade Player of the Year for football in the state of Texas. Bringing back some memories of dudes I haven't thought about in a minute. David Warren, Ben Gay, who we talked about on this show before, Shaud Williams, Cedric Benson, Dante Hickson from McKinney, who went to OU, and my buddy Sam Hobbs was convinced Dante Hickson was going to win multiple Heisman Awards. I'm like, when the hell do you ever see Dante Hickson play? It's like one of those names you found on a street in Smith. Drew Tate, Jory Adams from Jasper, Graham Harrell, Matthew Stafford, the late Ryan Mallett, Riley Dodge won it one year. So let's see, starting with Garrett Gilbert in 08, then you got Scotty Young from Denton Ryan, Jonathan Gray won it twice, Kenny Hill in 2012. Then you got Kyler won it 2 years in a row for 13 and 14. Boy, Jordan, you have any recollection of Trendavian Dixon from Navasota? Record-setting wide receiver, committed to Texas, signed with Houston, and I have no idea where he is now. How about Sean Robinson?
Sorry, is there no backstory to him ending up at Houston over?
And it just he had grades and off-field struggle. It was one of those deals where, man, I just don't think the poor kid could get out of his own way. Insanely talented, but
yeah, it is. It is nice though. Like you don't really. It's a lot harder for guys to just disappear and fall off the map now. Like a lot harder.
Dude, you got a run of Denton quarterbacks. Sean Robinson. Well, I guess Sean Robinson finished at DeSoto. Spencer Sanders won it in 17. How about Chase Griffin from Hutto? Well, Syntax Love.
All right.
Jackson Smith and Jigba, who was told by Tom Herman that he was too small to play there at Texas. Sawyer Robertson, Cade Klubnik, Jackson Arnold, DJ Lagway.
Yep.
Were you going to say something about Chase Griffin?
I'd like to say, going back to high school, when he was still in high school, I called it when I was still in high school. Chase Griffin wasn't going to do nothing in college, and he didn't. But he made a crazy bag off NIL. I don't know how he did it because he never got like actual playing time. But he's like one of the faces of the NIL market on the West Coast.
Heck yeah.
And he never played meaningful snaps. Like, could you imagine if he was good? How much he could have made?
I love Jake Bayless bringing up Tate Martell. Can I tell you a quick Tate Martell story? Because it relates to Sean Robinson too. This is when Tate. So Tate Martell's committed to A&M.
I forgot he committed to A&M.
Sean Robinson is committed to TCU, and Sam is committed to Texas. And
a true nightmare blunt rotation right there.
I truly don't know how this happened, but Steve Clarkson ends up having a quarterback camp in Bastrop of all places. And he brings those three guys. It's Tate Martell, Sean Robinson, and Sam. And Steve Clarkson had been working with Tate Martell since he was like in the 7th grade. And Sean Robinson was a 5-star prospect at one time. And then there's Sam.
The problems with Martell make so much more sense if Clarkson is there.
So
not that Clarkson, all his clients are like that, but like there is a path there.
Yeah. So Steve Clarkson's talking up the other two. He's talking up Sean Robinson and he's talking up Tate. Doesn't say a whole lot about Sam. Then I start watching the three of them go through drills, and it doesn't take long for me to be like, one of these things is not like the other. I'm like, dude, it's not bias on my part. I'm like, one of these guys looks like he's going to play quarterback in college, and the other two don't. And I think the way their careers panned out, I think Texas got the better end of that deal compared to, well, Tate Martell didn't even sign with A&M. So, and Jake, as far as what happened to Tate Martell, last I heard, he was at Miami and was going to convert to wide receiver maybe, and I just kind of lost track of him after that.
Yeah. At least his mom's hot. That's
Tate's
like the
mom.
main thing that gets remembered about him after being on the QB1 thing with Netflix. That Justin Fields and Jake Fromm, Spencer Rattler, all of them are on there too. He's at UNLV now. Wow. Marion's dealing with his ass, I guess.
He's got to be out of eligibility. There's no way he's still playing.
I mean, dude, Jake Smith is still in college.
He was class of 2017. Yeah, but Jake Smith has multiple years he's missed with injuries. I think Tate Martell missed years because he just didn't play, wasn't getting on the field.
Damn.
How do you think Ryan?
There we go, Jake. That's what I'm talking about. Good shit.
Ryan Day had to look at a quarterback room, right? Ryan Day's quarterback room at one point, he's got He's got Joe Burrow in there. He's got Dwayne Haskins. I forget who else in there, and then like Tate Martell. And it's like, dude, the hell we do? We messed that up.
Yeah. Now man, it's crazy. Like the Ohio State quarterback room is very interesting right now because you obviously have Will Howard. You have Aaron Nolan.
By the way, whenever Dave Campbell's Texas Football Magazine comes out, I did the writers poll this year. I had to pick a Heisman winner.
Oh no, you did not do Will Howard.
I went.
Are you serious?
Will Spill the Pill Howard. Yeah. Hey, I ain't afraid of being wrong.
You're gonna be wrong. It's good you're not afraid. You're gonna be wrong. He's what? No.
Will Spill the Pill Howard. I'm telling you.
You're out of your mind, Jeff. Was this like the round table the other day where I was like last pick and I picked Malik Muhammad or what? Like, did you have last pick and
because I picked
Will Howard was your guy?
I picked Ohio State. I just think there's so much talent around him that he's gonna put up numbers, and I think Ohio State's gonna win the national championship. So I went ahead and picked Will Howard because I think Heisman, to me, like sometimes Heisman winners, I think like I guarantee you, like if let's say Quinn and Carson Beck have really good years, and like Georgia and Texas have a rematch in the SEC championship game, I think voters almost are going to look for reasons. If you start out as a preseason favorite, I think they almost look for reasons not to vote for you at the end. Whereas if you kind of come out of nowhere, Heisman voters seem to respect that more. Look at like 97 with Peyton Manning and Charles Woodson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy that everyone else in the comments is on Jeff's ass, just like I am. But
I'm fine with being wrong. I want hold me accountable for dumb stuff I say. I'm fine with it.
I'm about to let the guys in, but these will be the main guys everyone talks about all preseason for Heisman. Ollie Gordon, Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders, Quinn Ewers, Will Howard, Carson Beck. I don't know. If Trey Henderson or Quinshon Judkins have a really good like first week or 2 weeks for Ohio State, I think they're going to get a shit ton of buzz too, but I don't think either of them will actually win it.
See, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
I don't know. I am not a Lincoln Riley fan by any means and actively root against him, but I kind of love the Miller Moss storyline. So like I wouldn't mind a Miller Moss Heisman. I don't know.
Here's what I think will have to happen though. If it's
I'm letting the guys in.
If it's a guy like Miller Moss, now I'm just going off kind of history, right? If it's a guy like Miller Moss, because I don't think SC could be like an 8-4, 7-5 type team. I think he would have to put up just, bat-esque crazy numbers, and you've got a lot of like 1 and 2 loss teams. There's no dominant team. Because if Ohio State's as good as I think they're going to be, I think Will Howard's going to get the benefit of the doubt. Because like you said, when you talk about the skill guys, there's just going to be, you figure you're going to split votes. And if you're looking to vote for one of the Ohio State guys, more often than not, you're going to vote for the quarterback. Yeah. I don't think like Will Howard is the best player in the country. I'm trying to use like, it's Heisman voting. I'm trying to apply logic to an illogical situation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I did forget Milrose, one of the preseason guys who will get a bunch of buzz. He for sure will. But also, just want to talk about this. This kid is not going on scholarship, Reed Watkins. He's going to be a walk-on. He's at I believe, Fort Worth Episcopal or All Saints Episcopal. But he was committed on scholarship to go to Tulsa. So that means Choice got a kid to come to Texas on a walk-on. I'm almost positive he was on scholarship at Tulsa, was going to play there, which is a similar deal to Mookie Taft. Mookie Taft was going to go play on scholarship at Rice, got offered the walk-on at Texas, and I'm going to go chase my dream, and that he did. Now he's on scholarship. So,
hey, by the way, I've got that 2017 Ohio State quarterback depth chart. Jordan, would you like for me to run it down?
Yeah, let's hear it.
How about JT Barrett, set multiple school and Big Ten records. Dwayne Haskins, the late Dwayne Haskins, first-round pick. Joe Burrow, we all know how that ended for him. And running number 4, one Tathan Martell.
Jeff, that's a hell of a room. I'm going to try to bring a couple of these conversations all together in one. Jordan, you talked about Tate Martell's mom. I saw one of the comments talk about Tate Martell's sister.
Yes.
And Jeff, we were talking about one of these things not looking like the other as far as that quarterback camp out in Bastrop. Tate Martell was in Miami from 2019 to like 2021. And I saw one Riley Martell, who was Tate's sister, at a house party in Carroll City. And one of these things did not look like the other. I'll just leave it at that. That probably was one of the more surreal moments of my time being in South Florida. Jeff, really quick, we did we're doing our Horns 24/7 daily staff chats. Ask us anything. We're doing them daily 11 a.m. So check us out there. And Jeff, there was a comment that said, "Is Jeff Howe always this grumpy, or is it just every day, Monday through Sunday?" And here's the thing, and I gotta ask this, Jeff, because like, you're one of the more mild-mannered dudes I've worked with, and then now going on like 8 years I've worked in sports.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you're a big man, or if you're a big man with a beard, it's kind of like the Kendrick Perkins, Marcus Spears thing. You automatically get perceived as grumpy. I'm just wondering if that's what I'm reading. If I'm reading
probably. Here's the deal, Eric. Like, Keenan can attest to this because Keenan's been on press row with me too. When I'm out in Gen Pop and I'm working, I'm so tunnel vision on what I'm doing. I don't have a lot of time for idle chit chat. I'm got my head down. I'm working. So probably, it probably does look like I'm an a-hole, and I probably come off as an a-hole to some people. Cause like when I'm at work. It's just my job happens to be where everybody else finds their leisure, at an arena or a stadium. So I'm not a grumpy guy. I just, there's just sometimes where I just kind of space out, or I'm hyper focused or whatever, and I just kind of tune everything out. My wife does let me know that I have a really bad case of RBF. Yeah. I try to be cognizant of it, but usually that just doesn't work. So
you can't sit there smiling all the time, look like a serial killer. You know what I mean? You gotta strike a balance between smiling too much and not smiling at all.
I'm not grumpy, man. I'm not grumpy.
Not at all. I would never have said that about Jeff. No, Jeff's one of the nicest guys I've met in this industry. I'm really surprised people think he's grumpy.
We've worked with enough assholes in this industry, so I'm like, yeah, I can point out some of those. It's always the ones you don't think are assholes. Those are the ones who are assholes. Jake Bayless says, Jeff, how tall? Jeff's about 6 foot. About 6 foot, right?
I think my driver's license says I'm 5'10".
Okay, all right.
I don't get lost in a crowd. Put it that way. I'm not height deficient.
Yeah, and Eric, what you're saying about Spears and Perkins is a great point. I think with Perkins though, it's like less being grumpy. I think he's just a moron.
I don't know.
I mean,
I like
if I didn't know this already, that he's from Beaumont, and you told me Kendrick Perkins was from Texas, and I had to pick where I think he's from, it would have 1000% be Southeast Texas.
Why you got to crap on the Golden Triangle like that?
No, it's just when you travel around the state enough and meet enough people from different parts of the state, you can just tell. And I really would be like, 409, 1000%. He's just a dumbass. He says stupid shit, and he does it every time he's on TV.
Yeah.
And also, I know this is kind of hypocritical, but like, I feel like he ends up screaming at the microphone way too much and just like raising his voice. So
the one thing I can say about Kendrick Perkins, who by the way was going to go play for John Calipari at Memphis, but he ended up getting drafted in the first round. Kendrick Perkins, when he was a freshman in high school, like basically because he was from Texas and because he was a big guy, everybody called him Baby Shaq. Like he was Baby Shaq.
Right.
And he was the number one prospect in his class. Until going into his sophomore year, he went to the ABCD camp in New Jersey. And after everybody got a firsthand view of LeBron James, Kendrick Perkins was not the number one player in his class anymore.
Yeah. That's how.
Damn right.
I got one story like that, and we'll let you get out here on this. I, growing up in Florida, it's not the heavy basketball, high school basketball country, and I was a kid. I'm probably like 10 at this time. The first time I saw Amare Stoudemire enter a basketball gym, and you could have told me that dude was LeBron James, Michael Jordan all rolled into one. Like just his ability at 6'10", 250 to just, I mean, probably the 90s now is like Sean Kempish.
Yeah.
Before drugs, like insane.
Man, Sean Kemp only his it wasn't like hard. He wasn't like doing meth or nothing. Sean Kemp was just a little bit of the sticky and then the munchies. He was just pounding like porterhouse steaks at 2 a.m.
Hell yeah, that's the way to get messed up on drugs, man. You smoke a
Keenan,
bunch of weed,
you remember the lockout year where like before the lockout, it was a 99 lockout. Before the lockout,
vaguely, I'm pretty young, but vaguely.
Before the lockout, Sean Kemp looked like a world-class athlete.
That I do remember.
When Sean Kemp came back from the lockout, he looked like me out there.
Yeah, everybody. It went from he was in the lockout to the cookout. That's what happened to him.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you ate Sean Kemp. Like, what the hell happened? Like, you're 300 pounds, and like Sean Kemp was a sloppy like 300 pounds.
Orlando Magic legend Jeff Sean Kemp ended his career in Orlando, and I got the fat Sean Kemp.
Yeah, you didn't even get Portland Sean Kemp. All right,
appreciate it, fellas.
Yeah, we'll be back to do it tomorrow. Tanner has the baton to fall start. You guys have a great show.
We'll see you.
Thank y'all. It's just an hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs, as always, doing a great job from 11 to 12, bringing us up to fall start. 12 to 1 will take you up to 1 p.m. Central. Keenan Womack, Eric Henry, your guys for the midday drive. What's going on, Keenan?
Oh, I'm a happy man today, as you can probably imagine. After last night,
light. You're not in pitch black.
Yeah, I'm not in Bruce Wayne's cave anymore. I'm not broadcasting from underneath the ground. I'm above ground today.
I know you're a happy man for a multitude of reasons. One of those being the Dallas Mavericks. We definitely are going to get into the Mavs on today's show. Got another jam-packed show for you. We are at 100 days till the Longhorns are back at the holy ground. That is Darrell K. Royal, Texas Memorial Stadium. 100 days he'll kick off. We're going to get into what we are most excited about. Got a special guest. It's KVU sports anchor Tyler Feldman's going to join us at 12:30 just to give his thoughts on the Horns offseason and a bunch of things that we're recapping. As I said, we're going to get into the Mavs, going to get into Texas recruiting as well. I mean, listen, we've talked a lot about this receiver room and the fact that they've got a loaded room this year with the veterans they've brought in. Ryan Wingo obviously being part of that as the freshman class, Parker Livingstone, Aaron Butler. But I'll be damned if Steve Sarkisian isn't trying to get after it again with the wide receiver recruiting. 3 guys out of 24/7 Sports' top 4, recruiting wide receiver recruiting rankings. Texas is in the running for. We talked about DeCorian Moore, but we're going to get into the 2 others as well. So jam-packed show. Keenan, before we get into the sports stuff, man, I want to run this by you, man. What food chain? And I know I wanted to talk to you about worst flight experience, but I'm going to call an audible here with Red Lobster shutting down. What's one food chain that like everyone bangs on, but you ride hard for?
Oh, that's a good one. I think I have an answer ready already, actually. I was thinking about this the other day. So people really hate Chipotle now, and I still rock with it. I still rock with it. I think it's good. And it might not be as good as it was, but it's still better than most other options to me. So I'll still ride with Chipotle.
You know what's crazy is like Chipotle. Okay, I think because I was late to the Chipotle game is why I see Jake Bayless, Long John Silver. Yeah, throw that up there. I have never eaten that Long John Silver's, bro.
You're not missing them a whole lot.
The thing is, so without giving too long-winded of an answer, I've talked about growing up with Jamaican parents, and as a result, they kind of like forbade fast food in the house as a kid. There's a shit ton of fast food that I've never eaten. Like I just said, I see Chris Bennett, what up, CB, talking about he misses Whataburger, but everyone's telling him it's fallen off since he's left. I had never had Whataburger until last year. I mean, I'll say part of that is regional.
Sure.
But even things like Pancho's Mexican Buffet, I'm assuming that is a very specific here. Even things like, Arby's. I'm trying to think. Like I just had Wendy's for the first time a couple of years ago. Like I'd had McDonald's and Burger King, And that pretty much was. And then, of course, like you eat a college Chick-fil-A. Outside of that, I hadn't had virtually anything. But the chain, if we're just talking about like restaurant, one that I crap on, and hopefully, BK, you're not working any sponsorship deals with this group, because I apologize in advance. Chili's and Applebee's, bro, anything that like the food, they throw in the microwave on medium high for 7 minutes and then it comes out at you. I'm not eating that shit, bro. Like I'm not eating that, bro. So that's the one. But Red Lobster, I ride hard for Red Lobster because that was like a delicacy. You know what I'm saying? Like that poor man seafood you would get growing up lower middle class there in Florida. I'm a little sad to see it go away, man.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, like, there's a bunch of I will agree with you on Applebee's and disagree with you on Chili's. I think there's a big difference between Chili's and Applebee's, at least in Texas.
Okay.
I think Chili's is heavily better, like much better than Applebee's at like a similar-ish price point. So my dad worked in food advertising, still does to an extent. They call it fast casual, right? It's in between fast food and a regular restaurant. Like Chipotle and Chili's are kind of in the same category of fast casual. And yeah, I think Chili's is far superior. And Chris Bennett sort of said it right. Poor man's seafood is Long John Silver's. I don't think Red Lobster's too much of a poor man's food. I like Red Lobster, but like you said, it's pretty good. They have the cheddar biscuits, right? That's them.
Yeah, well, really quick, I'm gonna run through a couple of comments here because I got to get at Jake Bayless. Jake, appreciate you rocking with us as always.
Always, Jake.
You're freaking insane if you're telling me you like Papa John's. That shit never looks like it does on the TV. It always comes looking like, it's been freaking thrown at the door. Like that's getting there. CB said, Papa John's, poor man's seafood is Long John's. Here's the thing. CB, let me just throw this out because this may make a difference in why I'm saying that. Growing up in Florida, you have so many seafood options, right? Because you're nearby the water. I think that's the reason why, because you had like so many higher end seafood options. It was like, all right, if you're gonna go and sit down and get seafood in Florida, Red Lobster was like your low end deal there. So we coming in hot pot. Jake says Papa John's clears Domino's, debate your mama. Okay, all right. Jake, hey, guess what? For the next 40 minutes, BK is paying me. In my opinion, is Domino's is way better than Papa John's. Although Jake, appreciate you rocking with us. That shit never looked like the way it looks like. Like, did someone just? Never mind. BK might have a deal with Papa John's coming up. So
you never know, man. He's making moves always.
Papa John's cheese sticks are the shit.
That is pretty true. They are pretty good. But I mean, the best fast food pizza to me.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Keenan.
The best fast food pizza to me, and I get trashed all the time for this take, is my favorite is Pizza Hut. I love Pizza Hut, but my wife thinks it's disgusting. Like, I don't know. Some people don't like Pizza Hut. I think it's not too bad. But yeah, I think Domino's and Papa John's, they're all just okay to me. Like, there's so much good pizza in Austin, or not like a ton, but like enough to where I don't need to get that. I can go get, like whatever. I don't know who's supporting the show, so I'm not going to give names, but there's plenty of good pizza around in Austin.
Yeah. I was gonna say same thing. I shouldn't, because I almost named one and I shouldn't, because we don't know who.
Yeah, we don't know who's on the docket.
A deal. But man, we'll jump into sports before we got our guy Tyler Feldman jumping in about 10 minutes. 100 days till kickoff. Keenan Womack, what are you most excited about for this year?
Man, as you know, I've said before, or I was talking about it. I was in LA this weekend with one of my friends. And he is a dude from LA. He's from Malibu. He went to the University of Texas. We became friends in college. And he's the most diehard Texas football guy I know. Had no allegiance growing up other than one of his uncles randomly went there. And so just getting everybody together for these SEC games, like just the social aspect of it is so fun. But if I had to pick a specific game, Georgia's going to be rad. At Michigan's going to be a lot of fun. And then Texas A&M, man, that's going to be – that's been a long time coming, my friend. Like, that game is going to be talked about forever. Like, I remember watching the last one with my dad, who is another alum, and just not knowing that it was going to take this long for them to play each other. I figured it'd be 4 or 5 years they'd play each other again, but hasn't happened in a bowl. So I think Texas A&M has to be on the docket for most important events of this year.
Dude, really quick, because it's interesting you mentioned that as far as Texas A&M. And I know I've talked about, at least on the flagship podcast, that being what I think is a trap game. Although a lot of people within the program said, listen, if there's one game that you're going to make sure these guys are up for, it's going to be Texas A&M with how much that means to the fan base. But and anyone rocking with us as well in the comments, Philip, let me know your opinion as well. Was the expectation that it would be this long, or was there expectation that, all right, eventually they'll work a one-off as far as a non-conference game somewhere down the road?
I think it probably was a mix. It's sort of like how they're dealing with the Tech situation now.
Yeah.
They're not going to play Tech for a while.
Yeah.
They might never go to Lubbock again, like ever. They might literally never go there again, but they'll end up playing Tech at some point. I don't think it's the same thing with A&M. I think it was the admins were mad at each other versus the admins were mad at the entire university. Like, I think it was more like a screw you guys for leaving the conference deal versus like a real animosity. Like there was for like, because I remember hearing that the whole thing when Chris Beard returned to Lubbock, and then there's the fans surrounded the bus, they're throwing bottles and stuff. And I heard the Texas admin was like furious that the Tech admin didn't do anything about it. So I think it'll be sort of like that with Tech, but like I think with A&M, it's going to be really important for in-state recruiting, man. Like that game is going to mean so much to high school seniors every year. It's at the end of the year. It's going to play into playoff conversations. It's a very important game. I'm really looking forward to that matchup and like renewing a rivalry that's been going on for 100 years, you know?
The thing that kind of, again, being the outsider here to this thing stands out to me is being in Florida, right? Miami and Florida didn't play for a long time. Major reason was because Miami was kicking the Gators' ass, you know, in the 80s, right? And that thing held off until it got renewed in the 2000s, and you've seen a couple of series scheduled between, right? But again, people in the comments, you feel free to educate me. I'm not going to call Miami, Florida State the same as Texas Tech, but it feels like maybe not from the Texas side, because everything you said is true, right? I understand all of the BS that's gone on, especially the way things ended on the basketball court. Right?
Yeah, man.
I can understand from the Texas side being like, we're above that. I'm just asking from the fan base's perspective, is the Texas Tech rivalry ingrained in the way that, I'm not even going to say OU, but is it ingrained in the way that like Texas A&M was?
No.
No. Okay, because from an outsider's perspective, it feels like the loss of Texas Tech would be the same as like Florida State, Miami not be on the schedule. But correct me if I'm wrong.
So Tech became a much more of an object of animosity and vice versa for Tech fans after A&M left. Like Tech and A&M hated each other. Like that was a serious rivalry. And they I don't know why neither side admits that. Those teams hated each other. And then both teams hated Texas and vice versa, you know. But, you know, I think A&M is a much more important rivalry just to the whole, to the historical factor. Like Texas has been playing Texas Tech for a while, but A&M has been their rival for 100 years, and that's never going to change, even if they haven't played for 10 years. Like the renewal of this game this year is going to change everything.
Okay, so yeah, good to get that on the record, as our guy Jake Bayless says that around two of his comments here. He says he thinks that we always kind of knew the move to SEC eventually would happen out the Big Ten because OU is our dance partner and Big 12. Tim will invite them. Fair point. He also says Tech is our fourth biggest rival. So yeah, that's the thing. And I think maybe I got in. I probably got in at a point in which the rivalry was kind of like maybe heightened a little bit because of Brett Yormark's comments, and maybe I'm perceiving it a little bit higher than it was. Chris Bennett talks about Miami FSU being one of the great rivalries, which no doubt. I mean, obviously being a Floridian, that is how I feel. But to answer that question, Chris also says Tech hate happened after 2008. But to answer that question that I laid out, I think the thing that I'm most excited for, just call me, you know, a big game, big event type of guy, that weekend that has F1 and UGA in town, like I just feel like Austin is going to be a movie that weekend. And particularly that game on the field, getting a premier opponent like Georgia, that to me, damn near the same. If you take away the storyline of Steve Sarkisian, Nick Saban, getting Georgia in town is damn near the same as getting Bama in town. Yep. I'm fired up for that one. So that for me, I think is probably the thing that I am most excited about outside of course, just getting back to DKR. August 31st, Colorado State would be in town. I don't care if it's, a quote unquote lesser opponent, a group of four opponent, just a group of five, just excited to get that back on with football season kicking off. And Jake says really quick, FSU, Miami always had national implications, not just in Florida. Another great point. But really quick, before we bring on our special guest, Tyler Feldman, and he just dropped a comment on Twitter saying special guest is no overstatement, but Feldman's a special guest. Listen, we've had plenty of Austin media. He's a special guest. But before we drop him, Keenan, we know people are going to be looking for tickets, whether it's Texas, Georgia, F1, opening day, whatever it may be. And Centex Tickets is your spot. It's your trusted source for tickets for all of your favorite events, including Longhorn games. They've got Astros tickets, Rangers tickets, Cowboys tickets. Hell, you want to go to a Texans game, you got those tickets as well. Any sport, any team, they've got you covered. Plus, ACL got you tickets, their concerts, even Broadway shows. Their tickets are 100% guaranteed. Don't deal with scalpers outside the arena. I have done that once. I'll tell you another story, maybe another show about trying to get tickets to a deal in Miami. Dealing with scalpers was not good for me. So don't deal with scalpers. Get your tickets when you want them, where you want them. Go check out CentexTickets.com. That's CEN tickets.com. Without further ado, going to bring in our special guest. Let's add him to the stage. He is AVU sports anchor / play-by-play. Proud Pittsburgher. And what I've heard also is this is just rumor on the street that our first guest who we had, Corey Mose, I've heard that this is Corey Mose's favorite sports anchor. Tyler Feldman, folks.
Hey, Corey Mose is my favorite sports anchor in turn. And Jeff Jones. Don't let me leave out Jeff Jones. Guys, thanks for having me. Hey, by the way, Eric, I heard that in Collier County you need to scalp tickets to go to house parties. That's what I've heard.
Oh, listen. Okay, that is a deep Florida pull for those the Texas audience. Collier County.
Well, hey, I was just listening to the start of the show. I'm like, Eric's got stories he needs to share.
Oh, listen, we will definitely have to tell some Collier County stories one time. For the folks who don't know, that is Southwest Florida, Fort Myers-ish, Naples-ish area. Yes, an area that Tyler knows pretty well, as do I. We won't devolve this into a wink and use stories here. Nevertheless, Tyler, appreciate you making a couple minutes to hop on with us, man. And we're just going to start, dude, a question that we actually led off the show with, and as you guys probably heard it, is with 100 days till the season, what are you most fired up about as far as, this upcoming Texas football season?
I think this may be the easiest Texas football season to be fired up about since maybe ever. I mean, Keenan, you grow up rooting for the Horns, right? This team has all the pieces, and even like the pieces that you don't think are as strong yet, the makings of a team that could win a national championship. Then you add in the move to the SEC. You were talking about it earlier, but all those games and the social aspect of being in the SEC, the road games, the home games, Georgia in town for that big weekend with F1. It's going to be a movie, Eric, as you said, but it's also going to be a time where things won't be moving traffic-wise here in Austin. But I think fans are already super excited. They have been. And based on how the season ended last year, the coaching staff, Sark has everything together. He has the recipe for possibly a championship season.
First off, I completely agree in terms of recipe for a championship season. I think there's just a lot to, as you said, Tyler, you and I probably haven't been around these parts as long as Keenan and a lot of our listeners and viewers, but just in terms of knowing the history of Texas football over the past decade and a half, a lot to be fired up about. Going to run one more question by you that we've kind of talked about over the past few weeks. With Texas making the move to the SEC, what SEC event are you most fired up about? And there are quite a few to choose from. So let's run a few at you, right? You got Texas, Georgia, as we talked about. Even you go to the hardwood and you have games like Texas, Tennessee. Rick Barnes makes his first trip to the Moody Center. Don't forget about the women as well. I think Texas, South Carolina is going to be a primetime event. So, anything that comes to mind for you as far as an SEC event, which ones are you kind of fired up about?
I think you have to be jazzed up about women's basketball, right? It's the hot topic right now. I think from a biggest jump of excitement and entertainment, and this is no knock on the Big 12 because the Big 12 was a fantastic women's basketball conference. But boy, some of those games, you see the opponents that just came out for Texas, and you have USC, South Carolina, Tennessee, to name just a couple. And Texas should be, one, just about 100% healthy. You look at the players coming in that Vic has recruited, and then you look at the players coming back. That's another team. You had Texas football and Texas women's basketball that have championship aspirations, have the talent and the coaching, then to, I think, make a big, big splash year one in the SEC.
Keenan, before I pass it to you, we'll throw up a couple of comments here. Our guy, Chris Bennett, says, Texas LSU. Kim Mulkey, of course, coming back to us for the first time since 2021, since she went to Baylor. Jake Bayless mentions Ole Miss coming to Moody whenever the SEC decides to send Chris Beard. And softball definitely ain't no joke as well. Scott Hampton says. Keenan, take it away.
Well, first of all, my man, great to see you. Looking handsome as always, my friend. Absolutely.
Thank you. The haircut just timed out well. I got
looking
lucky.
Clean.
Yeah.
Very clean, my friend.
Like your
dude.
mustache.
My question was sort of more related to more specifically football, as in excitement for who's a specific. Let's go underclassmen, make it a little more specific. Who is an underclassman you're super stoked about for this football season upcoming?
Number 16.
Okay, beyond him. Who's going to play this year?
I mean, CJ Baxter, I think, has he was so exciting to watch as a freshman that you didn't even think, one, talking to him as a media member, you're like, this guy's a junior or senior, right? And then watching him play and the extra effort he would show pushing off tackles, he's a really exciting player to watch. And it just seems like that running back room just continues to stockpile talent. Baxter, I think, could make the biggest – he already had a huge jump, but I think he's got the talent, the drive, and the smarts to make a ginormous jump in year two if he can stay healthy through an entire season in the SEC. So I think for sure number 4 is definitely that one guy that I think is absolutely electric from a underclassman that is going to be a huge impact player. And there's no one denying that.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Cedric Baxter, too. I was on the Cedric Baxter train all year last year. I didn't think he'd be the starter necessarily, but I thought he would get, almost starter carries. And now he's going to be split in the backfield with Jaden Blue. You got your 1-2 punch. You got your speed back. Not that Cedric isn't quick, too, but he's more of a run-you-over guy than he is a speed, beat-you-up-the-field guy. So they got a 1-2.
In the sense of a running back, right? But, he's still going to beat almost anyone in a race.
Oh, yeah, I just mean style of play for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
The speed's still crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun team to watch. But I think Cedric for sure is that one guy that I think could really just be unbelievable and maybe be a guy in the Heisman. I know that's a big ask for a sophomore, but I think he's that talented.
Hell yeah.
Again, if you just join us, we're joined by Tyler Feldman. He's a sports anchor for KVU, along with their sports team, Jeff Jones and Corey Mose. Let's keep it there on offense with the Horns and talk about this receiver room, man, that is loaded. Talk about it with, Matthew Golden, Silas Bolden, Isaiah Bond, Ryan Wingo. Just first off, how much do you envy or maybe not envy Steve Sarkisian in terms of him having to find a way to get all these guys on the field? And how do you see this thing shaking out?
No, you have to envy Steve Sarkisian because, look, I'm from Pittsburgh. And when Vince Young in that 2006 team won it all at the Rose Bowl, I mean, that's just stuck in your memory. What I thought Austin, Texas was geographically speaking, is what I thought all of Texas was, tumbleweeds. Like, I didn't realize Austin was what it is. And now what it's become, it's the perfect recipe, and I keep using that word, but for NIL. I mean, it just sells itself. If you're a student athlete, and look, I went to Penn State, and this is no knock on State College, but if you're a 4 or 5-star athlete looking to play football at a major program, sure, the whiteout game's great. And the environment at Penn State football games, I think, is certainly at least consistently a lot better than what I've seen at Texas, even though it is a great crowd. Boy, if I'm an athlete coming to Texas and they're offering me NIL and all these opportunities, the facilities are fantastic, it sells itself. And so I feel like Texas is one of those like 5 programs in the NIL era that just is the perfect build to get those big-time talented high school players. Perfect timing, and Texas is taking advantage. So when you look at all those wide receivers, Bond really intrigues me. Wingo really intrigues me. All that speed really intrigues me. And I know it has Quinn Ewers fired up to throw some deep balls, and even slants. You lose all these Xavier Worthy, you lose a ton of guys, and then you just restock, and you don't doubt it. And I think you go into some football seasons like, I don't know what this team is, but what Sark has built here on the 40 acres is very unique. And I think like if we go 10 years down the road and look back at maybe what he'll be accomplishing over the next 5 years, it's going to go back to just right place, right time, a coach who had gone through kind of the ringer in his personal life, figured it out, is now transparent about that with his players. That helps him connect with his players a lot better. And by the way, he also knows how to coach football really well. So, I think you've got to envy Sark. And just obviously recruiting's hard. Going in the transfer portal is hard. But Texas sells itself. They're doing all the right things. CDC, top down. It just seems like an athletic department that is great across the board.
Couple more and we'll get you out of here. We'll throw up a quick comment here. Jake Bayless talks about Xavier Filsaime, talking about the young guys that he's going to go crazy when he takes a starting spot by the Mississippi State game. Definitely not out of the question. I mean, the idea of he and Derek Williams back there at safety spot is certainly something that's pretty intriguing. Tyler, I've had a chance to really talk with you about men's basketball since really the season ended. Obviously, an eventful year for Rodney Terry and the Horns. I mean, we all remember Horns downgate, but the season really flipped. Post that, they were able to win some games in the Big 12, a big win at Texas Tech, and really push Tennessee to the limit there up in Charlotte. Just your 10,000-foot view on kind of what you saw last year, and maybe any early thoughts on the revamping of this roster.
I think it's important to note that because Texas they have a brand new practice facility, brand new arena, what they thought they had with Chris Beard. I think Texas fans are just so anxious for a Elite Eight, like Final Four championship run, because they have everything you'd think you'd need to get there. I think Texas fans are going to have to find a way to be more patient with Rodney Terry, because we live in a society that they need it to happen right now. Like if it doesn't happen right now, then it's on to the next. And the state in which college basketball and college athletics is in right now, I think you've got to give these coaches time to build their program. I mean, what happened with Beard, that's a big explosion, all right? It's not going to happen overnight. And so you have to give Rodney a chance to create what he's trying to create. And certainly some recruits decided to do other things, and I think that maybe impacted the psyche of the fan base. But I like what RT represents, and I like what I think he learned from the whole horns down thing. And on that note, unfortunately, I was just doing my job. When I'm there in the handshake line, I mean, we shoot video of every handshake line. And when I see him doing that, I'm in my head like, no, don't do this. Like, don't do this. Yeah. And then you have to share it. I mean, that's just part of the job. And Rodney knows that. I think he'll learn from that, realize that there are bigger things to focus on. But I do think the team, despite, Tyrese Hunter didn't really pan out. There were things that didn't work out. And I think that was part of Rodney figuring out what works best for him and his system. I think the coaching staff is in the right place. Now it's trying to get the most out of his players and an opportunity to do that in an SEC, which I think that's what intrigues me most is, man, the Big 12 was such a gauntlet. I'm not knocking the SEC in men's basketball. You have Alabama, of course, and some other big-time programs, but I just feel like they may have a better chance at success early on in the SEC than maybe I think Texas women's basketball is great, but that SEC is really good, and those are going to be some really tough road games.
Go ahead, Keenan.
Yeah. So sort of back to football for a second. Well, I guess this ties into basketball as well. Me and Eric were talking about this yesterday about the fact that UT is becoming like kind of the hot school right now for celebrities to come through. You know what I mean? For rappers to talk about, Travis Scott drops the Longhorns collection, So how much do you think that plays into not just NIL and recruiting, but like how much do you think that plays into the overall creation of a program, having a city like this around it?
It's ginormous. I mean, think of what Austin has become. And not everyone loves the new Austin, but the new Austin with the University of Texas right in the heart, it's perfect. And it's I think a big reason why you're seeing all these facilities being built. You're seeing a lot of investment because it was already a deep pocket alumni base from the get-go. And you see a city that is so vibrant, so electric. There's always stuff going on. And for 18 to 22-year-olds, and maybe with NIL and COVID years, 28-year-olds with their seventh year, it's the perfect rest. It just is. Like, you can't find I challenge you to find a city that's not ginormous where the university is the number one focus. If you go to UCLA, USC, well, sorry, you've got major sports teams that are the big time focus, and maybe you get the back page of the newspaper or the last 30 seconds in a sportscast. That's not the case here. The Texas Longhorns drive sports media coverage, and you add that to a city that has tech, economic growth. You see buildings popping up. You see a great restaurant scene, food scene, a great music scene. What doesn't this city have? It has everything for not just a college athlete, a college student, but also, I mean, the three of us, for people of all ages. So I think it's just a perfect match. That's what Austin, UT, I mean, you add in Austin FC, you see the growth. They're getting the All-Star game. There's a big there's a reason everyone wants to come to Austin. And that helps everything.
Tyler, we'll get you out of here on this. Our guy Jake Bayless says, sorry, Vanderbilt, which is a good point. Obviously Nashville would be one of those cities, quote unquote, but even they have the Titans there as well. So,
but to that point, Vanderbilt's a private school. I mean, Texas is not a private institution. Texas is a great academic institution. Vanderbilt has a much smaller student body. I mean, Texas is huge. It's just different.
We'll get you out of here on this, man. What's your favorite thing about being from Pittsburgh?
That's a great question. And I do want to say I came from the eye doctor, and I'm seeing you both very clearly. I was actually a -4, and they dropped me down to a -375 in both eyes. So that means my eyes actually got stronger over the course of the year. I don't know what workout plan I've been putting my eyes to, but it's helping me think back to why I love where I'm from. There's a lot of pride in Pittsburgh. All the sports teams are the same color scheme. I think that connectivity is huge, black and gold. And I think looking back at my parents, my grandparents, it's just such a chip on your shoulder city. People putting their head down, going to work, supporting a family. And it's a big city, but it has a small city feel. And it's just beautiful. The drive through the Fort Pitt Tunnel into the city is majestic. And I love Austin too. And whenever I go back to Pittsburgh now, Austin's just so vibrant. Pittsburgh has that vibrancy, but how I see Pittsburgh is a tight-knit community, a big sports town, which obviously is a big reason why I'm doing what I do for a career, and a town that loves one another, very close-knit community. So, I love Pittsburgh. I'm a proud Pittsburgher.
I know you got to run. We got 2 comments here coming at you. One, for our guy Chris Bennett, is Tyler going to the NFL draft? And the second comment from Jake Bayless, would you call yourself a Yinzer?
We'll have to see. I'd love to go to the draft. I think that's going to be a huge headache. I like crowds. I love people, but like that seems insane. Like Detroit looked nuts. I think it'd be cool, obviously, with it being in Pittsburgh. We'll see. That's a good question. I think I would like to go though and just see the city kind of alive. And would I consider myself a Yinzer? No. I don't. I do love the Yinzer aspect and how it kind of separates Pittsburgh, but I don't use the word Yins. I've actually developed a y'all tendency, which living here in Texas, and I worked in North Carolina before. So I take pride in the Yinzer arena, but I don't have the Yinzer tendencies of like the accent or maybe I do have an accent and I don't hear it, but I don't say Yins. No.
We will get you out of here on that, man. Thank you for making 20 minutes. I know you got to run. He is Tyler Feldman of KVU. You can catch him on KVU again alongside Corey Moe, Jeff Jones. My man, appreciate you making 20 minutes.
Love you guys. Thank you so much. We'll make it 21 minutes next time, an extra minute.
Most definitely. Appreciate it, my man. Thank you.
See you guys. Much love. Thanks.
Oh, man. Good stuff.
What a guy.
Good stuff. Before we transition, we got to talk a little Mavs. I know last night, man, listen, Keenan, you want to know I'm getting old is when like these late night games, I know I wasn't even a late game truly, but I found myself struggling a little bit, had to tap into that new flavor of Red Bull, which again, listen, I don't know if that's a sponsor, but I will take a Red Bull sponsorship doing the job we have. And you know where I had to get that Red Bull from, Keenan? I know you know where I went.
Start with a 7.
Damn sure starts with a 7, ends with an 11. 7-Eleven is your go-to convenience store for food, snacks, hot and cold beverages, gas, and so much more. They got everything you need to get you through your day, your week, your month, hell, even your year. Slurpees, Big Gulps, pizza, rollers, prepackaged snacks, and more like the Red Bull. Truly is the best convenience store in the world. Check out the 7 Rewards program on the 7-Eleven app, as well as you can earn some free stuff every time you visit our friends at 7-Eleven. Keenan, your Mavs are up 1-0. They end the game on a 10-3 run. Take home court advantage from the Minnesota Timberwolves. Have at it.
Yeah, man. I'm starting to feel a lot of confidence with this team. I'm not saying they're going to win it all, but this is how I felt in last year's playoff run with the Rangers. I feel very similarly to the fact that like they're playing loose. They're not playing scared. They're not playing like they're not playing to not lose. They're playing to win. They're playing with aggression. I mean, the way Minnesota shot the ball, I mean, the Mavericks took 2 haymakers one in each half, and they weathered the storm both times. They were able to pull it out. Derek Lively is let me think about this for a second. Derek Lively is, I'd say he's the best center left in the playoffs over Gobert.
Okay.
I think Lively's better than Gobert. I think Lively is one of the best defensive centers in the NBA already. He is an unbelievable defender. He was plus 16 yesterday. Okay. He's a rookie. He is Tyson Chandler level good already. And maybe not Tyson Chandler's peak, but he's really getting close to peak Tyson Chandler already. I don't know what the ceiling is for him, but like what an unbelievable player. And just the fact that he can run the floor, he can defend. He's one of the best offensive rebounders I've ever seen. I mean, just straight up, he just is. He made Gobert look silly. He made Towns look silly. He was just unbelievably good last night. And of course, Luka and Kyrie did their thing. Kyrie, his magic came in the first half. He kept the Mavericks in it. They were only down 3 despite a pretty rough first half from the rest of the team. Kyrie carried them the first half. Second half was a mix of Luka and Lively, and Luka is Luka, man. He's inevitable, it feels like. And with every game I watch more of this team, I get more confident in them and more confident in how they feel about themselves. There's so many different things you can try on Luka, right? You saw the Jazz; they would try to blitz. They were blitzing the pick and roll. But when you do that, Luka just finds a way to get somebody open. Like he passes out of the trap every single time. Or if you play drop coverage, he finds the roll man, hits him. Like, he's just so good at getting guys caught in between where they're supposed to be on defense and creating mismatches and disadvantages for them. It's just so impressive to watch, and I can't wait to watch how this series unfolds. I am so beyond impressed, though, with Derek Lively.
Jake Bayless has 62 points in the paint, and that they only made 6 threes. No, that is 2 great points in addition to everything you said there. Chris Bennett says, what's late? It's one of the great things about living up here 2 hours earlier. Listen, I concur, Chris, as someone who one of the greatest months of my life, Keenan, was before I was covering basketball, college basketball. I spent an entire month, March Madness, just in Vegas with some friends. We decided
that's my dream, dude.
We decided we're going to, I didn't quite have the work responsibilities I had. There wasn't any ethical, boundaries around going and gambling on March Madness. And we just spent the month out there, and that is heaven being out there with, the 2 hours difference. Nevertheless, with the Mavs, Keenan, something I find interesting is this. Minnesota prides itself on being such a defensive team, right? And we all know that the Ant-Man talked about locking up a certain player from the last series. Well, here's what I find interesting. Be it as it may, as far as how much they want to pride themselves on defense, Anthony Edwards, we have 19, 11, and 8, if memory serves me correct yesterday.
Yeah.
I'll take that. You take that 10 out of 10 times, right?
Yeah. If he's scoring less than 30, I'll take it.
That's my thing, because I don't the kid who made 6 McDaniels, right?
McDaniel, he's great too.
Made like 5 or 6 threes. But still, you can't expect that from the others. Cat Towns. Y'all know how I feel about Carl, right? And I think we're gonna see a classic Carl series where he does something completely dumb. But nevertheless, unless he's gonna have that outburst and be that second scoring option, I couldn't agree more with you in terms of the Mavs and feeling confident in this series. And to your point, you can kind of start feeling a little special about this team, considering the way things were, midseason, some of the moves they've made. I don't blame you, Keenan.
Yeah, they just have a team that's built really well now. They don't just have good players here and there. They're really solid across the board. They don't have a huge weakness anywhere. Their only real weakness is they're not getting a ton of scoring from the wing spot. But outside of that, they get defense out of the wing spot with Derek Jones. They get defense from the power forward spot with PJ. They get defense and rebounding with Lively and Gafford. They have one of the top offensive backcourts of all time. I think it's fair to say that, just from a statistical standpoint. Kyrie and Luka in the same backcourt is pretty outrageous. And I think if they are to, say they do win the championship this year, which I'm not saying they will, but they have a shot is what I'm saying, right? They have as good a shot as anybody left in my mind. Especially winning that game on the road. That's not an easy game to pull out, especially also considering the Mavericks are 0-6 in game ones under Jason Kidd. So
right. This was
pretty
the first
big,
game
pretty big night for them, I think. And I think I don't know if you saw how the Timberwolves looked shook after that loss, because they played about as well as they could have, it felt like, and still lost. And they looked really despondent walking off the court after a game 1 home loss. That's the thing. They don't have any experience in the playoffs at all. They don't know how to bounce. They might not know how to bounce back from game 1 loss. They totally could. It could be a 7-game series. You don't know, but I was really surprised at how they handled the loss after game 1. They looked just as shook as the Pacers did after blowing the lead against the Celtics, to me.
I'm glad you touched on that point, because I don't know if you saw some of the controversy around the question. Really good NBA writer. You're a big hoops head, so I'm sure you know this guy, Vinny Goodwill from Yahoo Sports.
Of course, yeah.
Asked the question to Kat and Anthony Edwards after last series. Was it a bit of a surprise, considering, that typically teams have to kind of fail a couple times, right? And we saw them on the podium say, well, damn, how many times have we failed? We've been losing for 20 years, right? And I'll admit, I'm not necessarily as much of in basketball, Keenan. And if you can think of a team off the top of your head, a young team that didn't have the experience of failing a couple times, that eventually took off, let me know. The only team that's coming to mind for me, and even they failed a couple times too, the Orlando Magic team that went to the finals. I'm just going modern era, right? In 2009, if memory serves me correct, to face the Lakers. They'd lost a couple times in the first round, like during early Dwight Howard era, and they lost early in the Stan Van Gundy era, before they, eventually conquered Detroit, right? Because the end of the Detroit era, and they went on a run. But that was a young-ish team that had some vets, right? This team, despite the guys that they have, like Karl Towns, who is a vet, but again, I feel about Karl. Yeah, like I think there is something to that, not knowing how to bounce back from that type of loss when you got all the momentum. Okay, I mean, Jake, I'd even say this. So Jake says the Spurs in '99, right? But that team had David Robinson. That's like they had gone to the conference finals a couple of years before that, right? Even David Robinson era, Avery Johnson. I don't know if I'd consider them the same level of youth as this Minnesota team, but a fair point. But yeah, man, like I don't know. Like they're gonna have to find some wherewithal within them because they had the home crowd, they were up, and they couldn't close, and that's tough to bounce back from.
Yeah, I mean, it's the NBA, so it's going to be a hell of a series regardless. I feel like they're not going to roll over, but that has to be in the back of your head, that they shot unconscious from three in the first half. Jaden McDaniels was 6 for 8 from three, and they lost. They shot I think the Mavs were 2 for 16 at the half from three versus the Timberwolves had hit 10 or 11 threes at the half, and they're only down 3. And they're turning the ball over, and they're only down 3, and they come back, and it's the boards, man. It's just Lively giving them second chance after second chance after second chance to score. I mean, I've been gushing about him all day, but I can't say enough. I don't think I've ever seen a big, a young big that's been this impactful in the playoffs. I mean, not in a long time. A rookie big, there have been rookies that have impacted games, but when's the last time a rookie center was this impactful?
Man, a rookie.
You got to go back, dude. You know what I mean? It doesn't pop right up. Rookie centers typically take a while to develop.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably talking Tim Duncan. Yeah, and even you could debate whether Timmy played center or power forward.
Sure, yeah. Just say big, I guess. But big, either way, man, pretty amazing performance.
We're probably
I don't know. I'm so impressed.
No, we're probably going back to the Alonzo Mourning Shaq days, right? Yeah. In terms of, if we're just saying impactful. Now playoffs, right? That's a whole nother
impactful rookie playoff run from a center.
God, yeah.
No, there aren't many.
Yeah, Jake Bayless says probably Magic Johnson when you have to play center in the finals. You might be right.
Literally.
I certainly cannot think of another one. But yeah, man, it certainly isn't going to be I still think it's going to be an eventful series, but now I can see this thing. Sure. I think I had the T-Wolves in 7. I can see this thing being Dallas in 6.
That's what my pick was Dallas. That was my pick in the last 2 series too, was Dallas in 6.
Where we're at now. But let's go ahead and bring in Zay Collier because I want to run, the funny hypothetical that we talked about at the beginning of the show by Zay. Zay, with Red Lobster going out of business, what's one? See, I knew Zay was gonna be hurt like me. What's one quote unquote fast food or restaurant chain that people bang on that you ride hard for?
That's a good question. Probably Red Lobster. Yeah, Red Lobster is my spot. Remember going back with the fam, kinfolk, endless shrimp, popcorn shrimp, shrimp scampi. Look, that's fine dining, in my opinion, Keenan and Eric. And
hell yeah.
It sucks that they're going bankrupt. I kind of understand why they're losing business in a way, but also it's damn, there's a certain nostalgic feeling with Red Lobster. And yeah, that's gonna be one that I miss for sure. Hopefully, someone can buy it and put some money in there to keep a few. But yeah, it looks like they're going down under like Australia.
Listen, man, some Cheddar Bay biscuits, man. You know,
come
on. It's funny. I was going back and forth with our guy Jake Bayless here in the comments. Was talking about Papa John's, ass or good? Yes or no?
It hits different now that we found out Johnny Boy's a little racist.
Sure.
You know, John, that hurt. You know,
that
like
hurt.
I get it. Shaquille O'Neal's my guy. Putting him on as the spokesperson, smart move to try to get their Black American following back.
Move their clientele back, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But as far as fast food pizza chains, I've never been a big Papa John's guy. I wouldn't say it's ass. If it's free, yeah, I'm gonna eat it. But okay, Eric, here you go.
What's up?
Little Caesars is a spot that I love that people
okay.
That's a spot.
I'm with that.
Those Caesars hits, man. Those
new
little
hey, Zay, has the hot and ready ever failed you?
No, not at all. Not at all.
I saw a great tweet about Little Caesars. It was like, this guy's like, Little Caesars, it's hot and ready. And the guy goes, well, is it good? And the guy goes, it's hot and it's ready.
Little Caesars, they've cleaned up their image too. I mean, they got their own arena in Detroit. That's where the Pistons play. Like, I don't know where Papa John's arena at. I haven't seen a Pizza Hut arena, Domino's arena. So Little Caesars must be doing something right.
Is that a Detroit brand?
I think so.
Yeah.
Speaking of Detroit.
Speaking of
Detroit, listen, Zay, before I bring in Chip, I just got to co-sign that right there, man. Because my thing with Papa John's is this. Papa John's want to run these commercials that show their pizza looking like this, that, and the other. I have never gotten a Papa John's pizza showing up at my door that looked like anything other. That thing was thrown at my door and landed upside down.
Frisbeed across the lawn.
That's all I'm saying. CB, you said, isn't Louisville Papa John's Stadium? Well, once the Papa went off on his rant, they promptly took his name off the stadium. So it is no longer Papa John's Stadium. But yeah, man, that's my thing. Chip, just to let you in here, we'll pass it off to you so you guys can have a great show. But to let you in on the conversation we're having with Red Lobster going out of business, what's one, restaurant, fast food joint that people bang on that you ride hard for? But Chip Brown, now listen,
I love me some Red Lobster. I am devastated by this news.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
lobster mac and cheese. Are you kidding me?
I've shared living spaces with Chip Brown for 48 hours. I know Chip Brown enjoys him some good eats. So I'm sure he has some ones that are near and dear to his heart that he rides for that others might not be able to appreciate the same. So good.
Mine was Chipotle, by the way. My thing that everybody rags on.
Keenan was Chipotle. Good to know that Chip Brown is a Red Lobster man like the rest of us. Fellas, it is all you.
Biscuits.
Happy Thursday. Have a great show.
Hey, appreciate y'all.
I love the show, fellas.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy to spend some time with us, Chip and Zay, hanging out midday right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And Zay, have you seen the Scotty Scheffler arrest video?
I have.
What?
Very interesting.
In the hell?
I mean,
that cop thinking?
I mean, you would think that he was in a high-speed chase, the way that it was described to us previous week. And Scotty couldn't have been going more than 5 miles an hour, and stopped for the guy. And then you could see the guy again all belligerent and stuff. It's just, come on, man.
Come on. It's ridiculous.
I mean,
Scotty said he thought the guy said pull forward, so he pulls forward going 5 miles an hour. The guy, I don't know what the bleep he said. I wasn't there, but he was clearly agitated that the car was moving at all, and then he just went Rambo on Scheffler. Yeah. Looks like to me, I don't know. I mean, I didn't see no cop getting dragged down the street, ripping his pants, needing medical attention.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What kind of flop job is this? Like, I get it. Caucasian people might bruise easily, but nah. What happened there and all those things that he needed to have treated at the hospital and stuff? Nah. Camera's always somewhere, buddy. And he's gonna get exposed that way. I don't get it. Like, that's why, is it an inside job or something? Does this guy just not like Scotty Scheffler? Did he have money against him?
That guy looks like a Bubba. He doesn't know nothing about golf. All he knows is his wife doesn't listen to him. The other cops at the station don't listen to him. The chief makes fun of him. And so when some meek and mild guy doesn't understand what Bubba was telling him, Bubba's going off the rails.
Yeah.
Rails.
That's a tough life, man. Chief making fun of you. You're the dude they always use to go get the Sixers and the beer. The dude always sent to go get the donuts and the coffee. You don't get that respect. They slapping you in the back of your head, stuff, putting popcorn in your vehicle. That's a tough role. That's hard. It's hard being that guy.
I said I wanted sprinkles on my donuts. Lieutenant Dan, Paul Blart.
Wow.
I said sprinkles.
Damn. You talking about Kevin James, man. That's my guy. But yeah.
This guy kind of looks like he's built like Kevin James. This cop.
That's how you get demoted, man. He probably worked very hard to get where he's at. And if he had any chance of moving up, you could say those dreams goodbye. And it's unfortunate because, I don't want to go too off the rails here, but there's so many individuals that are put in that position of power that try to abuse it. And it gives people a very bad narrative to a lot of guys that wear the badge and represent it with the actual honor that it needs to be represented with. You know what I'm saying? There's just a lot of ignorance. Obviously, there's some bad cops out there. Yes, we know that, but this is why people have a bad representation.
Can you play it again?
Do we have it?
Yeah, I texted it to you.
Oh, maybe text it to me on Instagram. You find it on Twitter and I can play it. Or I'll find it on Twitter. But yeah, I got you.
Yeah, because it's a, first of all, I guess the cop did not have his chest camera on. Oh, that's convenient. Because that chest camera would have showed everything.
Ain't that mandatory? Is that just in certain states?
Well, I don't know, but
yeah, I'm very uneducated.
Usually,
on like that.
Usually, when they're about to approach a car, they turn that thing on.
Yeah,
because
that he say she say game. You don't want to be in
so now we got to trust Bubba. We got to trust Paul Blart because he didn't have his chest camera on. This is why he's the guy getting made fun of and the guy that everybody dumps on at the station and tells to go get donuts. You forgot to turn your chest camera on. How are we supposed to believe you? You just trashed the number one golfer in the world's chances of winning the PGA championship because Scotty Scheffler went home after spending the morning in jail and shooting 6 under. And then he read about how he's being charged with a second-degree felony for assault of a police officer. And he's going, huh? And he comes back and shoots 3 over, and he's out of the tournament. Paul Blart.
Scotty Scheffler's a human being.
He was going for the Grand Slam this year. He was going to win all 4 majors.
But to your lovely wife, Eleanor, we know that he's a normal person now. He's not a sociopath. You know what I'm saying? Michael Porter Jr. too. We can put him in the same boat. Remember how crazy I was talking about with Michael Porter Jr. and his nuts brothers?
Oh, yeah. You've been burying Michael Porter.
I've been burying him. Yo, he showed some real heart. It was too much for him against the Timberwolves. You know what I'm saying? So I can respect that. Like, I'd be rattled too if I heard somebody was trying to throw a felony at me. But yeah, man, we got the video. I'll pull it up for the people. Scotty Scheffler and the police officer incident.
All right, here we go. So that's a camera from across the distance. You're going to see there's Scheffler's car turning left, and now the cop's running over there. He's all mad. He's trying to open the car door.
Is the window open?
Now it is.
Okay.
Now he's reaching in there. He's getting aggressive. He's Paul Blarting all over Scotty Scheffler. He's sticking his head in there. I thought you were supposed to tell him to get out of the car.
Yo, sticking your head in there is crazy.
Like, this guy this is amateur hour. So now he's, now he's got friends. Now Paul Blart's telling his cop buddies he just got dragged all over the pavement, but he doesn't have his chest camera on, so no one knows if he's telling the truth or not. Scotty Scheffler is probably going, why do I have 6 cops around my car? I just turned into the property like some of these other golfers were doing and didn't get pulled over and yanked out of a car and arrested. Watch this. Watch when he finally gets up out of the car. It cut off?
Yeah, cut off.
So they get after him, man. He gets out of the car. They're pressing him up against the car, slapping cuffs on him. And he's saying to Jeff Darlington of ESPN, hey, man, can you help me here? Because he wasn't going to say, hey, guys, I'm kind of important. You know, I mean, he didn't go anchor.
You got to pull that card. I still don't understand that.
You need to. But I think you just say, hey, I'm so sorry. I thought you said pull around or pull into the parking lot.
Yeah.
Like, and that guy, get out of the car. Blah. I'm slapping some cuffs on you. I'm big, strong. I'm on a power trip.
Yeah, you got to go black mentality when you get pulled over. Keep them hands on the steering wheel. Hey, my hands are where you could see them. I'm not doing nothing, officer. License and registration, okay. It's in my glove compartment. I am moving very slowly to get it. I know a lot was going on for Scotty. He probably hasn't had to deal with that. That is 101.
Okay, here's my thing. Jack's saying, did something happen before he turned in? If something happened before he turned in, he wouldn't have been turning in. Like, he turned in, and then the cop got mad. You could see that. He ran right over there. He's like, blah.
Yeah, that's where the disconnect is. Scotty Scheffler's thinking that, okay, you just told me to pull up a little bit. The guy is probably going to claim that he never said that at all. And
because he didn't have his chest camera on.
You keep going back to this chest camera.
Well, what are we doing here? The guy has he can't prove his side of the story. Scotty Scheffler, Longhorn, going for the Grand Slam, had it ripped out of his hands.
Okay, you can't blame this guy that much.
Oh, I'm blaming this dude. I'm blaming him up one side, down the other. Scotty got off to a good start. He got off to a good enough start he was in contention after 2 days. And then he went home and had to explain to his wife, honey, I got charged with felony assault of a police officer.
But,
that's like 10 years in prison.
Yeah, but At
Up
the
to
film
10 years.
show, Scott, we knew Scotty has a top tier lawyer. Scotty, he would have been fine no matter what. But he knows what he did / didn't do. You know what I'm saying? Like he knew that he was good. He knows he's a good person. One thing about Scotty Scheffler, he is so comfortable with himself. That's what you could admire from him. Like what he said after the Masters, you know, talking about, hey, this game doesn't define me like at all. I'm very comfortable with my faith, very comfortable with my family. I know they all got me. I just go out there and play freely. So even though, yes, this was a very tense moment and he was definitely affected by it, he could have still won that thing if he wanted to. It's golf. It's a hard-ass sport. You know what I'm saying? He was bound to have a bad weekend.
You don't get to have it both ways. You can't make him out to be a sociopath and then be like,
he's not though.
Huh?
He's not a sociopath.
Right.
I like both. Give me the crazy. I love my athlete insane.
Right.
Anthony Edwards has a little bit of that.
If he was a sociopath, he could have come back and won the tournament, but he's not. And it got to him when he finally went home after warming up for his round in jail. Having to hire
Can't you just see him working on his swing behind bars? Working on his chip, loosening up his hands. He talked about stretching and stuff. That's a wild scene.
Peeing in that little tin cup toilet.
Oh my gosh.
Right there where everyone's watching you. And you don't know who all's been in there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying. This is a Longhorn going for a grand slam. I mean, but if you're dealing with Paul Blart on a power trip, it's kind of hard to say, hey, did you happen to watch the Masters this year by chance? Because I won it.
Yo.
And that guy's probably like, the Masters? What the hell's that? That's a bass fishing tournament? Because I love me, the Masters bass fishing tournament. Now get out of the car, you pencil neck.
See, now you're making them a redneck and all this.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, man. This dude has a family too. This guy has a family too.
I can't wait to see how we need statements from the Louisville police. Someone said the mayor has already weighed in on this, the Louisville mayor.
Yo, police, man, they got it rough. You seen True Detective with McConaughey, Woody Harrelson? Them dudes were going through it.
Oh my God.
Personally, them dudes
You
are going
seen True
through
Detective?
it. Oh, that's my joint.
Yeah, but that one was like, there was like almost supernatural stuff going on there.
True. It had to be worthy of HBO, but still, I always imagine, you know, NYPD Blue, the cul-de-sac dude, remember that show back in the 90s? That SOB was going through it all the time. He had all types of demons and was trying to book these bad guys in Manhattan and Brooklyn and shit. Yeah, man. These cops go through it. You out here calling them Paul Blart and stuff.
Well, here it is. A Louisville, Kentucky police officer violated department policy when he failed to turn on his body-worn camera.
Yep, told you. I knew it was mandatory.
Violated that department policy. That's why he's on donut run.
Nah, I don't know what.
Okay, mayor. Okay, hold on. Blah, 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 blah. The officer involved in the incident was Brian Gillis. Detective Brian Gillis should have turned on his body-worn camera, but did not. According, the chief said Gillis has received. Okay, he's received corrective action for failing to turn on his body-worn camera. We understand the seriousness of the failure to capture this interaction, which is why our officer has received corrective action for this policy violation, said Louisville Metro Police Chief Jacqueline Gwynn Villaroy.
Right. So I'm talking about. We got a woman running the show.
This is looking like This is looking like Paul Blart Part 3.
So what's your favorite cop movie of all time?
My favorite cop movie of all time?
Yeah.
Okay, so 48 Hours.
Oh, that's great.
Beverly Hills Cop.
2 Eddie Murphys, okay.
But then also Training Day.
Oh, shit. See?
Denzel.
See?
Ethan Hawke.
There's some dark cops out there.
Oh,
Training Day.
Yeah, but this ain't the cul-de-sac in Watts. This is a posh country club hosting the PGA Championship.
You telling me old Paul Blart, as you call him, wasn't telling Scotty Scheffler, hey, King Kong ain't got shit on me. I don't care who you are, green jacket, orange jacket, blue jacket, get your ass out the car. You can't tell me my man wasn't giving Scotty that.
And Scotty's driving in a PGA marked car. Like, I mean, how about a little common sense from old Paul Blart Gillis, huh?
Come on, man.
I mean,
yo, Colors.
Oh yeah, Colors.
That's my joint. Hey, Don Cheadle as Rocket, the Crip. That was Don Cheadle's coming out party, man. He looked the same then back in '88 as he do now. That shit. That's my joint. And it had my man from Godfather. He was one of the cops. And old boy from Sean Penn from Fast Time. He's one of the cops in that too. Yo, Colors, Roy. That's a good look. Dirty Harry, I don't think I've seen that one.
Don Cheadle's like, he's like Tom Cruise's height. He's like 5'8".
No, Tom Cruise ain't no 5'8". You're being real generous, my guy. Tom Cruise is 5'4".
5'4"
and a half. You know they do them like athletes. They give them 2 or 3 more inches. Nah.
They say he's 5'7", Tom Cruise.
Shit. Stilts.
Oh my God. CB says the other guys.
Yeah,
so the first time I saw that movie, I must have been in a horrible mood because I thought it was terrible. Maybe I was suffering from Will Ferrell fatigue. But then when I watched it again, I was like, okay, it's funny. It's funny.
Yeah, it's a good movie. Wahlberg, Will Ferrell, they always got a good little, connection there. But,
yeah. This guy screwed. He screwed it all, man. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Cost my man a major, cost him the Grand Slam. It's ridiculous. All right, CB says the first time he saw the other guys, he didn't like it either.
Yeah.
But then the second time, it gets better.
It gets better.
It's so bad, it's good.
Yeah. Yo, Will Ferrell from like 2000 to the other guys, 2010, elite run. So I get that fatigue, because that was kind of towards the end, and now he's still good, but that movie with Kevin Hart, Get Hard, oh my gosh. That's
okay, here's a question for our audience today. Best Will Ferrell movie. Best Will Ferrell movie.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's tough. Yeah, because this could go a lot of ways. I mean,
yeah, Elf. Exactly.
Elf.
It's not even close.
Oh, Elf. It's not even close?
Yeah.
Anchorman? Talladega Nights? That's my favorite.
Talladega Nights is pretty good.
I love Talladega Nights.
But even in that movie, there's too much Will Ferrell.
Well, I love John C. Reilly too. So the people that he's with, that makes a huge difference. Like Vince Vaughn and Luke Wilson and old school, like that helps what Will Ferrell does, which I get sometimes could be too much, But Elf plus
Step Brothers
movie. Yeah, exactly. That's probably number 2 for me. John C. Reilly. Like, yeah. And then Anchorman had Paul Rudd and Steve Carell in it. So those guys helped Will Ferrell out, even though he was the main one. But yeah, I'm telling you, man, that run. Even the skating movie was funny.
Oh, Blades of Glory?
Blades of Glory with Napoleon. I don't know his name, but Napoleon Dynamite. He had a nice little 3-movie run.
Napoleon Dynamite.
That's tough, man. He got typecasted easily. That's brutal. Because usually in movies, it doesn't work that way. They tell you don't do TV because they're only going to see you at that TV role. And you got to be somebody like Jennifer Aniston, who might be one of the most beautiful women in the world. So she was able to branch out a little bit. Courtney Cox, too. But old Napoleon Dynamite, Blades of Glory was good. He was in that dumbass movie with David Spade and Rob Schneider when they're playing baseball against the Little League kids. That's an awful movie. Benchwarmers, gosh, that's bad. It's so bad that it's funny. It's one of those. And I want to say was produced by Adam Sandler. But yeah, Napoleon, I thought it was going to be bigger than that.
Okay. Well, I don't know that I think my man H4YL3Y. How do we pronounce that? He's saying Elf over Old School is crazy. So
yeah, like you can only watch Elf during Christmas time.
All right.
Now it might be the best Christmas movie of all time. You could argue that, which I guess puts it in the same category. Like, my wife loves Elf. We have to watch Elf in December.
You sit on a throne of lies and smell of beef and cheese. Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. Then he's like in the bathroom singing with Zooey Deschanel while she taking a shower at the mall locker room.
Nope.
Like, I didn't know they had showers at the mall for the workers.
I like her. She's like a nerdy hot.
Yeah.
You know?
Nerdy hot.
She's like a nerdy hot. She's yeah. You know that she could probably do some wild shit. She's one of those, but she has to put on that, cute and funny and quirky and weird, which is cool. I dig it. But yeah, I haven't seen her much lately. I think she got typecasted. She was in that show, New Girl. Wife loves that show. I haven't seen her much since.
New Girl?
New Girl, yeah, where she's living with 3 guys. That's the point of the show.
Is it good?
It's all right. It's for the ladies.
Yeah, it's for the ladies.
For the ladies.
CB's asking me, is David Pierce safe? Yeah, he's safe if he agrees to hire a new pitching coach.
Jeez, man. LeBaron Johnson in that 8th, man. If that wasn't the most telling, performance of LBJ that we've seen all season long, I don't know what is. Because those 3 runs that he gave up, that was a gut wrencher. And they came back and put up runs themselves, but hey, the Bearcats out here throwing up horns down and shit. It was a brutal Big 12 tournament, man. Absolutely brutal. And then just that sloppy ass, 6th inning? Come on. That's what I'm saying. Were you wearing too many hats, David Pierce?
The 8th when they gave up 4?
Well, the 8th was bad, but there was one inning.
Yeah, they gave up 2. They gave up 2 in the 6th.
Yo, that was just bad fielding. It was horrible fielding. And just things that you would see little leaguers go out and make plays of. The Horns couldn't do it yesterday. And yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, in the 6th, you had a strikeout and then a single, and that dude stole second. And then there was a throwing error by the shortstop. And that allowed the first hitter to get to third. And then there's a pass ball. Oh, Lord. Yeah, that was Bad News Bears style stuff. So I think it's getting to that. I think it's getting to that point now where it's like, unless they make some incredible run in the regional, I think Pierce has to bring in a pitching coach and give him autonomy, or it's going to be a tough sell.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, or excuse me, the day before, where you lose to Tech, who isn't that good, that was a soul crusher. But what you saw yesterday, like, it's not even the other team beating you. Again, the sixth inning, you just have all those mistakes. You're beating yourselves at this point. And you're talking about bringing in another coach and giving them free reins to do what he does. Like, yeah, again, we talked about yesterday. That's okay, Coach Pierce. Like, sometimes it just doesn't work out the way that you envision it to work out before you take it. You know, we all think that we're king and we could conquer all. But, yeah, it's okay to ask for a little bit of help. And, man, do they need it? Like, just it's not Texas standards. For a lot of schools, a lot of universities, this would be a solid season. But for Texas, no. It's still unacceptable. And, yeah, we'll see where they land at next Monday when the postseason tournament's announced.
Even LBJ, he comes in the top of the seventh, and he hits a batter, and then the next batter hits into a double play. But then he walks the next batter, and then the next batter flies out. So it wasn't like smooth. And then top of the eighth, LBJ, 4-pitch walk. Then another 4-pitch walk.
Yep, another one. Yep.
And then a strikeout. And then a homer. 3-run homer. Then a ground out. Then a single. Now 2 misses in for LBJ. He gives up a single and then advances. Then another error allows another run to score unearned. It was a mess. So we don't need to wallow in the mire that is Texas baseball in the Big 12 tournament at big league parks. They've now lost 11 in a row in big league parks, and I think they've lost 7 or 8 in a row at Globe Life.
Yeah. I mean, look, man, David Pierce, you took over for pitching. LeBaron Johnson has gotten worse. With all the hype that he had coming into the season, he's gotten worse. You've taken over the pitching duties. So, again, my math wasn't very good, Chip, back at school, but the dumbest folk could add that up and say, wonder what the problem is. Like, they lit his ass up in that 8th inning yesterday. And you feel bad for him. Like, you feel bad for him because you know the potential that LeBaron Johnson
and he's
had.
a good kid, and
he's a good kid.
He's got talent, but he needs coaching.
Yeah.
He needs to be coached up.
Is he got it the right way? The things that David Pierce is telling him to look for, does that suit his game? You know, because, again, you might have the same philosophy you'd think for everyone, but that might not be realistic for everyone. Some guys might have to adjust and throw differently than the guy that might be coming in to replace him.
Right.
But you have to see that.
You have to adjust your coaching.
That's what it is, man.
You can't go cookie cutter.
No, you can't be like, oh, you're adjusting to me. You need to do what I say. No, do what he does well and push that. What he doesn't do well, you could work on that. But come on, man. That is just, he has a lot of pitches in his bag. You don't have to throw them all.
Well, yeah, he just needs that He just needs that two-seamer and that slider. That's it.
That's it. That's it.
That's it.
Mariano Rivera is one of the greatest closers of all time off of a cutter. That's it. You knew that cutter was coming.
And you still couldn't.
You couldn't. When the Sandman came on, you knew. All right, we're probably gonna see about 15 cutters or so. Be ready, fellas.
Did you check on Rodney Terry to see if he went bananas after the Bearcats did horns down last night in the baseball game?
Was he at the game?
I think he was probably in his living room.
Oh, come on, man. That's unfair, Joe.
Was he like?
That's unfair.
Was he storming around his living room?
Come on, that's unfair, Joe. I think Coach Terry's learned his lesson. We're not going to have any of those moments again.
We hope so. That was embarrassing.
It was tough.
Hey, you don't like horns down? Win.
Yeah.
That'll keep them from doing horns down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Or if they're doing it out of spite because they just had to take that L, B.
Yeah. Yeah, let the guys know. Hey, tomorrow morning, 5:30 a.m. practice at Gregory. We're getting back to the basics. Like, yeah, clean some stuff up. And yeah, RT, you live, you learn, you make mistakes, you overcome. I think he's overcame. And yeah, we're going to see a much more comfortable Rodney Terry, hopefully in the 2025 season, going into a very tough, underrated SEC.
And I can't believe that cop cost my man Scheffler.
Oh, man, you really hurt.
That's terrible.
I'm just glad he's good. I'm glad nothing's going to happen to him. Like, he's going to be able to play in way more competitions, matches in the future. I don't want, his name and brand to be completely trashed because some stupid cop was trying to be a big man out there. I'm glad this film came out today. I think justice is going to be served, especially for Scotty, and he can move forward without this. And now he has a little bit of street cred. You know what I'm saying? Like, those shirts, they selling like hotcakes with his mugshot on it. That's the shirt right there.
Free Scotty.
Free Scotty. Bankroll. Flip it. You know what I'm saying? Now Scotty can flip it and make it fun and show that he's a cool guy and stuff and get just a different audience that might not have been into golf or him and now they're fans. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a way to make some serious coin off of it, and I hope Scotty could do that.
Well, I know everyone wants to know how the Texas men's doubles team of Elliott Spizzirri and Cleve Harper are doing in the quarterfinals of the NCAA championship. That match is underway, and I will have you updated. Don't you worry. Real quickly, Stanford's women's golf team won the national championship. That's not good for the Directors Cup. We'll get an update from our man Brett Wilkinson tomorrow. And my man Micah Braswell went down after his 37-match winning streak. I couldn't believe it. All right, but let's get to the bigger news, which is that the Sports Business Journal has tabbed Chris Del Conte as Athletic Director of the Year. Good God, what took you so long? The man has overseen almost, $750 million in athletic renovations in the last, in a 5-year span, never been done before. And people are like, oh, wow. Chris Del Conte, he's like changed the atmosphere around the football stadium. He's overseen all these projects. Every single sport at Texas has received a renovation. Swimming got a new outdoor pool. Track and soccer got new locker rooms and players' lounges and blah, blah, blah. I mean, Texas fans know all the new facilities and all the accoutrement. Bevo Boulevard, Smokies Midway, Longhorns City Limits. Like, that guy took a lousy game day atmosphere. It was lousy.
It was bad.
Under Chris Plonsky. She had 60 pages of ads that were happening in the stadium. I go to games to get away from commercials. I go to games to get into an experience that I can't have anywhere else. Chris Del Conte came in, took that 60-page script, ripped it in half, and said, we're making this about the fans. We're playing music. We're playing videos. We're going to have drones. We're going to have LED lights. We're going to make DKR a fun place to be. Mission accomplished. Sports Business Journal says Chris Del Conte is the best athletic director in the country. Probably should have gotten this the last,
3 years.
3 years. Certainly
Yeah.
the 2 years that they won the Directors Cup, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, he's so personable. Like, that's probably the biggest thing for me that stands out with Chris Del Conte. You go on X/Twitter and you see him interacting with fans and answering people's questions and stuff. Like, you'll go on social media and other people's profiles that are Texas fans that go to games and stuff, and you'll see pictures of them with Chris Del Conte. Like, he'll stop by, he'll say hi to you. You know, he treats you like a real person, even though he has a job that's extremely unique to the rest of the world. And what he's done for the athletic program in the last 7 years has been absolutely immaculate. Like, as you mentioned, Chip, just all of the renovations and, different things that he's brought to each program. He's bringing high quality coaches to the University of Texas and stuff. Like, he does a terrific job. And yeah, I completely agree. This award is way beyond deserving, and it should have been definitely long overdue. He should have had this award for years now, but I'm glad he's starting to get the recognition that he deserves.
yeah, I mean, he hired Mike White. I went down and covered the softball press conference today. You got Longhorns and Aggies. Of course, I had to go down for that. Tomorrow night, 5:00. You got Aggies and Longhorns in the Super Regional for softball. And Emily Kennedy from A&M was like, someone asked, hey, were you recruited by Texas? She's like, I don't really care for Austin.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Emily. That's what I'm talking about. You want that smoke? Shit. Give it to you.
She starts every damn game for them. She's a hard throwing lefty.
Yo,
she don't give up.
I respect that. Yo, because that's I got nothing to lose mentality. I could care less. I'm buying into the rivalry. I appreciate that. Like, I want Aggies to hate the Horns. It makes that rivalry that much better, especially with all the success that Texas has had over A&M. Yeah, they have even more so, more energy to hate Texas. So for her to be the leader and take that mound and be out here talking that shit, okay, you asked for it. Be careful what you wish for. You know what I'm saying? Anthony Edwards asked for Kyrie. Be careful what you wish for, Anthony. 33 for that ass. 30 ball. You know what I'm saying? We'll get to that later, but Emily, just take a page out of that Anthony Edwards book. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you ask for. Because she could have easily went, the high road and said, they're a great team. That's why they've been number one in the nation all year long. We're excited to play them. It's going to be a great challenge for our ball club. That's it. That would have been a very good answer. But no, she didn't want to do that. She spoke her mind. I dig it.
I'm going to play this for you. Because you know how I do.
Bootleg.
Okay. You ready?
Let's go.
I'll play the question, and then Emily Kennedy, the hard-throwing lefty from A&M.
about Texas? Like, one about Texas, and then what about as far as the rivalry is concerned in this game? How about you first, Emily?
I'm personally. Okay, so she said, I personally don't like Austin, having grown up in the Bryan College Station area.
Oh yeah, she homegrown.
She country. Okay,
country.
let's bring in our man, Lance Taylor, SEC insider and prognosticator at lanceslock.com. You can follow him on the Twitters and social media at the Lance Taylor. LT, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. I think I've got good cell signal now. I was in the sticks. I was out seeing a client, and I am on my way back into the city.
Well, it's good to see you. You got some nice new shades, it looks like.
I've had them for a little bit, but yeah, I appreciate that, Jeb. Yeah. Yep. Got my driver again today.
I was gonna say, you look like you're in the passenger seat.
We going way too fast. She likes to fly. We had the boys in the car, and my ex-mother-in-law sent me a text. We were coming back from the beach. I was asleep, and I get a text, wake up, and it's like, you guys are going entirely too fast. Slow down. I guess Life 360 will allow them to see how fast we're going, but this one flies. Heavy foot.
Heavy foot. We're getting where we're going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so have you seen the Scotty Scheffler arrest video?
Yeah. I guess it dropped right when we were coming off the air, right around noon Central. And we played it. And look, I don't know what you guys said about it. Look, there was a lot of stuff going on. But watching the officer that was running towards the car, and once you've got like a congregation of like 8 to 10, it looked like security officers on site. There's got to be somebody there that's like, this is the number one golfer in the world. I equated it to like going to Bonnaroo, and let's just say Tom Petty's the headliner. Like, okay, he's supposed to be here. We can logically work this out where we don't put him in a car and take him downtown and processing. Now, there could be some other details that I don't know about, but it seemed pretty simple on the surface that when you've got that many people on site, that somebody has got to know it's Scotty Scheffler.
You would think. And he didn't say, hey, did you happen to watch the Masters this year? Because I won it.
Yeah, I would have been livid. I'm trying to calm down and not have the explosion situations that I used to have where I'm beating the steering wheel and telling somebody to pull over at the next stop and things like that. But that would have been extremely frustrating, sitting in traffic, getting up there, your headspace, you're concentrating on trying to win another major, and all of that chaos ensues. I just don't understand how cooler heads couldn't prevail. And even after that melee and all of this embarrassment, how Louisville PD wouldn't say, you know what, we're going to drop the charges. Let's let this thing go away.
Yeah. Okay. Lance, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you're a handsome guy. You probably look younger than you are. How old are you?
I'm 52.
Okay, 52. When was the last time you told another driver, meet me at the next stoplight, we're going toe to toe?
I have not thrown. I tell you, I got punched this year. That's a long story. The night before the Auburn, Georgia game. That was
we got to hear that. I'm sorry.
We got to hear that.
We got to hear that.
But I haven't thrown a punch in probably 15 or 20 years. And I never want to again. I've become passive. I don't want to be that aggressive guy anymore. But we were Charles Barkley's Vodka, Redmont Vodka. We were at a rooftop party in Auburn at one of their hotels there, one of their bouquet hotels, and a boutique hotel, I should say. I don't know why I said bouquet. And so we had been up at the rooftop. We came down, we're eating dinner. It's a crowded bar, night before, big game, Auburn, Georgia. And I could see this guy was eyeballing me across the bar, and there's a group of us. We weren't with Barkley at this particular time. He had already gone in for the night. But there was probably 6 to 8 of us, and this guy kept eyeballing me. And, back in the day, I would have eyeballed him back and all that kind of stuff. But there's always that guy that's going to try to stare you down. I thought he probably just knew me and didn't like the show. Well, we're leaving, and he comes barreling across. It's a crowded bar, and he, really lays into me. And you can tell he purposely did it. So then he turns around, and we square up. And at that point, I'm trying to get my bearings right, and he just hauls off and hits me. And by that time, everybody's between me. And, I'm not really in the best headspace at that moment. So I'm like, I'm going to go find the guy. So we go out to the parking lot. And the next thing I know, he was getting in his car valeted in the passenger side. And he had a couple of other guys with him. He gets out of the car and starts running towards me. Well, this is true to God's story. So one of my best friends is an ex-Army Ranger, and he works for, I'm not going to say what line of firearm he works for, but it's a very prominent one. And he's got the equivalent of this stun gun that he was showing us at dinner. It's really ironic this happened, but it shoots a mass from 50 feet, and it hits you and it disables you. It's almost like mace, like this paste, but it gets in your eyes. Respiratory system affects that. It puts you down for a good amount of time. And so he had that at dinner. He had a big knife too. This guy's nuts. So the crazy thing is when the guy's coming at me and I'm going at him, and he's got a couple of guys that are holding him back, but I see my guy with that freaking, whatever you call it, stun pistol or whatever, on the other side of a car, waiting for this guy to take a couple of more steps because he was going to drop him. And so at that point, I knew we're not going to go hands. This is going to be one of the more comical things I've ever seen, because he's going to shoot this guy, and this guy's going to be rolling around this parking lot of this really nice hotel outside of the Redmont vodka party, squealing. And he didn't make it that far. And in retrospect, I'm like, probably good he didn't. But then the next day, and this is just how I'm wired, and he landed a good shot. Now, I didn't buckle. I didn't go down, anything like that. But we went out on the lake later that night, and I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, how in the hell am I this old and I'm still getting hit in the face? But the next day we go back, and after the Georgia-Auburn game, we go back to that hotel and we meet Barkley and some of his friends. And I was telling Barkley about the story. Anyway, there was a buzz in there that this guy knew me and didn't like me or something. So I see him again at the bar, and he starts staring. Well, at this point, I'd only had a couple of drinks. So I see that he tails off to go to the bathroom. So I go to the bathroom too, because I'm just like, if something's going to happen, let's just get this out of the way for this Saturday night. And so I go in there. It's just me and him in there, and he doesn't even look up. He just walks out and doesn't say a word. And so that was pretty much it. But yeah, that was the last time I got into confrontation. Don't want to get in confrontations. Try to tell my boys it's not worth it. One of them got suspended last May for getting in a fight in the library. That went viral before I even knew. I got a call from another one of my kids. Hey, Jace got in a fight. Here's the video of it. He's already been suspended. I didn't know anything about it. I'm like, damn, this stuff gets out quick. I'm just glad mine didn't go viral.
Man, wow, that's something. We don't know.
Yeah.
That guy, maybe he thought you were like someone else. Maybe he thought you were his, someone who.
I don't know. I was hard on Brian Harsin. I thought it was a terrible hire from the jump. And, if you say anything critical about somebody's team, they get really upset. And there was a chance. And I like Hugh Freeze a lot. Very entertaining. I think he's an underrated coach. But if you say something wrong about somebody's team, they hold on to it forever. So we can't all be friends in this business. I get that. But, getting to a point where you go hands and get physical, probably a little too much. In my opinion.
Hey, yo, Lance, welcome to the SEC, huh?
Yeah, welcome. And I'll never forget. So we do that segment Trash on the Table. And this is when, and Chip, Ian Fitzsimmons pretty well for ESPN. Him and I were doing a show. And one of our first stories ever was on Oklahoma, Texas, and how this dude had his balls ripped off at a bar. I don't know if you guys remember this. I don't remember if it was Oklahoma guy or Texas guy, but got in a confrontation after that game and somebody ripped his balls off. That's bad.
That's bad.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
Yeah, yeah. Ouch.
Wow. Okay, so y'all are Have y'all gotten to where you're going? No, you're still driving.
Yeah, I mean, literally, it seems like something comes up. Y'all are probably like, he is the biggest pain in the ass. Like right when we got in the car, right when I connected on StreamYard, the gas light went off, so we had to stop and get gas. We're good. We're back on 65. We're moving.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
All right. So SEC football wise, y'all talking about anything that's driving the bus? Y'all talking about rev share? Y'all talking about
Billy Napier, Jaden Rashada?
Billy
What are your thoughts on that?
Napier, Jaden Rashada?
I hope this kid's good. First of all, I never believed that $13 million number.
Right.
But, for Georgia, after what seems like a lot of baggage, and I only saw him in limited spots last year for Kenny Dillingham and Arizona State, he looked okay. Is he at the level of a Carson Beck, a Stetson Bennett, a Jake Fromm? I don't think so. But I just can't believe with all the baggage and everything that's surrounding him right now, and this thing won't go. The last thing I want to do is go out and get a player that is bringing a big lawsuit in conference with him. It just seems like a mess. I don't know what direction this goes. The guy's not even going to play this year because I think the best quarterback resides in Athens, in Carson Beck. But it's a weird story, and I think it probably makes coaches' meetings a little more interesting in Destin.
Well, the other thing is you have to get the Miami people on the record in this case because he allegedly had a $9.5 million NIL offer from the Miami Hurricanes, and that's why he walked away from it, because he thought he was getting 13 point whatever million from Florida. So that's the next story.
Yeah, I just wonder if whoever's in his camp, they added a different zero, or they're dyslexic, and when they see a number, it adds an automatic zero. Because I find it hard to believe, sight unseen. Like if Carson Beck or Shadur Sanders was getting $8 million this year to come back and we'll stick with Carson Beck and to win a national championship, I wouldn't believe that. And how in the hell are you going to offer a kid that's 18 that's never taken a collegiate snap $13 million or $9 million with Miami?
Napier and Mario Cristobal should both be fired.
Well, I think this is fascinating. Week 1, when you get that 2:30 game in Gainesville in the swamp, it's going to be hotter than Satan's balls, and you've got two coaches that are on a major hot seat, and I think Miami can have a special season with Cam Ward. And when you look at their schedule, I think they could win 10 games, possibly play for the ACC, get into a college football playoff. I don't see any level of hope for this Florida team. When you look at that schedule, their win total right now in Las Vegas is 4.5. I would lean under that. There's a better chance he gets fired early November than he survives the season altogether. But I do think week 1 is really pivotal for both of those coaches, because if he takes an out-of-conference loss to Miami at home week 1, this is one of those situations where they could be 2-10 or 3-9.
Wow. Lance, there's going to be college football playoff games on TNT Turner Sports in the future, and I know you've heard about Inside NBA might be taken over by NBC. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, so I didn't realize this until today, and one of my co-hosts reminded me, because I was like, man, I really hope after game 1 with Dallas winning that. By the way, I had Dallas in the series. I had them plus 4.5 at Lance's lock last night. Big play, Eastern Conference, game 2 tonight. But I was like, I hope this thing goes 7, because it's sad that TNT is losing the NBA. And then one of my guys was like, oh, we've got them a whole another year. It's just kind of a lame duck year. And I was like, well, that's good. TNT, I haven't seen it since I was in college watching, what was it, Paul McGuire and Joe Theismann, and who was the play-by-play? Was it Mike Patrick? I think that's right. That's the last time I remember seeing TNT graphics when it came to football. The report is they're going to sub out the ESPN talent. So outside of the graphics, I don't know how big of a deal it will be. We were talking about the 4 on-campus games that will be coming up this December, the first round of the college football playoffs. I'm excited about that. One of my co-hosts doesn't think you'll necessarily sell these games out. And I'm like, are you kidding? Like, I'm more excited about the first round of these playoffs than I am about any other round. It's almost like in the NCAA college basketball tournament, March Madness, Thursday, Fridays are the best games. And it's like these first 4 on-campus games to me, because we've never seen it before. And I just think it's going to be so cool. And I hope weather plays a factor. If Michigan's hosting, I don't know, LSU, and it's snowing in Ann Arbor. I can't wait to see these games.
Yeah. That man, I'm still digesting you saying you'd take the under on 4.5 for Florida. But I do want to ask you about Cam Ward, because Zay and I were talking about Cam Ward the other day. He's fascinating story, his journey. What do you like about him, Lance?
Well, I like, from Incarnate Word to Washington State. And Washington State, people are going to say, hey, man, these quarterbacks always put up big numbers. This ain't Mike Leach. This guy is an incredible athlete. He's more of a point guard that has good accuracy. And I think it's going to be a really smooth transition. I thought De'Aaron King was going to be better when he became a Miami Hurricane. But I think this is the best Miami Hurricane quarterback, or at least the best potential Miami quarterback since you guys fill in the blank. I don't know if Ken Dorsey's the answer, but I think Cam Ward's going to be really, really good. I think if I just had to guess right now, he's going to be your ACC Player of the Year. I think he's going to bail Mario Cristobal out of what seems to be kind of a bad situation, at least kind of a hot seat going into this. I think he's an outstanding talent, and I think you guys respect Joel Klatt. Fox's #1 when it comes to college football. We had him on the show, ironically, right after the Texas loss when Milroe had a really bad fourth quarter. And he's like, this Alabama team is completely loaded outside of the quarterback position. Now, this is before we saw Milroe progress, settle down, and not make those mistakes moving forward. But I just randomly asked him, I said, he's like, if they had a really good quarterback, I think they would be next level. And I said, well, how about if they had, and this is after 1 month, Washington State's Cam Ward. He said, if they had Cam Ward, they'd win a national championship. And this is last year. So I think that shows you the respect from a lot of guys like Klatt. But I do think Cam Ward's going to be fantastic. They seem like they've built around him in the portal. They've been recruiting well. They've got all the resources. There are no more excuses for the Miami Hurricanes. They got to get it done this year.
And Miami, that school is the size of SMU and Duke. I mean, it's like 5,000.
Yeah, and another problem, and I don't know if you guys have been to games, like, I've been to these playoff games at Hard Rock Stadium, and it is forever outside of I hate those situations. We were talking about best locations for the college football championship and Super Bowls. I throw out Miami automatically because it's not even close to the city. It's a pain in the ass to get there. Yeah. Glendale, Arizona, pain in the ass. Arlington, you guys know this. It ain't close to Dallas, pain in the ass. Like, to me, I want my hate or love New Orleans, very polarizing city, but I want everything walkable where you can see team colors and you're at a big event. When you're at those locations like Miami and like Glendale and like Dallas, you don't know that you're at a big event.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, I think that hurts Miami. Back to your point.
I've said the Final Four should be in San Antonio and New Orleans and just bounce back and forth.
And I'll throw Indianapolis in there. I don't want to give them an unfair shake because when I was in Indy, the only time I spent time there was for Alabama, Georgia, when Kirby won his first national championship. And literally the day we left, it was 8 degrees. So there was ice on the streets. It was tough to walk around. That is a big walkable city. But when you're talking about early April, I would think Indianapolis would be a really good destination.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lance, how do you think DJU is going to be at Florida State?
I consider DJU a 8-win quarterback. We just had new intern. She will be graduating Clemson in December. She just started with us on Tuesday, and we were having the conversation, and she was talking about how many Clemson students are done with Dabo. They're past him. And, Dabo is one of those guys, he's polarizing too, like running down Howard's Rock, and it's all about him. Look, I mean, he's going to go down in history as one of the few coaches that's won multiple national championships. But DJ, when I first saw him at Clemson, I thought he was going to be fantastic. Remember, he came in for Trevor Lawrence, who was hurt against Notre Dame, put up big numbers. They ended up losing that game at South Bend. But he was never the same after that. And then he goes to Oregon State, and those were solid teams. But Jonathan Smith's offense were based more on physical offensive lines that could run the football. Now DJU takes over for a Florida State program that is losing a lot. When you lose your best receiver in Keon Coleman, when you lose your top running back, you're losing your 2 top defenders in Fisk and Verse. There's just a lot of parts gone. This is going to be a big year for Mike Norvell. Can he maintain at the championship level? And I think you're just getting Jordan Travis at his best was kind of an A- quarterback to what I think is like a C+ with DJ. So I don't expect him to wow and be a guy that's going to take a game over and win games for Florida State. I think the good news is he's got a lot of experience. Seems like a good kid, but I don't see DJ as a guy that wins you championships.
What do you think of LSU? Because I've had people say they don't have anything on the defensive line, and I haven't looked into it yet. But what's your take on LSU?
I think they're kind of a wild card. I don't know how much expectation was there in year one when they went to the SEC West, won the SEC West, went to the SEC Championship and lost to Georgia. And, Jaden Daniels was, and I think we've talked about this, much better than I thought he would be, and then even better last year in that Mike Denbrock offense with really good receivers, but the defense was awful. And I fully expected LSU, they were my preseason national champions, and they lost 3 games. They were fun to watch, but the defense was awful. I think Brian Kelly's an elite coach. You guys know this. If you can get Notre Dame in a situation to play for a national championship in 12 and then 2 more college football playoff appearances, that's pretty incredible. So he's got all the resources there. How good is Nussmeier? When he's coming in relief, he's looked pretty good. But you're going to lose the dynamic that made Jaden Daniels so special, and that was his legs. You're not going to get that with Nussmeier. I think Nussmeier's got a big-time arm. He's waited his time. You got to appreciate that in today's transfer portal. I think LSU's kind of one of those fringe, like Texas, Alabama, Georgia. Those are kind of the 3, and then everybody talks about Ole Miss and Missouri. I put LSU right there with Ole Miss, Missouri. Would it surprise me if they go 9-3 again? No. Would it surprise me if they went 11-1? No. I think it's a big week 1. Again, we always talk about how bad the slate is week 1. There are some pivotal games for USC and LSU. Whoever loses that game, those fan bases are going to be like, what in the hell is going on? Much like Miami and Florida. But I do think LSU, I think there's a lot of risk, a lot of upside, but at the same time, if Nussmeier isn't all that, they could have some issues.
Yeah. Why aren't you putting, Ole Miss in the same category as Texas, Bama, and Georgia? Is it because of Lane Kiffin, too many transfers, Jackson Dart?
I think it is the combination of the Ole Miss brand. I've never seen it before there. Maybe in the early 60s. We weren't around. Never seen it there, and I've never seen Lane Kiffin win big games, plural. He's won a game here and there. It was a pretty big game against LSU that they won in Oxford last year. But when you look at his record against top 25, and specifically the top 10, when you get into that atmosphere of playing championship teams, he doesn't have a track record. And I'll give him credit. I think you guys brought it up a couple of weeks ago, best play callers, head coaches. I mentioned Lane Kiffin was one of those top 5 guys. That got asked again on our show today. I brought up Lane Kiffin. I think he's done a really good job in the portal, but now there is no excuse for Lane Kiffin. This is the year they built it up to. You've got a veteran quarterback in Dart. You have paid a lot of players to come in, and they're paying Lane Kiffin top 10 money. So they don't go to a college football playoff this year. It is a major disappointment, borderline disaster. And I don't believe in them. I think they could get there this year. They've got a really beneficial schedule. They should win 10 games, and they should be in the college football playoff. But I'll believe it when I see it.
Before I ask you about the NBA, are you into SEC baseball?
We talked about it a little bit. The thing with SEC baseball, and we always did our shows from the Hoover Met. I really don't know why we didn't this year. But all of those teams outside of Ole Miss that were in Hoover are going to make regionals. And it's like they're so good. And at this point, we talked about this a little bit today, it's like these teams kind of want to lose where they can actually get their rotation set for the regionals. You play until Sunday here, it really puts you behind the 8 ball. So it's a collection of incredible teams where you've got, not only the 2 and 3 seeds at the SEC tournament, but the second and third best teams in college baseball. So it's just an embarrassment of riches out there right now. But I think everybody's wanting to get home and not even play in this thing.
All right, Zay had the Mavs last night too. Who do you like in that series?
I like the Mavs for the experience. Like, I think this T-Wolves thing's been a great story, but, they've only been in the spot one time, 20 years ago in 2004 with Kevin Garnett and Latrell Sprewell and Chauncey Billups and those guys. And those are really good teams under Flip Saunders. But as good as Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns have been, and Gobert on the defensive side, they just don't have a lot of postseason experience. So it's been neat. It's been nice to watch them come back from 20 down in Game 7 against your defending champions in the Nuggets. But I think Kyrie Irving's experience, you saw him in the first half. He was dominant. You saw Luka really take over that game in the second half. The T-Wolves are great defensively, but when you lose a game one like that at home, where you were down 9 and then you take a 4-point lead with 3 and change on that Anthony Edwards 3 and you can't close it out, that's a bad loss. And they're just not handling this pick and roll well. So I said it yesterday before game 1. I thought Dallas would win this in 7 games. Now maybe it's 6, but I still think Dallas obviously wins the series.
Yeah, Lance, I had Dallas in 7 too. And it's ironic because the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, Rudy Gobert, they pick him out. If you're the Mavs, they go at him like he ain't shit. And it's impressive. I mean,
he's tough to like, man. I mean, there's just something about him. And it's not that he's a Frenchman. I mean, that probably does add a layer to it. Yeah, I mean, that definitely does add a layer to it. But, he's just he's an easy target, great defender. But, yeah, they were like, the guy can block shots, but he ain't that physical. And they did take it to him, and I give Jason Kidd a lot of credit. It was a well-coached game.
Yeah, and oh, boy, Kyrie went right at Ant Edwards to start that game too. So
yeah, and when Kyrie is playing free and loose and has confidence, and it's all about winning and it's a team attitude, dude, Kyrie is freaking legit.
Yeah. Now we're seeing why teams were losing their minds to get him.
Yep.
And then ended up losing their teams because of it. Okay, Pacers gag in game 1. Your thoughts, Rick Carlisle?
Yeah, they had it. You got to, obviously, in a 7-game series, steal one of the easier here. It's never a series until the road team wins, which we got in the Western Conference Finals. But, Indiana, to turn the ball over 21 times and still have an opportunity to win that game. The Halliburton turnover, unforced there. The inbounds, just a disaster there. You got to call a timeout. Everybody talks about the non-foul on Jaylen Brown. That degree of difficulty was crazy on that shot. Like, he could take that shot 10 times and maybe only make it 2 or 3 times. And you still had change on the clock. They did everything they could to lose that game. It's going to be fascinating to see. And by the way, we do have a play on game 2, the side tonight, between the Pacers and the Celtics. It's going to be interesting to see how Indiana responds, especially in the first quarter, from coming off such devastating mental loss. Indiana, if you love offense, you're going to love this series. I said it, and it didn't disappoint in game 1. Indiana's offense is incredible. Their pace is fun to watch, but the best overall team, not even close right now, is the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, Lance, Indiana's just going to have to try to outscore them every game, and it's possible. Like, our guy.
Yeah, I mean, Siakam and Halliburton are just going to have to be different level. I mean, they're just going to have to play lights out, and, you get something like that, maybe it happens. But right now, the way the Celtics are playing, and, it's not just Tatum and Brown. Derek White has been really good this postseason. Yeah. And they don't even have Porzingis back. They get Porzingis back. Damn. Watch out.
All right, Lance's lock. We'll let you go. Go ahead and tell us how Lance's lock can help out our wagerers.
Yeah, we've been killing the UFL. Now you're only going to get that on weekends, but we will have those plays available on PGA Championship Sunday, 3-0 in match play for you. We've been killing golf on the majors too. So like we dabble in it and everything almost each and every day. Right now, you're going to have an NBA postseason game. You're going to have multiple Major League Baseball games. We've got a free play available for you all the time. We're in the midst right now of completely rebooting some different things. We're in the works of a new website. We've been doing this 11 years. There's some really cool things going on behind the scenes. But the thing that I will stick with, it is the best value out there. There's a lot of handicappers that are charging you thousands of dollars. They're not transparent. We get cold, we lose some. We'll tell you about that. You can monitor us, but it's only $99. And if you like to wager and you like to win, we have consistently done it for a decade plus. Try us out. We would appreciate it. Lance'sLock.com. We've got 4 plays available right now, including Game 2 in the Eastern Conference Final. So jump on board and win.
All right. Do you mess with NHL or no?
You know, I have, and I used to love, I think I told you guys maybe, I had the center ice package. I was a huge Kings fan. And because we do so much on the show and I'm prepping for so many different things and so many guests, we just don't have a big hockey population where we originate out of. So I kind of got away from it. I gave up my center ice package, and then the Kings end up winning back-to-back Stanley Cup championships. But with all that said, I really don't watch that much. And if I'm not going to watch, I'm not going to handicap too much of it. So, if it's one of those days where you don't have anything out there, I'll take a look at it.
All right, everybody, get to Lance'sLock.com. Check out the free play and give it a shot. Lance, appreciate it.
Stay out of confrontations. I was asked the other day, what are my pet peeves when it comes to traffic? Left lane, you should be able to go as fast as you want. Get out of whoever's way. And if somebody lets you into traffic, you give them a wave. It's very simple. Try to avoid confrontation. You never know who's got a pistol in their car. You never know. Some of the baddest dudes are MMA guys that weigh 160 pounds and they can beat your eyes in. So no confrontations today. Pay it forward. Do something nice. Be nice to somebody. It's Mental Health Awareness Month in May. A lot of guys are out there struggling right now. Call somebody, tell them hello, give somebody a hug. Be nice. Very important. Yeah.
Now next week,
let's have a good life.
Next week I'm gonna ask you if you're handicapping the Dustin Poirier UFC fight. That's the one guy that I will stop and watch.
Hey. So this guy, was his name Mark Kerr, the ex-boxer, UFC guy, gotten a lot of substance abuse. So The Rock is portraying him in a new A24 film that's going to drop early 2025. But I saw some still shots today, and it doesn't look like The Rock. It's crazy the transformation they've done. But people are already talking about behind-the-scenes award talk, like Oscars for The Rock, which is kind of crazy. Back to MMA.
Because it doesn't look like The Rock because he puts on weight, or
no. He looks like he's lost a little bit. He would have to. He's so bulked. Yeah. He's lost weight, but whatever they did with his face, it doesn't look like The Rock.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all be safe. Y'all be safe.
See you boys. Love y'all.
All right.
Thanks,
okay.
Lance.
See y'all.
Cheers. All right, good stuff with Lance Taylor, Lance'sLock.com. Let's get a couple mentions in here.
Wait, before the mentions, did you notice when Lance messed up and instead of saying boutique said bouquet, he looked at his woman? Did you notice that? He looked at his woman and he said bouquet. And you hear bouquet, you think of da 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 da. Da, 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 da. I don't know where Lance is at with his lovely lady, but
because I think she's the one who corrected him.
Okay.
That's how he's like, I meant
okay. You thinking wedding? Huh? Okay.
Tell you what, man.
Lance.
It's got to be a special lady.
Gotta be a special lady.
Ray Goodman and Brown. Got to be a special lady if it's going to be marriage number 2. Take it from me. I got it right on the second.
I still don't know how you did that. Like, man, flip the coin and the wishing well, everyone that you saw, because
came up heads. All right, before we, heck, you could go to Cover 3 right now and watch the second set of Cleve Harper and Elliot Spizzirri in the quarterfinals of the NCAA Tennis Championship. And order a Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. I'm just telling you, that's the best prime rib sandwich you're going to have ever in Austin, Texas. And, it's our guy, Sean. We called him the mayor of Cover 3. He was there so much. So, get to Cover 3. You got NBA, Mavs, you got NHL stars. This is the place to set up shop. Bring your bring your buddies and go crazy on that $7 social hour menu, 3 to 7. You're getting unbelievable food. The stuffed avocado, the deviled eggs, the chicken sandwich. I mean, they call it a chicken slider. It's a chicken sandwich. It's unbelievable. So get to Cover 3. And the Brain Vault mouth guard, you got competitors in your household. There is only one mouth guard to pick from. I mean, it's the Brain Vault. It's patented, proven to reduce the effects of concussion. It's developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. So real simple. Go to brainvault.com and set up a fitting today. And when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, audio visual consultations, grab a pen or a pencil or type this into the notes on your phone, or better yet, just type it in and dial 512-255-8678 and get the big screen of your dreams, the media room, surround sound, surveillance, new lighting, electronic shades. Tom and his crew bring everything to you. It's so simple. And Apple Leasing. What if I told you you could lease any make or model of car? They don't care what car you pick. And if you want to change make and model of car 2-3 years into your lease, no problem. The easy lease. Apple Leasing, you're always in new cars under warranty. You're not paying for repairs. You're just paying for gas. That's a beautiful thing. Apple Leasing, Austin original, 346-9977. Visit appleleasing.com. All right, Zay. We are 100 days out from Texas football. Does that feel close?
Yeah. Yeah, it feels close, man. And I just got a sudden rush of excitement because the new video game, college football of EA Sports, they just put out a little video of DKR that I'm going to show to the people right now, and it couldn't be more spot on. Check it out. I mean, come on.
Come on, man.
Look at that.
Come on, man.
It's one of the greatest places in the world.
Come on.
Talk about Chris Del Conte and the award he won. I mean, look how he's just completely pimped out this stadium that needed some work. It did. Man. And CDC.
People don't remember when it had a track.
Yo.
That's when John Malkovich got totally messed up because they had those steel lane barriers. And when he got hit by Tony Brackens, his head, he said he had a concussion for 5 weeks. I believe it. It. That dude got it under the chin from Tony Brackens, and when he landed, the back of his head hit that steel, kind of rim around the track, the inside lane 1. It was bad.
It's horrible.
Like, he could have had a subdural hematoma. They should have taken him to the hospital. But
it was the 90s.
They tore that track out. They dug deeper, made it a deeper hole so that you get more seats going down close to the field. And now they got that south end all pimped out. And in about less than a month, they're going to start ripping all the asbestos out of the School of Social Work and get that soil all cleaned up so that they can put a new indoor practice facility there and a parking garage.
Yeah.
For all 500 student athletes. Yeah, man. Getting stuff done.
That's what I'm saying, man. Ready for that new practice facility too. Because the bubble, woo! Talk about janky. That bubble. Oh my gosh, man.
You can't believe all the people I've been getting text messages from, because you know I'm a tennis head, and the NCAAs are at Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State, they got some good facilities, man. They got indoor courts right on their campus for tennis, like right across from their outdoor courts. So if it starts raining, they just go whoop.
Yep.
Right down the hall, cross to the indoor courts. So, but they have a nice indoor practice facility. K-State has a new indoor practice facility. Texas is like, that's the last big project. I mean, there's going to be more. Like, I think there's some more things that CDC would like to do to DKR, like move the press box so you can put some more suites in and put us down in the corner of the end zone, which is the worst seat in the house for but anyway, who cares? Who cares about the reporters?
Yeah,
all I know is he put the reporters in the corner of the stadium at TCU and FedEx Field when we went there to cover the Texas Maryland game. That place is a dump, by the way. It was like
shittiest stadium.
It was leaking on our computers. Like, I don't know if you remember the torrential rain that they had for that Maryland game that Texas lost for the second year in a row under Tom Herman. Come on, Tom. But anyway, yeah, I don't like those corner press box. But hey, who cares about the reporters? No one. So
yeah,
I'm just there to do a job, you know.
Yeah, you're gonna go home and watch the game again anyway.
Yeah, but you'd like to have a good view of the game while it's happening. Since everything is about live blogging and sorry, I didn't have a good angle. I don't know if he made the yard to gain or not. I'm over here in the corner of the end zone. I got no chance of seeing that from the side.
Yeah, man.
But hey,
Yeah, it's a beautiful stadium, man. It's changed a lot. And EA, that looked exactly like a stadium to me. Graphics and all. That was pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Show it for the folks one more time. DKR on the new EA college football video game. Look at that. Even the fans look real. You know what I'm saying? Jumbotron, elite, seats, the colors.
Yeah,
man.
Even the band. Look at the band up there in the northeast corner.
Got the band there. Man, we came a long way from Atari, Chip. I wasn't even around for that.
You remember that? No, you don't remember. So my parents, the only video game we ever got other than that Mattel football that's right there, was Pong, where it was just bloop, bloop.
The ball hit back.
Yeah. That's the extent of my video game prowess. My son was all into it, Grand Theft Auto.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, something 6 Invasion. I don't know, but he loved the video games. I'm clueless about video games. So.
Yo, my parents bought me Grand Theft Auto on accident when I was probably 8 or 9 because it didn't say Grand Theft Auto on the cover. It said GTA. And it was just a picture of a car. It wasn't a picture of a straight up felon murking a police officer or anything, which that's what Grand Theft Auto is.
With hookers watching.
Yeah, hookers watching, strip clubs and stuff. So they thought it was like a race car game. I played the hell out of that. GTA 2, I played the hell out of that.
You just made sure.
Yeah, I just made sure, because
you heard some footsteps.
It said M on it too. So that's why I was like, guys, where'd y'all get this from? And I feel like it was a friend of a friend that must have given it to him, and they just gave it to me.
You didn't ask for it?
No, I didn't know what it was. I didn't even know games like Grand Theft Auto really existed. And the ones that were bad, my mom definitely wasn't having me play those games. So, yeah, like if it was T for teen, that was pushing it. But once it said M for mature, usually they were like, nah, Zay, you can't do that, bro. But somehow GTA 2 kind of slipped through the cracks, and that changed my life forever. They couldn't stop me from Grand Theft Auto games after that. Hell, I'm going to get the new one next year when it comes out. You know?
Okay, Roy says he was playing Merlin and Simon. Yeah. I remember Simon. That was that circular with the different colors, but I don't think I ever played either one of them.
Yeah, Roy, you're showing your age there because I don't know anything about Merlin and Simon.
Well, it's because he heard me talking about Pong, which is like the worst video game of all time. I'm just saying.
What about what's the Asteroids?
Oh yeah, that was good. People love that.
Yeah, Asteroids was hard.
Yeah, Asteroids.
Was cool.
Galaga, those.
Yeah, Galaga,
yeah,
man.
Yeah,
those are classics right there.
Yeah,
obviously Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah,
ooh, classics.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen. If you're looking for great seafood, you know where to go. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I mean, how about happy hour? 3:30 to 6:30. $1 raw oysters. Best selection of raw oysters in Austin. Great seafood. This is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, restaurant legend. Started Jack Allen's Kitchen. Has been working, creating the menu in some of your favorite restaurants like Z Tejas, and I think he did the original menu for Cover 3. So Jack Gilmore Seafood. Yeah, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. It's Zilker, right off of Mopac and Rollingwood, up in Round Rock at Old Settlers. Go get your seafood on. Go get your oysters on today. $1 raw oysters during happy hour. Come on. All right, Zay. I would say to the people, get over to horns247.com because I did a deep dive into the NIL, kind of where Texas is NIL wise heading into the SEC. And they held a big event last weekend called Horns Up. There was golf with celebrity Longhorns. There was a concert with Ryan Bingham and Brooks and Dunn. And I talk about pretty much everything with Texas One Fund president Patrick Wheels Smith. And I love how Wheels became president of Texas One Fund. First of all, Wheels is he's a great dude, but he got recruited when Chris Beard got hired as basketball coach. Beard and Chris Ogden were like, "Hey, Wheels, will you help us get the word out to your peeps about buying season tickets for basketball?" And so Wheels like, "Yeah, sure, I'll help." Well, then NIL comes in and they're like, "Hey, man, can you help us with this?" And now he owns a commercial real estate firm. So, by day, he's putting together commercial real estate deals. And he's basically got a second full-time job as president of Texas One Fund because he's trying to raise all kinds of money and help these coaches get the players they need out of the transfer portal, whatever. And he said if they could get every Longhorn fan, like who really cares about Texas football, not just someone who's in passing, to contribute like $5 or $10 a month, they would be set. So he said it's ridiculous that people think that all these gazillionaires just gave them a pile of money to put in their like NIL escrow, NIL endowment. He's like, that does not exist. Like we are trying to get Longhorn Nation to commit to a monthly pledge, whether it's $5 or $100. Because if we can do that, he said, we'll be unstoppable because we have more alums than anybody else. I think Michigan is right there with Texas, maybe Ohio State, just because of the massive population. A&M fans will say, no, we're in there too. But that's the push, because they were having to go back to the big time donors initially, like, hey man, sorry, can you cut another check? And so they came up with this idea for that big event over the weekend, and like all the student athletes are there. Not all actually. They want to move it a little bit earlier in the calendar before all the kids get out of school. But Quinn Ewers was there, Arch Manning was there, and like at one point they're like, okay, whoever donates this amount can go backstage with Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning and watch the rest of the concert with them and get picture. It's about getting these fans in touch with these players so that they are invested in these players and this team right now. I mean, yeah, Vince Young was there, Derek Johnson was there, TJ Ford was there. A lot of Longhorn legends were there, but Wheels was telling me it's really about Texas fans connecting with the players right now, because these are the players and athletes. I mean, Roy Harmon was there. It's not just football, basketball. Sir-Jabari Rice was there. Trying to get Texas because they're really obviously trying to push this to where Texas is got a nice repeating income into the NIL space, because it's a battle cry, Zay, going into the SEC. They don't want to be outdone. And interesting little nugget I heard today at the Texas A&M softball press conference. And talking to some of the reporters who had come over from College Station, there's a sense that because they're having to pay so much money to Jimbo, $77 million, that it's cut into their NIL. And so, like Jim Schlossnagle wants a new stadium, and the word is, yeah, that's not going to happen.
But ask Jimbo.
Yeah, Jimbo's got the new stadium right now. So
that hurts.
There you go. Anyway,
is it worth it? Was it worth it to get rid of Jimbo?
We'll see.
He doing that bad to where you felt like you had to make this move, only to bring in Mike Elko? It's not like they went in and got somebody better than Jimbo. You know what I'm saying? Like Mike Elko, I think he could do a pretty good job there, but Jimbo got rings. You know what I'm saying? Jimbo got a lot of good luggage behind him, even though things were obviously going south. So now that it's affecting all of the athletic departments, yeah, that's an issue. Well, we got Schlossnagle out here. So what kind of place is this? Heard what he said last year. What kind of fans are these? Yeah.
I thought there was Aggie loyalty. Oh, the other thing I heard, because I think a lot of people thought that the athletic director, Ross Bjork, was the one pushing for Mark Stoops. And then Bjork was like, I'm out of here, and somehow got the Ohio State AD job. But there's at least one reporter thought that it's the new Aggie president, retired General Mark A. Welsh, who took over December 12th of 2023. I mean, and he had been serving as interim president since July. If you follow the A&M, they had 5 presidents since 2016. And that's my man, John Sharp, for you. But one of the reporters said that they thought it was the president retired General Mark A. Welsh, who was pushing for Stoops. If that's true and he's still there and the Regents overpowered him and said, no, we're going with Mike Elko, that's
awkward. Yeah, very awkward.
The president didn't really want me, huh? What? So anyway, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Hell of a chip shot, my friend. Before the right call, though, shout out to Covert B Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership. I've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. It's too hot to be out here riding around with no AC. It's too hot to be having car troubles. Go to Covert B Cave and get you a new or pre-owned vehicle. They are very good at holding the standard of like outstanding customer service, outstanding customer satisfaction, and you're going to get what you want at Covert B Cave. Go to covertbcave.com so you can see the 7 terrific brands: Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, let's get into that NBA playoff talk, shall we? Last night, I told you 2 things.
Yes, you did.
Dallas Mavericks were going to win, and I told you Kyrie Irving was going to go off.
Yes, you did.
Both of those things happened.
Yes, you did.
Kyrie Irving, parents who have children, and you want to talk about skill and somebody that you could try to emulate and try to mirror off their game, I wouldn't recommend Kyrie Irving being one of those guys. Just tell him, don't. Kyrie's not it. You go out, if you have a kid that wants to be a quarterback, I'm not going to tell you to go out and watch Patrick Mahomes film. There's certain guys that are anomalies when it comes to their skill and their craft that make us average Joes think that, oh, maybe if I worked hard, I could be that. No, you can't. Sorry. Kyrie is gifted. He is skilled. And the performance he put on last night, man, immaculate. 30 points. Luka, 33. Kyrie in the first half. Luka in the second half. Anthony Edwards. We've loved the story. You heard Lance talk about it. It's been fun. You just got the defending champs out of there, so we're going to get someone new. But, you challenging Kyrie Irving with the peace that Kyrie has now, the peace that he carries with himself. He's not worried about things going on off the court to where it's going to affect his game or affect the narrative that we have on him. It's all about ball. He is locked in, and he's been amazing this playoffs. You go look at his stats. They might not scream at you offensively, but if we're talking about overall basketball game, both sides, offense and defense, Kyrie Irving has been the second best player easily for this Mavs team after their 5-time All-NBA player, Luka Doncic. It's just
amazing.
It's amazing. And Anthony Edwards, look, bro, I get it. You're young. You're 22. You want to change, kind of how we look at the new age, new generation player because they have been called soft. I don't agree with that. But when you see these guys making TikTok videos and painting their nails and stuff, you kind of get why they get called soft at times. But a lot of these dudes are talented guys. And Edwards, he's been quoted saying, yeah, I don't like guys sitting out games and sitting out back-to-backs and stuff. And it's just like, oh, Anthony Edwards, are you so naive at your young age? Because, yeah, it's cool being 22 to where, he's from Atlanta, so I'm sure he's probably eating a 20-piece of lemon pepper chicken wings every night before he goes to bed. And there's nothing wrong with that. Some guys' metabolism's different. Some guys could put junk in their body and still be good and dominate, but it's going to catch up with you. And him asking to play both ways and guard the second best player on the opposing teams, like, okay, that was cute when you were guarding Bradley Beal. That was cute when at times you were guarding Jamal Murray, but now after that game 7, you're feeling it in your legs, dude. He looked so tired last night.
Well, here's the thing. I thought Ant Edwards was pretty transparent about we were tired. Like, it was exhausting closing out the Nuggets. Good for the Mavericks to sense that that's probably how it was going to be, and to attack and just like hit them with a ton and make them just feel like, oh God. So I expect a much, much better T-Wolf team in game 2.
Yeah, I do too. But whatever they do, they just have to bring more energy. But besides that, they can't stop Dallas. There's no stopping the Dallas Mavs. They're going to get an open shot. It's just pick your poison. Who do you want taking those shots? PJ Washington didn't shoot well yesterday, but he hit some big time.
Yeah, he hit some big corner threes.
It was big, timely. That's what they need. And he's been hitting them throughout the playoffs. Against the Clippers, he was knocking them down. Against OKC, he was knocking it down. Derek Jones, if he gets open shots, he's going to hit them too when the time comes. Josh Green, he'll knock down a shot every now and then. Jason Kidd needs to get credit for this because he was playing Dante Exum in the first round. Now he's playing Hardy, who Hardy has a little bit more bag to him. That dude had 4 quick assists with like 8 minutes last night. He's been a good addition that you're bringing into this rotation. And, you talk about my love for Luka. Last night is why. He is a different player than anyone else in the game. It's not even close. The way that he can manipulate the game with the lack of athleticism and the lack of speed that he has, like, I've never seen it before. He does LeBron things, but LeBron might be the greatest athlete in professional sports history. So he has that. But Luka just looks like your normal fat dude from Europe that enjoys life, that enjoys a cup of tea every morning. He doesn't look like your average basketball player. That's why people hate Jokic so much. But what he does is very just different. It's just different, man. Like, he was taking Anthony Edwards, putting them in the post, getting and ones. And that fourth quarter, with about 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go, they were down by 4. It was 102 to 98. Luka hits a step back 3. They come back down defensively. Mike Conley tries to throw a lob to Rudy Gobert. Luka blocks that, gets the steal. They push it. He kicks it to PJ Washington. They hit a 3 and then go up 2. And then Luka ends up hitting that nice little step back on McDaniels to put them up 6 to completely ice the game. Like, I don't know how you stop them. And shout out to Derek Lively. I can't say more about him. I heard Keenan praising him before, saying that there hasn't been a rookie to impact the playoffs like this at the center position in a very long time. Keenan Womack's absolutely right. I haven't seen it. Like, what he's doing, I'm not saying he's the best player on the team, but his impact for his age, he only spent 1 year at Duke. He wasn't there long.
Right.
But he's been mentored by Tyson Chandler. That's what Mark Cuban in the front office said when they saw him. Like, this guy could be the next Tyson Chandler. And I completely agree with that. Gafford was all right, but Derek Lively, those 11 rebounds that he had, it was huge. And, yeah, I think Minnesota is going to bounce back and play a lot better. But if you're the Mavs, you got to feel good about yourselves knowing that they will not be able to stop us. If we could get some key stops and hope that they're a little fatigued and Ant Edwards is feeling it, because Ant Edwards, he took some tough shots in that last series. He fell hard a few times where he stayed on the ground for a few minutes and they had to cut it to commercial. That stuff catches up with you. Luka, we know he's beaten up and stuff, but it seems like the injury that he has, Chip, he needs to keep playing, and the more that he plays, it gets more and more loose. Like, at the beginning of the game, you see him grimacing and stuff, and if you're a Mavs fan, you're like, oh, shit, this isn't good. But he kind of, like, plays it off. He kind of just, and he starts to get warm, and he starts to get acclimated to the game, and it doesn't affect him as much, which is why we saw him have that 15-point fourth quarter like we did, which led to his 33 points, 8 assists. But, yeah, Jaden McDaniels can't guard Luka. He might make life difficult for him at times, but Luka's too big. He's too strong. He's too skilled. His touch is too good. Like, his floater, He hit Anthony Edwards with a spin move in the middle and then finished and fell on the ground and stuff. Like, guys that size shouldn't be doing things like that. You know, he'll draw the double team and he'll be looking this way in the crowd, and then he'll drop a bounce pass down low. Like, it's a beautiful game to watch with Luka. And they had him mic'd up last night. You could see him holding his teammates accountable and stuff, saying, we got to rebound. We got to be better. You know, he's being more comfortable with his voice, even though there's obviously a language barrier there. Like, he's proven a lot to me in this playoffs. And if they win one, he's going to be in a very different category when it comes to his legacy that a lot of guys that were very, very good that played in the NBA over the last 70-something plus years haven't been able to accomplish.
Like, Luka is so, I don't even know how you describe it, because he will pull up and hit that step back surrounded by 3 dudes.
He's a better step back shooter than he is catch and shoot.
Yeah.
Like that, the shot that he hit on Anthony Edwards to put them down by 1 and about 3 minutes left, he caught it, had a chance to shoot it, didn't, waited for Anthony Edwards to close out.
Right.
And then like faked like he was going in. Edward thought he was going in, went to that signature step back, and Edwards was kind of there, but not enough for Luka to get out of his rhythm. And bam, he knocked that thing down, man. It's a joy to watch. Like,
he had 18 points the first 3 quarters, and he had 15 points in the fourth quarter. And he said afterward, I played like crap, and it was my turn. And if they're able to, like, if that's part of the plan, I'm not saying Luka missing shots is part of the plan, but if Kyrie, if the plan is to kind of do some load management where Kyrie's going to, come at him hard initially, and Luka can kind of just feel his way and then take over in the fourth quarter. I'm not saying that that's part of the plan, but it kind of worked out that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
That's you take over early. Maybe next game I take over early, you take over late. I mean, the fact that they can even talk like that means you got special talent, obviously, but you got special chemistry and trust, which I never thought was possible with Kyrie after all the drama that he'd caused in Boston and Brooklyn.
And that just goes to show where he's at with his career, because I do understand where he was at the end of the road with the Cavaliers. And you win with LeBron, but you were also the number 1 pick. So in your mind, even though this might not be realistic, he's thinking that he could be the number 1 guy and lead a team to a championship, which at his size, that's hard to do. That's why what Steph Curry has done, you could argue that he's one of the top 10 players to ever do it. But for the average guy, Isaiah Thomas, Bad Boy Pistons. Yeah, Steph has 4 of them.
Yeah, but you need 3 dudes. Like, to win a world championship, you got to have 3 dudes, man.
Yeah. It depends. I guess, Michael Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon kind of shared that 3-dude spot last year for the ring. But you're right. Like, you do need 3 guys. That's why there is a big 3 and not a big 2. But if you have 2 heavy hitters and the rest of your guys are solid, going back to your Bad Boy Pistons with Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars, like, everybody else was just solid around him. But you could give the ball to Mark Aguirre, he could go get you a bucket. Bill Laimbeer could stretch the range and knock down a 3. Ray McCorn would shoot a jump hook every now and then. Like, if you have that to go with your 2 really, really good guards that put just so much pressure on the defense, then yeah, it could be done. But it's just so difficult to do. And the shots that Kyrie was making last night, like, yeah, Joe, you're right. Like, the floaters, the going full speed and just letting it go off your hand so soft where it just hits the perfect part of the backboard while you're taking on contact. left, right hand, like the jump shot. It's just
why didn't it work with Kyrie and KD?
It did. It did. Like Kyrie got hurt in game 6 of 2021. He hurt his ankle and he didn't play in that game 7 where KD's foot was on the line and, hit the shot, but it was only counted for a 2. Like it was working. Brooklyn should have won in 2021, except for the injuries due to Kyrie Irving. And yeah, like if he would have stayed with Braun, if he would have realized, you know what, it's okay me being a number 2. But that's helped him realize, okay, I've done this before. Now that I'm comfortable being a number 2, I've played with a LeBron type player. So playing with Luka, that ain't shit. That's nothing. And Luka is out here like, man, I play a lot like Bron. If I was him, I'd probably watch a lot of Cavs film during their time together so you could see, okay, how does Kyrie play with somebody as ball dominant as a Luka or a LeBron? And Kyrie's done a terrific job playing off the ball and picking his moments when to take over the game like he did in the first half last night.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good basketball, man.
How would KD and Luka work together?
Really well. Really well. Yeah, because KD could play off ball. Like guys who are ball dominant, that's why whenever Luka loses his mojo, because, Father Time is always undefeated, it's going to be interesting how Luka's game translates. I think it's going to translate. That's why he has to get these rings now while he's at his best, because he's so ball dominant. It's going to be hard for somebody better than him to come in and Luka to take a step back and be off ball. That's going to be hard for him. I see it with James Harden all the time. Like James Harden last year with the Sixers, James Harden now, he just has these moments where it's like he doesn't know what he's doing because he's not comfortable. That's not how, at his best he played. Kyrie, on the other hand, Durant, on the other hand, guys like that, which Durant played with Steph Curry, so he had to adjust, did that. Kyrie played with LeBron, so he had to adjust, did that. There's just certain guys that could play off ball that will still be successful when they get into their 30s. And there's some guys that I definitely worry about. But as of right now, yeah, man, Luka, Kyrie, the Mavs, Minnesota will get it together. They got to put Karl Anthony Towns in the post more. But
all right, let me ask you this before we hand it off to the fellas at SEC Unfiltered. You've been on fire. Straight fire. Tonight, we got Indiana at Boston. Celtics favored by 8.5, 7:00 on ESPN. You going, who you going with?
Yeah, I'm going to go Celtics. I think they woke the Celtics up a little bit, and I don't think Missoula is going to do as much switching defensively like he did in game 1 to have better matchups for them and slow the Pacers down a little bit.
So Celtics to cover.
Not to cover, but to win.
Okay. All right. Let's bring in the fellas. SEC Unfiltered, Chris Phillips, Harrison Cordell, Fat. He's at the SEC baseball tournament.
He's about to get arrested. You party?
Coming in.
You party?
The team's getting ready to get in.
Who's on that bus, Harrison?
They're blocking it right now for.
Who's in the next?
Already came through.
Next game?
It's probably
or 2 hours.
No, because those guys are already in here. I mean, it might be. It's probably. Honestly, it's probably South Carolina then. So I think we saw LSU come through already.
I like that.
So.
I recognize.
We got a decent setup here.
Look at that.
Right over there.
He's been partying with Cajuns, guys. He's partying with Cajuns.
Oh,
that's why he was late. That's why he was late yesterday. He's partying with Cajuns.
They're a good time.
Moonshine.
He's partying with the shrunken heads.
The best moonshine I've ever had was at LSU.
There we go. Live shot of some arrivals coming through.
Beautiful.
Look at that. Come on, man. Here they come. They got limo tent on that bus.
Yeah.
I had apple pie moonshine in Baton Rouge. Oh,
I will actually, guys, be making there'll be a lot of firsts for me. So I went to LSU during the COVID season. I went to an LSU game during the COVID season. There were only about 20,000 people there, right? So I did not get the full experience. I will be going back this season for what feels like my first time ever. It really does.
Yeah.
But as much fun as I had, even during the COVID season, I'm like, if this is like this during this time, I can't even imagine what this place is like when it's packed out with 100,000 or however many. So looking forward to LSU, man. That is a trip.
LSU fans, like I went to with a friend of mine. You remember Chad Hastings, eh?
Yep.
Aggie. And he and I went to see Johnny Manziel lose in the rain. But those LSU fans were like, yeah, come on, have some gumbo, have some apple pie moonshine, I'm like, yes, more. And they were nice to us, even though Chad's wearing a freaking A&M jersey. And yeah, we had a great time. So
this is kind of a side note, Chip and Zay, and maybe I'll have to talk to Brad and the rest of the guys about this. But we'll be doing our first ever SEC Unfiltered tour this football season. We're going to go to a different game. Maybe not every week, but I'm zeroing in on 8 or 9 games, 8 or 9 different venues. There's a lot of stadiums I haven't been to. So we're going to go to a lot of different games, and I'm in Greenville, South Carolina right now. So, LSU is a fairly long trip, but I've got a free place to stay there already, and it sets up well. But of the longer road trips like Texas A&M, Oklahoma, I'm not going to go to all of them. So I don't know. I guess it feels like a no-brainer. I feel like
shootout.
That would be a good one. That would be a damn good one. Yeah.
That's
the game to go to. That's
the best. It's the best game day.
How would you? Well, that's what I was about to ask, because it's a neutral site game. I'm trying to stay away from neutral sites, but you're saying that's as good a neutral site as it'll get.
Yes, because they divide the seating at the 50, and OU, you come out of the tunnel in the OU end, and they're raining booze. And if you ask Cedric Benson, RIP Cedric Benson, he swears he got pissed on coming out of that tunnel. Now they put like a protective screen for when Texas comes out of that tunnel. But the players talk about it. You come out, you got the OU side, you're getting booed like you've never felt. And then you hit the 50 and all of a sudden you're like a king. The sound never goes down. And that's why that game is so crazy, because the players get freaked out. They're like, they know on a road game when it's supposed to get quiet, when it's supposed to get loud. That game never gets quiet until one team is like ready to tap out. It's insane, the momentum swings in that game. And you have to experience it but like my cousin, who's a Miami Hurricane, grew up in Pittsburgh. He came to that game and he was like, oh my God. Like he had no rooting interest for either side. He's like, that was the craziest experience I've ever had.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe that'll be it then. Maybe that'll be it. I'm like I said, the schedule's not quite finalized yet, but really we've got one game in the books, which I will say it here on the airways. We're going to announce this officially on social media, but week 1, I will be at Florida, Miami. That's going to be our first stop. I want to get to Gainesville and experience the swamp before this season potentially goes south for them and nobody's there. So,
and the Jaden Rashada Bowl.
The Jaden Rashada Bowl.
Hey, I gotta go, fellas.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Appreciate you, Chip.
Y'all be good. Chip, Jay, y'all are awesome.
Great show.
Yeah, appreciate you. Could just talk those guys' ear off. What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you all tuning in. I'm Chris Phillips. He is Harrison Fant, live from the SEC tournament in Hoover, Alabama. And again, we are SEC Unfiltered right here live every single day, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain. Guys, leave us your questions, your comments, whether you're on YouTube, you're on Facebook, you're on X as well. We appreciate each and every single one of you being here. Like I mentioned, guys, joined by Harrison Fant, who's live on location in Hoover. Harrison, what's going on, man?
What's up, Chris? Good to be back on another day here in Hoover, day 3, and got some great baseball going, some great tailgating, and no complaints here on my end.
Yeah, I was going to say, how's the tailgate? I see you got the LSU folks around you. They're gearing up for
So we can do a little walk around.
Yeah, I was going to say they're gearing up for the game at 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central. Man, I imagine it's got to be jumping.
Yeah, we got a little crawfish boil going on.
Wow.
Yes,
wow.
Got the boys eating some crawfish. Got a whole other batch too. I mean, it's been crazy over here.
I'm also, by the way, I want to point out, Harrison, I'm very impressed how good your service is out there in Alabama. I'm very happy about that. And everybody else is as well.
The hospitality's through the roof.
Yeah, yes, yeah. They treat you well at the SEC baseball tournament. So give us a sense of what the environment is like. Again, yesterday, I think what's interesting, Harrison, is yesterday, as I get our promo post out here, I'm late on. LSU had already played. So again, you're hanging out with some LSU folks. LSU had played. They were kind of out and about doing their own thing. You said they were at a brewery. Like things had kind of settled down at tailgate. Give us an idea what the tailgate is like today with the fact that LSU set to play here in just over an hour against South Carolina in the winner's bracket game. I got to imagine the intensity there is through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yesterday it didn't really settle down that much. I mean, the LSU fans I was with here, they were here all day yesterday. Tailgating, did a fish fry. I ended up putting in the game, so I didn't get to be a part of that. But I heard it was incredible. A couple different types of fish. We're doing some batch of crawfish in right now, though. It's some crawfish. I got some potatoes in there, some boudin, like sausage, it's onions. Got some seasonings. It's unbelievable. I mean, I think everything's kind of ramping up. I see a lot of LSU tents up on the hill. We're in the free parking lot, so it's more just cars, and we're just kind of parking here. The other like reserved parking lot up top is we're still tailgates, but I think we got the best spot in the house right here. Got the Hoover in the background. You can see the school's working here. Got a lot of shade, a lot of area to work with, a lot of activities that do. Got a lot of seating, a lot of good people here, so it's tough to beat.
I think our friend Mincy's on the way back too. By the way, I saw his.
He's probably taking a nap right now, dude.
Well, no, he left. He obviously left Hoover. He's on the way back, I believe. I saw a picture he posted. He's on a plane to Birmingham, so he'll probably be back around the tailgate pretty soon. Even though, of course,
his dude wipes are still here somewhere.
His dude wipes are still there, of course. Love that. Anyways, guys, again, leave us your questions, your comments, everything else. Also, Texas, they are unfortunately eliminated from the Big 12 tournament, losing to Texas Tech in their first game and then Cincinnati in the second game. So Texas will now await their postseason fate. Where are they going to go? From some Texas folks I've talked to who are saying they're expecting either Fayetteville or College Station. So it will not get any easier for the Longhorns. Obviously, that College Station regional would be electric if Texas were indeed there, but we shall see. Harrison, let's go back to the games yesterday. Again, I had you on, or we were on here while South Carolina, Arkansas was going on. Gamecocks got the W. There were two games after that late last night, and I want to start with this, Harrison. Mississippi State, man. Mississippi State. I believed in Hail State, believed in the Bulldogs. Here they are now, 2-0, a win away from going to the semifinals, which if you win today in the winner's bracket, you jump all the way to Saturday. You don't even play tomorrow. State takes down A&M last night, 5-3. Another thrilling game, another game in which Connor Hujack comes up big late. Thoughts on the game and thoughts on the crystal ball that I used to predict Mississippi State on this run they're on right now?
It was a good pick. I'll give you that for sure. They definitely have the pitching depth, and I think that's one of the biggest things here in Hoover, because hitting is, I think, a little bit easier to come about than pitching depth in Hoover, especially if you lose that first game. Especially if you lose the first game double elimination side, then you're battling back. You're playing an extra day, an extra game. You really tax your bullpen and tax your starting rotation depending on how long they go. But yeah, I mean, they have a lot to play for, like we talked about yesterday. I mean, they're on that bubble of hosting a regional, and everyone in Starkville wants to be having Mississippi State host a regional. I think baseball fans in general want to see the host another regional. It's an unbelievable environment. I've called it the best environment in baseball, and so we got a lot to play for. I mean, so does LSU, so does Vanderbilt. Florida did too, but Florida kind of didn't overcome some challenges in the elimination game against Vanderbilt to open it up.
And of course, Texas A&M playing right now in an elimination game against the Tennessee Volunteers. That game is 3-2, by the way. I think it's the 5th or 6th inning. I know you got it pulled up as well, but getting late in that ball game, Tennessee with a 1-run lead. all four of the top seeds yesterday, Harrison, that got the bye, they all lose. First time since 2010 that has taken place, where all the top seeds lose their first game on that Wednesday. Thoughts on that, and maybe why that happened? Is it again, we talked about this yesterday, people trying to write it off as they don't care about the SEC tournament, but I mean, I think it's more so the depth and the overall quality of the league top to bottom that's really showing itself. But for all four to lose, I mean, nobody could have seen that coming.
Yeah, Chris, it's something that I think the overwhelming storyline is showing how deep the SEC is from top to bottom. It gets deeper every year. But another thing that the takeaway I had from yesterday after getting the fourth game was looking at it and looking at it today too. A lot of the guys, these teams that have byes. So Tennessee, the 1 seed, 2 seed Arkansas, 3 seed Kentucky, 4 seed A&M, pitching their Friday night guy because of last week was a Thursday, Friday, Saturday series, and they're playing Wednesday, Thursday, night, short week. They don't want to mess any guys up with them too much. You don't want to pitch them on short rest, but you also want to give them some work in and get them prepared for these teams that have a bye are all going to host a regional, and probably actually all 4 of them will host a super, assuming that they would make it. So one of those things, and listen to Dave Van Horn talk about, Hagen Smith, his shortest outing of the year, and least not strikeouts. This is the first outing he has that hasn't had double-digit strikeouts. So you can no longer say that it's a guaranteed double-digit strikeout outing. The guaranteed win. This is their first loss with him too. But it's one of those things was, the expectation going in wasn't to have him, go 5-6 innings. It was to get his work in. Obviously, I think a big thing, I don't think Arkansas fans should be worried because it was a short outing, but yes, he's normally used to pitch it Friday night. Pitch it on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. For fans who haven't played the game, like in high school or college, that is a huge thing. That's a huge difference playing 12 hours earlier than you normally do and a day less on rest. Or I guess you could say maybe similar rest because they have a Thursday, Friday, Saturday series. Playing at 9 a.m. versus playing at 6, 7 p.m. is a magnificent difference. And I think it takes a toll on not just the pitcher, but everyone. His velo is down a little bit. Command not as sharp and not as much bite on his slider as he's normally used to having. So that's definitely something to factor in. But it's not something to I'm scared now. But when you look at it, those who watched the game or didn't watch the game, you have Brady Tiger pitching out of the bullpen today, who he was a starter most of the year. And then you have Mason Lena, who came out of the bullpen last week his first time because he started 12 games for the Razorbacks. You saw the whole starting rotation for most of the year in the game today against Kentucky. So getting a lot of guys in, getting some work in. It's other teams like Tony Vitello has talked about and Jim Slaughter, seeing what some guys have in certain situations they want to see, in this kind of caliber of an event. This is a super regional atmosphere. So getting guys those reps, right, those kind of experiences, high situation, high leverage moments is huge going forward. I think that's something that's for use in this tournament as well.
Harrison, since you're talking about Arkansas, let's stick with that. The Razorbacks have been eliminated after their loss this morning. And by the way, the guarantee I would make on Hagen Smith, we can no longer say that it's a guarantee he'll have double-digit strikeouts, but I guarantee you his next outing isn't 2 innings. I tell you that right now. I'd be stunned if that's the case. Arkansas goes 2 in Q, though. I mean, again, I've asked you a lot. Are you worried about Arkansas? But here I am again. I mean, are you worried about Arkansas? Their fan base is freaking out on social media. Do you think it's one of those things where, hey, whatever, reset, regionals around the corner, they're going to be fine? Or, is Arkansas trending the wrong way? It kind of feels like maybe they are a little bit.
I wouldn't say trending the wrong way. That's not the right kind of description of it. I'd say maybe it's a speed bump, if anything. But you got to think they're going to be hosting a regional. They're going to host a super regional if they make it. They've only lost 3 games this year, the entire season. It's unbelievable. They lost to JMU. They lost. I can't remember who the second one was. And the third one at the end of the year was Mississippi State. I mean, to play in front of your home crowd and have that record and that kind of expectation, and how much better they are playing at home on the road is huge. I think it's something that I should be worried about. But the concerns I think lie is I'm wondering who the starting rotation is going to be for the regional. How they're going to pitch that because Brady Tiger comes in the bullpen now. Mason Lane is already in the bullpen. Who's the starting rotation now for the Razorbacks? Because they've been hitting better at home, so I think you got to hope and kind of lean on that because, I mean, yeah, they had, I think, 3 home runs today, 2 on the back of Peyton Holt. But that's not really their forte. They're not a home run hitting team. Baum is a big ballpark. But, I mean, there's a lot of balls going out this morning. The wind is pushing out. It's something to keep an eye on, though. But it's not something to raise massive concern. I mean, another thing, Paul Skeens, when he pitched in Hoover, I don't think he went 2-3 innings. He didn't pitch that well. And what did LSU do? They went on to win a national championship. So.
On the other side, Kentucky, what did you see from them this morning? Obviously, they survive and advance. Wildly impressive showing by the Cats, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It was on the backs of their backs, for sure. And it means Ryan Walschmidt and Ryan Nichols both had a home run. Walschmidt had 2 home runs, but it's just an all-around great game, great performance from a bounce-back game for Kentucky. And Nick Mangione just done a great job with the ball club and done a great job in those games that they're responding immediately. And that's just a testament to his program, how close and how connected they are, the culture there, and just the expectation. I think it means more to them being here because they're not like a powerhouse SEC program traditionally, right? Maybe not yet, but they want to go continue to prove it here, and I think that's the mindset going for them. They ran into a hot LSU team and just Gage jump shut them down, but the bats were loud this morning. You know, a little bit. I think they're playing a little bit looser too, and they were bearing up a lot of baseballs and doing the right thing. There's a lot of double steals, swiping back on first and third, break up double plays there. It was fantastic. And then Nolan McCarthy going up and no look robbing a home run. I mean, unbelievable. It was. He said in the post game interview after, he goes, "Yeah, like my right fielder gave me a good call at the wall. I go up and I'm like, I got a chance of this." He goes up and grabs it, I threw my glove back. That's what he came down to. And he came down and goes, "Oh my God, I got it."
That catch was one of the best we've seen, I think, all year. Certainly Sports Center top 10. I know if you still had a say in putting that top 10 together, that'd be near the top of it for sure. So
yeah, as many times as I've put the other Sports Center top 10, that's a lock on top of them for sure. It has to be.
Yeah, one of the best catches we've seen all season
Top
long.
5.
Yeah, no doubt. Harrison, the one team at this point that I'm probably the most scared to predict this postseason or make predictions for, because I have no idea, is the Vanderbilt Commodores. My friend, help me make sense. Help me make sense of this. I mean, Vandy takes down Florida. That's one thing in their first game. They put it on Tennessee last night, 13-4, the final. Where the hell did this offense come from for Vandy? Your thoughts on the Commodores and what they did? I mean, again, it's been some unlikely advancements in the SEC tournament with some of these lower-seeded teams. It seems like playing some of their best baseball in a while.
Yeah, definitely. Tim Hortons club maybe to click at the right time. You know, offense. I think the upper half of the offense, the 1-2 spot, John Vastine, David Diaz, had a much better game against Tennessee. I mean, I think they just approach was more aggressive in the zone and just hit pitches in the zone were barreling up a lot more consistent than they had been this season. That was a reason why they took up 15 hits against Tennessee. And I mean, a lot of people going in thought that if you saw that final score, they'd be like, "Oh, Tennessee beat Vanderbilt 13-4," you know, but that was not the case. I mean, John Vastine, he had a home run himself, which doesn't feel like he's had, many at all this season. 3 RBIs. I mean, he had a great game to play. 1 for 5, but I think he had a lot of better approaches. And then obviously his home run. Alan Espinal, I think he's been kind of the back of this team in Vanderbilt. And he had 5 RBIs yesterday, 2 for 5 on the home run himself. He is just, I mean, he's one of the best 4 holes, I think, in the SEC. He's a little smaller of a name, which is so much more important in a 4 hole than some other teams because of the lack of depth that Vanderbilt has compared to other teams. But I mean, you got to think about it. Take this to shut down Tennessee's lineup. Yes, they put up 13 lines, but they shut down Tennessee's. I mean, we talk about how they have one of the best lines in the SEC, probably the country. And I mean, Devin Fitzgerald put up 4 innings. He gave him a chance. I mean, he had 4 earned runs on 4 hits, but he gave him a chance. And Luke Booth, 1 inning, 2 strikeouts, or 1 inning, 2 walks, but didn't have any hits, right? And Miller Green just shoved the rest of the way, only allowing 3 hits in 4 innings, no runs, 4 Ks, no walks. I mean, it's just really keeping them off balance. I think using Tennessee's aggressiveness approach in the zone to expand that zone and get them to, swing at pitches that were pitchers' pitches instead of hitters' pitches. So it was surprising to see, but it was great. It was definitely what Vanderbilt's really needing right now. Like, further postseason run, being over the team. We'll see.
And Harrison, to your point, to shut down the Tennessee lineup is wildly impressive because you look at that top of that lineup with Christian Moore, Blake Burke, Billy Amick. I mean, they were talking about that in the game today. The big three at the top of A&M and Tennessee's lineups. It is wildly impressive. Our good friend Dave. What? Yeah. Shut down the top. Yeah. I mean, you put a cap on those guys. You got a really good shot to beat them. Our friend Dave Shoemate. What's up, Dave, over on X? Will we set the tournament home run record? I don't know what the record is. Are we closing in on that? I didn't know. I didn't know we are closing in on that. I have no idea.
I'm not sure, but I do know that there's 3 players now that have multi-home run games already in a tournament, and that's one off the record for the tournament ever so far. So that's, I mean, I honestly, with the wind blowing out a little bit today, it might be more in the evening, but I expect someone else today or tomorrow to have a multi-home run game. So
it does seem like we're seeing more home runs. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that's really been talked about, but like, I always have thought of Hoover as, the teams that struggle there are these big, burly power teams that rely on the homer, that don't manufacture runs, that don't play small ball, that don't steal bases. And the ones that do that, they do really well, and they pitch really well. It's a pitcher's ballpark, right? It doesn't seem like it's really playing that way right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, watching the game last night with Cal Stevens on the mound, sitting with a lot of MLB scouts and looking at his spin rate and a lot of his numbers, his crazy good in for like 20 inches. It's unbelievable. He was getting barreled, just executing those 100, 103, 104. A lot of ground balls. And so I think it's really interesting to see because you can get barreled like that and not give up 3 runs. So you can give up, dying quail, a seeing eye signal like that and give 2 or 3 runs like that. But the home runs we've seen here have been absolutely shots. They've been monster shots. I mean, 3 from Kentucky, I believe all of them are over 420 feet. It feels like when the guys here are getting them, they're getting all of them. And it's really cool to see.
Cal Stevens was a lot of fun to watch. That game last night was electric. I mean, that was a great game. It's Mississippi State's playing great baseball right now. And again,
just took a regional game right there.
Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned on the other side, Texas A&M, who right now playing Tennessee. This is a 3-2 ball game. Let's talk about this one, Harrison, specifically. I feel like this game should be like 7 or 8-2 Tennessee. They've kind of vomited all over themselves with guys on base for whatever reason. Give Texas A&M credit; they've made big pitches, but I mean, Tennessee has had guys in scoring position. They've had the bases loaded a couple times. Have not been able to capitalize. Either way, still up in the ball game though. What you enjoying about this one, man? It's a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel, it appears, and we're in for another thrilling finish yet again.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, Tennessee missing something. I think 8 or 9 guys on base so far this game. There's been 3 guys on himself. Hunter and got 3 on as well himself. So just the story is, I guess you could say, lack of hitting with runners in scoring position, but it's been really good pitching too. It's been a great pitching duel. Ryan Frazier got a start. He only went 2 1/3, 3 hits, 1 earned, but it was, I think, expected to be more of a shorter start. Once hearing from Jim Slauson in an in-game interview that I heard earlier today about how I want to keep him around 50, 60 pitches. Unless he was dealing, they weren't going to overthrow him. Keep him, just get in, get his work in, and get out and prepare him for next week when regionals come up. So that seems kind of like the same kind of aspect that Tony Vitello was talking about pregame. I was listening to him, and Chris Stamos, I mean, even a little longer, 3 innings, 1 run, 1 hit. He was pitching really well. And then Causey, he said Causey was going to bullpen first to kind of get his work in and see how he's going to ride that, but monitor it. So he's been pitching great. I mean, he's been spreading out 4 hits, only getting 1 run. So he's at 60 pitches right now. So, I mean, I expect this to probably be his last inning, but it's been a different type of, game control strategy here.
I think Harrison, too, taking nothing away from anybody who's won a ball game to this point. Obviously, again, the depth of the league has shown itself. But I do think there is something to be said about I don't think, I had somebody text me this morning, somebody whose show I've been on, friend of our show, that said, why did Kentucky beat why did Kentucky beat Arkansas? Why wouldn't they just, Why don't they just save their pitching and go home? And I'm like, well, they're not going to throw the game. Like, I don't think they can, nor would they ever do that. With that being said, though, I definitely think this is a week to where you do everything you can to win within reason. I mean, again, you're not pitching Hagen Smith more than 2 innings. You're not pitching Prager more than you're not throwing your horse out there 7, 8, 9 innings. You're not going to do – like, you're going to do everything you can to win this week, especially like if you're one of the top seeds especially, right? I'm not talking about Mississippi State or South Carolina or any of these other lower seeds. You're one of these top 4 or 5 seeds. You do everything you can to win within reason. I mean, is that fair to say? Because, again, if this were do or die, go home season line, you're going to throw everybody. Like, you're going to ask guys to go longer than they probably would, short rest, doesn't matter. Like, you're not going to see that this week.
Yeah, Chris. I mean, I think that's kind of the mindset and idea. It's a lot of these teams, like every team had a bye, right? They're all locked in for like the postseason, regional, super regional. You know, getting guys their work in for the week, like I said, but also seeing, putting some guys in situations, see how they react in this kind of environment and what they can take. So that way, when it comes to regional, like super regional, like, all right, he's been in this high pressure environment. We've seen what he does. We know how he handles it. It's kind of a, I can't say trial and error, but kind of testing out some pieces and some different, pinch hitters, or coming out of a bullpen in a situation, lefty matchup. I think that's the strategy of getting that experience in here and doing so with those teams that are locked in for the first season.
And to your point, I think it's a great opportunity for guys to, you find out what your pitching depth is like in a week like this week, but you're going to have that. You're going to have pitching depth when you get to the postseason, the regionals, the supers, especially if you're in the regionals and you lose a game, or God forbid the College World Series, you lose a game, and you're going to have to ask some dudes to step up that maybe haven't pitched quite as much or haven't been featured in certain roles. SEC tournament is a really, really good opportunity to do that. Let's talk about this game coming up after. Again, you're right there in the middle, the eye of the storm with the LSU folks. LSU, South Carolina, we know it's Thatcher Hurd for the Tigers going up against Tyler Pitzer for South Carolina. Both these teams are – yeah, exactly. Both these teams are red hot. Both these teams are swinging a hot stick. What are you expecting from this game? And Harrison, do I dare put you on the spot to make a prediction sitting there in the LSU tailgate? But what are you expecting to see from this game? This one's going to be a lot of fun, I think.
I think the expectation is the offense is going to take over. I think just because of the struggles that the pitching side has had, and Carolina getting more into the bullpen than LSU has so far, and just the inconsistencies rather than consistency that they've had in the pitching rotation. But if LSU fans, I know you're hoping to have Thatcher Hurd from the College World Series kind of outing instead of what he's been most of this season. I mean, he came from UCLA. He's one of the top pitchers in the country. He's just kind of struggled, been up and down a lot at LSU last season, this season especially. So the biggest thing for both sides is going to be LSU limiting Cole Messina. He's been the hottest hitter, I think you could say, in Hoover here. It's just unbelievable. He had 2 home runs yesterday. I think he has 3 home runs this tournament so far. They're in the 2 games, 8 RBIs. He's on his hair. It's unbelievable to watch. And he's been really carrying the load for this kind of offense, primarily, in which he's been on the backbone all season. But then on the other side, can South Carolina limit LSU having the first half of their lineup up with runners on? Because putting that pressure on South Carolina's bullpen, on their pitching staff as a whole, with you have guys like Michael Braswell on base, former South Carolina player as well, don't forget. And then you have Tommy Tanks up. You're going to intentionally walk to get to Jared Jones. I mean, we saw that happen last year. Jared Jones made him pay, and then Tommy Tanks, next time he came up, bases loaded, he made him pay too. Both had grand slams. So it's going to be limiting LSU with runners in scoring position, and then for LSU, like I said, limiting Cole Messina.
Harrison, who's more likely to bounce back from a loss in this game and still advance, get to the point where they want to go? Which one of these teams do you think is more well-equipped to bounce back from a potential loss today, LSU or South Carolina?
Definitely say LSU, just because of how rested their bullpen is. I mean, game 1, you have Gabe Cheatham go 8 innings, and you have Griffin Herring only go an inning to close it out. And in game 2, you have Luke Coleman go 6, and Gavin Guidry finished the last 2 off in that 8-inning run rule. So their bullpen's a lot fresher than South Carolina's, and you got guys that you're getting working with. See Christian a lot of the bullpen who's been a lot more confident, pitching better as of late. South Carolina, we saw yesterday, they pitched like 4 or 5 guys. I mean, you had Ty Good come out of bullpen, who he started for Carolina. So early in the season, on Shafter starting at reliever, he's been fantastic since transferring from college to Boston. Maybe you got Remy Kemper on the bullpen. Chris Beach went 5 2/3 2 days ago, so I don't know if he's available or not today. I'd say probably not, but you never know. I think the expectation is to hopefully not have to use them, but I definitely think LSU has a better shot to, if they lose today, advance farther than losing the fact than South Carolina would in their situation.
Harrison, let's talk about the nightcap. Mississippi State takes on the Vanderbilt Commodores. And I tell you, Harrison, again, I picked State to go all the way and win the whole damn thing. No disrespect meant to Vandy, but, man, this sets up about as well as you could ask for a Mississippi State team that, by the way, and I don't know if he's throwing tonight, but they still got Angelo St. waiting, just waiting in the wings. That is an ace in the hole, unlike maybe anybody's got right now in this tournament. Thoughts on that ball game? I mean, do you think Vandy can pull off the upset is the question I want to ask you. And what you're most looking forward to see in that ball game in particular?
Yeah, I definitely think they can. They've improved the past 2 games on the offensive side with how much more power they've shown and just getting guys on and in. I mean, we put up 13 runs, 15 hits against a good Tennessee team. I don't care who's on out there, and they got good pitchers all over. So doing that and proving that here in Hoover, I mean, Hoover's a place where you get hot going into the postseason, where you are using a lot of strategic pieces to see what you have in situations in the postseason. But I definitely believe they can. I think probably J.D. Thompson is going to be on the bump for Vanderbilt. If I would have had to predict, or maybe it's Carter Holton, actually. It could be Carter Holton. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, he's been a fantastic pitcher all the year. On midseason rankings, he was the number 2 pitcher in the SEC behind Keenan Smith. He's been a workhorse for them as a starter. But then again, Mississippi State, they just have had that clutch at bat, clutch situation, getting out of tight jam innings. They've done 2 high stress intensity games against their rival to end their season. Unbelievable. And then do it against one of the best teams in the country in A&M. It's fantastic. And like you said, Angelo St. got him in the back pocket after an 8-inning start, 13 strikeouts from Brooks Arger. And then Kyle Stevens goes 8 innings, I believe, or 7 innings. Because they have so much depth pitching-wise now as the starters, but also in the bullpen. So I think that's going to be huge for them. It's huge. It's not something we thought, Chris, we're going to say, but can they slow down this hot Vanderbilt offense in Hoover?
I did not think I would be hearing you say that, Harrison. I'll be honest with you. If it's a tight ball game, let's say it's a tie ball game, and Connor Hujack steps up with a runner in scoring position, if there's a base open, do you expect Tim Corbin to walk him?
Ooh.
Connor Hujack, he's on fire, man.
2 for 2 clutch RBIs in the 9th inning. I'd expect no. I don't think so. I think if it's Hunter Hines and he's been doing it in the past 2 games, yes. But I don't think so. I think you're going to have to say, he didn't do it 3 times in a row. And then if he does, tip your cap to him. But I don't think that's the kind of coaching philosophy in Corbin is about it. I don't expect that to happen.
Yeah, no, I think Corbs will go after him too, but it's just funny. Connor Hujack, at this point, he's a walking clutch base hit, it feels like. So it'll be wild, honestly, if he comes up with the game on the line again. You'll start questioning kind of the baseball gods and what's going on right now. Our friend Luke RJ in the chat says the Cox might be hot and says you better walk Cole Messina. South Carolina's red hot, man. I mean, they're swinging a hot bat. Cole, again, how does LSU pitch Cole Messina? That'll be another fun one today because he's just 6 for 8, 3 bombs, 8 ribbies. Arguably nobody's swinging it better than he is right now.
I definitely think I think he gets intentionally walked the base open before a situation with Connor Hujack goes. Definitely think so. Just because he's kind of been the backbone all year, and you're going to say, hey, I want to see the rest of Carolina line to beat me. We're not going to let Tennessee beat me. I mean, it'll be fun to watch, see how it's kind of strategically pitched if they bring it up bringing a new pitcher just for a matchup situation. They like numbers or like the kind of approach that the stuff that the guy has up in. So that'd be fun to watch for sure.
Harrison, I want to bring this up because, again, we were talking earlier about the home runs, and it feels like, again, I've just forever and ever watching this tournament have known Hoover as being this massive ballpark, and it's hard to hit home runs there, and it's hard to score runs. The gaps are massive, and, we're seeing the ball fly around with ease, it feels like. In your mind, I mean, pitchers are throwing harder than they ever have, but hitters, it seems like, are making the adjustment. I mean, are the balls juiced? Are hitters just better? Like, what do you, what do you give credit to the hitting, being so much better? And I guess like the power surge in Hoover, a place we're just not used to seeing it all that often.
Yeah, Chris, and sitting with a lot of scouts last night. I mean, there's multiple scouts here from multiple teams. The White Sox have 4 different guys here. Dodgers have 4 different guys. Research and development guys here. Just listening to them and chatting with them throughout the game. I'll give you an example from last night. Cal Stevens earlier on, they were just eliminating the slider because he couldn't really land it, wasn't getting it over, getting established. And so he's got a really good fastball, plays up from what it is perceived, and plays up very well to induce for a break. But when you eliminate a slider, you're just hitting fastball. 95, 96 is still going to get hit in this league, which is crazy to think into this game that 95, 96, 97 still gets hit. I mean, hitting at a lefty last night, he was freshman lefty, was pumping 96, 97. We're like, where is this? Who is this kid, right? And if you can't have that second, third pitch, then they're sitting fastball. I mean, they're sitting on it and they're not missing it and barreling a lot of balls on it. So it's a lot of that because you have to have that second, third pitch in this league to put guys away, or to put that in their mind. Oh, well, we might throw over break, and we might mix the change up in there. So if you don't have that, then you're not going to be successful pitching the SEC.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch, man. Again, just the great pitcher-hitter duels we've seen thus far. One going on right now, actually. Again, Texas A&M and Tennessee playing 3-2 ball game here at the bottom of the 7th. Tennessee yet again with an opportunity to add a couple runs, and I mean, again, that's been the struggle for them at this point, man. I've been surprised with some of the base running blunders we've seen. And once again, you're ahead of me, Harrison, because it has not happened on my screen yet.
Rerun bomb from Tavares.
No way.
It is 6-2 Tennessee.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, dude, again, like the way the ball is carrying is crazy to me. I mean, again,
it's also, I think, a testament to how much bigger, faster, stronger players are.
Right.
In today's game.
Right. Huge, clutch swing of the bat. If there's, I'll ask you this, Harrison. I asked you earlier about LSU, South Carolina, who can most bounce back from a loss. Of the top seeds that all lost, and of course, Arkansas is out, so it's going to be one of these two. But who do you think is most well-equipped of the top seeds that all lost? Who's most well-equipped to go on a run and say if they were going to win the whole thing? Who would it be? And is it the Tennessee Volunteers who came in this thing as the 1 seed?
When you think about it, you got to think, yes, pitching depth, but taking into account how coaches and teams are going to pitch and kind of manage their bullpens and rotations. With that in mind, I think you lean more on the offense because the team that can score 6, 7, 8 runs, can overcome a bad they can kind of help out their bullpen. And so when you want to lean on offense, it's try to be Tennessee's offense, and how they've done it consistently all year. And so that's something that keeps them in the game and gives them a chance each and every outing, every game they play.
Hey, Harrison, I'm going to switch gears with you just a second while I tweet out this highlight. From what you've experienced in Hoover, Alabama, fantastic location, fans love it. Would you be open to the SEC tournament going somewhere else? And if so, what are some top destinations in your mind that you'd like to see the tournament at?
So I was actually talking to one of the LSU fans where he said that it used to a long time ago, used to bounce it around, I think, between the team ballparks like way back then. But they played 1 year in Columbus, Georgia, and it was really not that great facilitating everything. And they learned their lesson and brought it back to Hoover, and it's been here ever since. And so I don't think we played anywhere else, honestly. I mean, Birmingham, Alabama is the SEC conference, so I mean, Hoover just it's a really central location for everyone, and I feel like it's a great spot. It's a great venue. The Chicago White Sox AA team, the Birmingham Barons used to play here. There's a lot of parking, a lot of room for tailgating. I don't think that you really put it anywhere else. I mean, maybe you put it in Atlanta, but the thing is where you're playing because the Braves are playing. Unless you get a long road trip with the Braves, but I don't know if that makes just too much coordination or anything. I think Hoover's the right spot for it today, tomorrow, and for a long time.
I was going to say there's a lot of good minor league ballparks around the Southeast, but to your point, I mean, I've got no problem with Hoover. I think it's just a fun conversation. Many folks, there are other cities that have put bids in. I heard somebody mention Memphis. I thought that was crazy. And I actually just saw a post on social media, somebody talking about Hoover and other cities putting bids in or whatever. I mean, again, I think to your point, Henderson, it's kind of one of those things. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think that is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to keep it there. Again, 6-2.
They got a great spot there.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like the intensity is picking up around you, Harrison, as we get closer and closer to first pitch. You talked to a lot of LSU fans, obviously. How are they feeling about their ball club specifically? Pretty confident? Is it like waiting on the other shoe to drop? How do they feel about this tournament and also going to the postseason, their chances to maybe get back to Omaha?
Yeah, I think they're feeling pretty good. They're definitely excited so far here in Hoover and just what they've gotten out of the play with the starting pitching staff. It's gotten the bats are really heated up. I think things are really clicking and starting to turn on all cylinders. And I think that's creating a spark for fans here, LSU fans, as well as the team itself. And looking, we've been here before in Hoover and done well. We've been in the postseason, done well. We won the whole thing last year. There's no reason. We know the standards, right? We know the expectations. We've got a great team. It's just about clicking at the right time, getting hot, playing well, and going everyone here. Like you and I talked about it. This was going to be a tough. I mean, a weirdly seeded 3 seeds. Someone 1 seed that's hosting real pissed at LSU.
And they mentioned this, Harrison, on the broadcast. They were showing, all the resumes of the 13-win SEC teams that came to Hoover. Chris Burke said he feels like all of them are in, even Florida. And the latest, by the way, I don't know if you saw this.
He's a big advocate of their schedule.
Well, and I was going to say this too, there. I don't know if you saw this. The latest D1 baseball projected field of 64, it had all of those teams in, and it didn't even have any of them in the last 4 in. So, I mean, unless we got some bid stealers, which could happen, but unless we got some bid stealers later in this weekend, the SEC looks like it's going to get 11 teams in. That is crazy when you think about it.
First time ever to get 11 teams.
Yeah. So,
Well, then, Chris, did you see Chris Lemonis' quote of talking about how deep the SEC is? We deserve to host the regional. And if the SEC gets 11 teams in, and we're one of the top 5 teams, we absolutely should host the regional. I don't disagree with them one bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think after this showing in Hoover, and especially if they can, win today or win another game or two, I think that, I think hosting is right on the table for them. So, listen, people get SEC fatigue. It is what it is, but it's the best conference by far. You know what I mean? It's a
number 1 conference RPI.
Well, and I was gonna say too, I was gonna say, speaking of LSU, I think some folks may have sort of rose an eyebrow when Jay Johnson said about a week ago that LSU was a top 15 or 20 team in the country. And, you were kind of like, really? Like with your record? But I mean, I think we kind of get what he was talking about now. And again, you put LSU in any other conference, they're competing to win that conference. Like even in the SEC with their struggles this year, they're competing to win the conference. So it really is again, you can talk about SEC bias all you want, but it's just a real thing, man. It's the best conference by far. It just is.
And the deepest conference by far.
Yes. I mean, it's not bias if it's true. You know what I mean? It's not bias if it's true.
Yep.
So
that's perfectly said.
Yeah, it's not bias if it's true. Again, guys, got a great one going on. Tennessee, Texas A&M. This game is 6-2 right now. Tennessee with a big 3-run homer to extend their lead. Finally, I think got that big knock they've been looking for all day. We got South Carolina and LSU upcoming in, let's call it about an hour, I would say. And then Mississippi State and Vanderbilt is going to be the nightcap. So,
big thing, a big kind of head-to-head thing in this Tennessee A&M game is who's got the best 1-2 punch. I mean, because you look at Tennessee's lineup, they got Christian Moore in the leadoff, Blake Burke in the field, and I've said it several times this year. I think they're the best 1-2 punch in the country. But then on the A&M side, you got Gavin Grohovic, SEC freshman of the year. I think should be freshman of the year in general. He looks like a second, third year player in the SEC with approaches and his that's how mature he is playing. And then you have Brady Montgomery, and you have Case Lotto at the 2-hole, and you have Brady Montgomery at the 3-hole. Each of them has 20+ home runs and 60+ RBIs, right? Gavin Grohovic's got 20 home runs, or 22 home runs, I believe, 63 RBIs. Jace Lavalette, 28 home runs, 73 RBIs, and Brady Montgomery, 26 home runs, 81 or 82 RBIs. It is stacked at the top of them. So they definitely got a fantastic case for being the best first half of the order.
Harrison, of the guys you've watched this week, who do you feel like has stood out to you as the most MLB ready, right? We saw last year Paul Skeens pitching this thing. Wyatt Langford was there for Florida. Both those guys are now in the big leagues. Is there anybody you've watched this week that you look at, and maybe you've talked to scouts about this, but you look at and you say, I could see that guy being on a big league roster this time, literally next year?
So no one that I've talked to specifically has said that, but there has been a lot of talk about this guy has MLB caliber stuff. This guy has all the tools to be an MLBer soon, right? And one of the names that comes to mind from last night from A&M is Chris Cortez. I mean, the scouts, we were sitting there blown away with the stuff he has. He was sitting 99-100 with his power sinker. I mean, it's unbelievable. We look at the numbers of it. It was crazy. The amount of RPMs he had, just the new sort of a break. I mean, it was wicked how good it was. It was consistent. And then he has just like a power slider that he was dotting on the bottom half and outer third of the zone on the black. And it's like, if he's spotting up 98, 100-mile-an-hour sinkers, and then flipping that slider at 88 and 90 with 15 inches of horizontal line. Good luck. That one of the scouts told me this is what comes out of big league bullpens right now. The biggest thing for him though is the command and consistency of it. That's the biggest thing. So if he can do that and be consistent with it, I don't see any reason why he couldn't fly through the rankings of the minors and be in a big league club the end of next year maybe. It's not the beginning of the year after that.
Harrison, I'm gonna switch gears a little bit. Again, you're a big analytics guy. You talk about spin rate. You talk about launch angle. What's the most overrated data point that's available right now? Is there one that like you think is sort of unnecessary that we talk about a lot?
Most overrated data point right now.
Because, there's some guys like the old heads, they don't like any of it, right? Which I don't think is the right tactic, but they're like, hey, I don't need spin rate to tell me if I threw a good curveball, right? Like, there's some guys that are like that. I'm not saying that's the right way to be. That's the other extreme. But is there a data point for you that you look at and you're like, that one isn't really all that important? Like, I mean, it is like, you know what I mean? Like, is there one, whether it's pro or college? I mean, I know people look at WAR, like wins above replacement, like, some of that stuff, it seems like, is a little bit like we're really, really like hyper analyzing it. Is there a data point for you that is just you don't pay much attention to? I'll say.
I don't think it's a data point I don't pay much attention to. I'd say I think a data point that can be over leaned on is launch angle, just because I mean Jared Jones hit one his grand slam yesterday. Is at a 42-degree launch angle. That's not really optimal by any means of anyone ever. It's about mid upper 20s, I think, is the most optimal. But if a guy's barreling a ball 103, 104, and he's not getting a lot of launch on it, that could be tweaked and adjusted more. But he has the exit deal. He's got the strength. He's got the power. He's seen pitching up the barrel. I think launch angle can be kind of over leaned on. And then on the pitching side, talking to some scouts last night, looking at the data just raw with what you're seeing from TrackMan, is the changeup. I think the changeup the numbers from it can be misleading because there's so many different types of kind of changeups, right? And there's so many different types of sliders. It's a similar kind of just possibly. I'll go changeup and then slider because the changeup is really depending on how good it is how good offensively your fastball is, right? If it has the same arm, the same tunnel, and the same release, just how long does it stay in the zone, and then if it barrel down late, does it have the same hand run or just run? It's how does it play the fastball? And the same thing with slider. There's so many different slider shapes, different arm slots, like a low 3/4, a high 3/4. Is it more like a slider, a slur, a sweeping slider? There's different kind of tilts and axis points. So how does that kind of play for fastball? And you have to grade those individually with them being different types of sliders when you get down to the nitty gritty of it being a sweeper versus a power cutter and whatnot. Because some of them are going to have more induced vertical break, some of them are going to have more horizontal break, and just that tunneling is huge in any of your pitches for sure. The higher you get in college baseball and pro as well.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, Harrison, I definitely think that, I like the numbers. I do. I think there has to be a nice mix of data points and the data as well as baseball instinct. I think you can see sometimes too much leaning one way or the other. So I think to your point, right, like having the numbers available, using them to your advantage. But at the end of the day, if a guy can barrel a ball up, he can hit it out like a Bear Jones can. You let that guy go play, and the numbers are the numbers, if you will. Again, we've got this Texas A&M Tennessee game about to wrap up, South Carolina LSU after this, and Mississippi State Vandy tonight. Hey, next year this time, Texas and Oklahoma will be part of this, which is going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to all. And then, Harrison, we're going to get all 16 teams in, which I know we talked about before. You are a fan of that, right? Giving everybody an opportunity, or do you like the condensed field of 12 right now?
I think there's pros and cons of both. I think the pros are it means more to make the tournament if not every team gets in, But then with every team getting in, you can have that factor of anything can happen, more chaos, more upsets. It's better for the conference as a whole. It's better for fans experiencing. So there's pros and cons of both. I'd say more so for me leaning on the fact that I think it's really
Indeed. It's been a fun weekend. I'm with you on the pros and cons of it. I like having everyone in the tournament. And the reason I say that, I'm not trying to be like participation trophy guy. I like having everyone in the tournament, though, because here's the thing. Nobody's goal before the season anyways is, well, we got to make the conference tournament. Like, that's kind of a given. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's goal is, hey, let's make the postseason. Let's make a super. Or let's make it to Omaha. Like, if you're one of the top programs, or really the majority of the programs in the SEC, I think that's how they think. Like, I feel like the conference tournament should be a shoe-in anyways. You know what I mean? It should be a shoe-in. It should be a given. I don't think it's something where, and I say all this, Harrison, and I say it will be weird and could be strange if we've got a team that's 7-23 or 8-22 in conference play, and they're getting in. You know what I mean? Like that could be
like
strange.
A Missouri or Alabama or
yeah.
Auburn this year.
But at the same time, like, I mean, I have no problem with all the teams getting in. I have no problem with it. Yeah, I have no issues in it. I'd like to see everyone. I mean, again, I think the conference tournament is a celebration of the entire league, and so you know what I mean. I think that we should have the entire league there. That's where I sit.
Yeah, but Chris, there's the whole other kind of debate of does the conference title, does winning the conference tournament matter? Like, who's the real conference champion, the regular season or the conference tournament? I, for one, am a big advocate on you have to do it the whole season long in the regular season for the conference. Just because you win the conference tournament at the end of the year, I don't think that means nearly as much as the regular season.
That's fair enough. Harrison, are you there tomorrow? You're not there tomorrow. You're coming back, right?
As of right now, I'm not, but things could change.
Partying with
and
the
as long
Cajuns.
as I can tonight.
Partying with the Cajuns, you never
maybe
know.
Maybe sleep in my car in the media lot. You never know.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you never know. You're gonna hang out with the Cajuns. You never know what might be. They might. Yeah, they might kidnap you and take you back to Baton Rouge if you're not careful. Which there are worse places to be, for sure.
There are worse places to be, like downtown Memphis for one.
I mean, listen, bro, I'm sure you could find an RV to crash in. I mean, just hang out, whatever, watch some college baseball, and I'm sure they'd love to have you. Honestly, man, I'm sure they'd love to have you. So why not? Why not?
I did bring a pillow. I got my suitcase too. It's a little soft on top, because got a truck bed. I can just flop that out underneath the Hoover sky.
Oh my goodness.
Just stay tuned. You'll have to find out.
Looks like Texas A&M just hit a double, I believe. Yep, right off the wall. Double off the wall. So A&M ain't dead yet. They're still fighting. It's 6-3 here in the top of the 8th, which it feels like the top of the 8th has lasted forever, by the way. Harrison, I'm going to put you on the spot before we get out of here. LSU, South Carolina, Mississippi State, Vandy. Who you picking in both those games?
So LSU, South Carolina.
I'd pick the first one carefully based off what chair you're sitting in and where you are.
I don't have to pick this first one carefully because I'm riding with the LSU Tigers in this game. Right, everyone. LSU Tigers winning today. Thank you. Yeah, we got the crowd going for that.
Nice.
I just think that the hitting depth is so much. The offensive lineup is so much deeper. It's been playing at a higher level, and then the bullpen pressure. I think that's a huge thing in Hoover, and I just think they're a little hotter and not leaning on one bat as much as Carolina is with Messina. But I think it's gonna be a really good game. But I think it's Hoover's bullpen shuts down lineups late. And then for the nightcap, we got Mississippi State and who is it? Mississippi State and Vanderbilt. I'm so excited to see Durangelo St. John pitch for a couple innings tonight. I think I'm riding with Mississippi State. Something special is happening. The boys will start to just their bullpen's fresh too. It's just I think they've had those clutch hits, those clutch moments. I think they quiet down the Vanderbilt offense a little bit enough to keep it close and come through with another late hit. I don't know if it's gonna be Connor Isaac today. It might be Dakota Jordan beating out a deep ground ball in the 5-5 hole with his 80 grade speed of what scouts were saying, stealing second, and then a blue single scores of late. It could be something like that. So I'm thinking, I got Mississippi State coming out with a tight win again. 3 tight wins in a row for them.
So LSU and Mississippi State. I'm going State's the easy one for me. I'm riding with Mississippi. I'm riding with Hail State. I mean that's a given for all the reasons you mentioned. And also, right, I just feel like State's feeling it, man. Like there's something about they got that clutch gene in them right now. LSU, South Carolina. This one's tough. This one's tough because I didn't think the Gamecocks would be at this point. Both these teams are red hot. I am probably also going to ride with LSU. I just think they've got a little bit more on the hitting side of things. I think they will outlast South Carolina. I think they've probably got a little bit more pitching than Carolina as well. So I am going to go with LSU, but that one to me, that one's a coin flip. Really, truly a coin flip. So we're both going LSU, Mississippi State. We'll see how it plays out again. It looks like Tennessee is – I mean, I say it looks like they're going to win the game, but who knows? Things are getting dicey here. 6-3 top of the game.
The last out, that 27th out is the hardest to get.
It is the
hardest. First and third with 2 outs right now.
It is the hardest one to get. First and third, 2 outs. Yeah. One swing of the bat can get it going. Guys, that's going to do it all for us. Appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. Again, thank you all so much for the continued love and support. Stay tuned to SEC Unfiltered across social media, YouTube, podcasts, all that good stuff. Full SEC baseball tournament coverage. Also, by the way, I want to highlight this for you guys. Premiering tonight on our YouTube page, I believe 6:30 or 7 o'clock, something like that. You can go see it. We got a great conversation with Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports. Why do I bring this up? You go look right now on YouTube. The thumbnail, the headline, is Texas ready to supplant Georgia as the new kings of SEC football? We talk a lot about Texas. We talk a lot about their stature and where they stand coming in the SEC. Their chances of winning the SEC this year, you definitely want to make sure you check out that conversation. So again, guys, appreciate you all tuning in. We're live right here Monday through Friday, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. For Harris and I'm Chris Phillips. Appreciate you guys tuning in, and we'll catch you on the other side.